President Trump has demonstrated that he will remain a threat to national security and the Constitution if allowed to remain in office.
The House case is rushed, weak, and incomplete.
History will be our final judge. Will senators rise to the occasion?
The only conclusion will be that the president has done absolutely nothing wrong.
These people are looking for anything they can get because they know they're going to lose the election.
You're looking at the United States Capitol on what we expect will be a monumental day in the impeachment trial of President Donald Trump. In just about an hour, debate should begin on whether to admit additional evidence and witnesses. As of right now, it looks like it will be an incredibly close call. I'm Libby Casey. Thank you for joining us here at the Washington Post. Well, last night we heard from Maine's Susan Collins, who will be a yes vote on calling witnesses. On the other hand, Tennessee's Lamar Alexander says he will vote no. This morning, an aide to Utah's Mitt Romney confirmed he'll vote yes. So, still to be heard from Alaska's Lisa Murkowski. Joining me now in the studio for the latest, Amber Phillips, Aaron Blake, both with The Fix. Let's talk about what's riding on this moment to start with, Amber.
The entire trial at this point. If Senate Republicans, or if a majority of the Senate votes no, we're not going to continue, we're not going to have witnesses, they very well could move to vote to convict or acquit the president, which would essentially end the trial. Mm-hmm. Witnesses could extend it a week or two or even longer, we don't know. And then after that, they would have the vote to convict or acquit.
And to be clear, this is what the trial has been about for the entirety of it. We have not gotten new evidence or witnesses. We've basically seen a whole lot of restating of what the cases for and against the president have been. There's been some interesting moments in the opening arguments, some interesting moments in the question and answer session, but it was always about what that information was going to lead senators to do. When it came to getting potential new information and new witnesses, the president was never going to be convicted. He was always going to be acquitted. The question was whether John Bolton was going to testify, other evidence would be introduced, and now that's very much in the balance.
So all eyes are on Senator Lisa Murkowski of Alaska. We've all been listening to these moderate senators as they've posed questions because it can give us a sense of their state of mind or what they're weighing and thinking about. But before we talk about what she may be weighing, let's talk about how her vote is so significant. So Amber, if Senator Murkowski is a yes vote on calling witnesses, where are we at?
At this point, we could be at a 50-50 split. That means majority of Republicans say no witnesses, but a couple, Collins, Romney, and Murkowski, moved over to join 47 Democrats. Where do we go from there? We're in kind of constitutionally vague ground. I looked last night at the legal debate around this. What would happen if a 50-50 split goes there? Senate Republicans side with some legal scholars who say, that's it fails, it's not a majority, it's over. No surprise here, Democrats side with other legal scholars, and I don't get a sense that legal scholars are like on one side and then there's a minority on the other side. But there are other legal scholars, and this is the really interesting part, Libby, who say, well, John Roberts could chime in and be the deciding vote because he's presiding over the Senate just like Vice President Pence does, and Vice President Pence, when there's a tie in the Senate, goes and casts a tiebreaker.
Now, we know that Chief Justice Roberts would not want this responsibility, Aaron, but my question is, what's up to him versus what's up to, there are three bodies, branches of government. What's up to the courts? What is left up to the Senate itself, to the legislative branch?
So John Roberts can break that tie if he wants to. I don't think there's any dispute about that. There is a great deal of skepticism that he would ever do that. It would be an extremely bold decision. It would essentially be the judiciary weighing in very heavily on what is supposed to be the Senate's prerogative, which is the potential removal of a president in an impeachment trial. John Roberts, throughout his career, has shown no signs that he is terribly interested in being that much of a focal point. He doesn't have to do that. And so if you're in his position, the choices between, saying the Senate has not decided on this, there is not a majority vote for new witnesses, or really inserting yourself in a controversial way. I think it's worth noting that Democratic senators are expressing skepticism that this will turn out for them. I don't think that there is an expectation, even among them, that John Roberts will do anything like that. Dick Durbin has expressed an expectation that this vote for witnesses will fail. So has Richard Blumenthal, the Democrat from Connecticut. If we're reading the reactions of Democrats, they are very, very much setting the expectation that this effort to get new witnesses has failed.
And that's only if Lisa Murkowski votes yes,
Correct.
I want to hear witnesses. If Lisa Murkowski votes no, no
over.
witnesses.
Yeah, I mean, never say never in Washington. Maybe there's a surprise, but not based on the 2 days we've heard of questioning from
And the statements that
senators.
Republicans have made, other senators have
Exactly.
said, like, I don't need to hear witnesses.
I mean-
Go ahead,
Sorry,
Erin.
go ahead.
Yeah.
You had that graph at the very beginning
Yeah.
with all 4 senators, and we were watching how they voted. Democrats needed all 4 of those people to say yes, and we already don't have that, regardless of how Lisa Murkowski votes.
It's also important to note that this is a vote on whether to allow for votes on witnesses. This is not a vote on will John Bolton testify. And the first senator to come out in favor of this vote was Susan Collins last night. And even in her statement, she made clear that with this vote, she hoped that it would lead the two sides to some kind of an agreement on witnesses. It wasn't even, I will vote for witnesses and John Bolton should testify. It was very much not necessarily committing to that. So even if somehow they get past this vote, that doesn't mean we get John Bolton necessarily.
That's such an important point. I mean, and her statement really made that clear. And so a whole new discussion would have to arise of just who each side could call. There'd have to be a negotiation and a discussion about that. But one question is, if Lisa Murkowski joins with Susan Collins and says, yes, I do want to open the door to witnesses, even if Lisa Murkowski puts out a statement as Collins did saying, I'd like to see each side get one, or the sides come to an agreement, it complicates things, right? It complicates things, and that raises questions as to whether this would get wrapped up quickly or if it would keep going, Amber.
Could we be in a stalemate the way legislation is in a stalemate in Congress right now? I think of something like immigration reform, where a majority of senators agree they want something done. When you get to the details, it's just never done. And that's quite possibly what we could see happen if Democrats have the miraculous happen and the Senate votes to call witnesses. Like Jay Sekulow, Trump's lead attorney, has been on the Senate floor saying, you guys want witnesses? Well, I want Hunter Biden. I want the whistleblower. I want Adam Schiff. That's a non-starter for Democrats.
Well, let's go to our colleague Rhonda Colvin on Capitol Hill, joining us now. Rhonda, we were watching this news late into the night last night, listening for how the senators would weigh in. What's the latest from Capitol Hill now?
That's right. This morning I've been walking the hallways and around the rotunda to get a sense from senators about what they're saying about how the mood, how the temperature has changed since Lamar Alexander last night said he is a no vote on witnesses. So this morning I spoke with Senator Van Hollen of Maryland. He's a Democrat. And earlier this week he had planned to file a motion. If this witness vote didn't work out for Democrats, he had planned to file a motion which would force a vote in the Senate. And his motion would be about bringing John Roberts into this debate and having John Roberts weigh in on if they should or should not have witnesses. So I spoke to Senator Van Hollen just moments ago, and he told me that's still potentially a plan, but he's looking at other options. So here's that interview. All right, so Senator Van Hollen, you were planning to bring a motion to force a vote to involve the Chief Justice. Are you still planning that? And if you are, what would that do?
So yes, I'm still looking at a way to get that voted on. The question is timing, where it would fit in. Look, we need to have witnesses and documents to have a fair trial. The American people deserve the full truth. And what better way to make sure that's a fair process than to say that the Chief Justice of the United States, who's the presiding officer here, will make the initial determination as to whether a request for a particular witness is relevant to the underlying articles of impeachment. That's what I proposed, that the Chief Justice decide if the Democratic managers want to call a witness, whether that's relevant. Obviously, John Bolton would be very relevant. If Republican President's Council want to call a witness, then the Chief Judge would make the determination about whether that makes sense. Same for documents. And the Senate would still retain the option by a 51 vote margin of overruling the Chief Justice. But it's obviously an impartial way to resolve this. Let the Chief Justice decide. That's what we do in courtrooms every day across the country. The judge makes decisions on evidence. So our Republican colleagues opposed this on the first day of the trial. But now that they've heard all the evidence, you would think that they would want to get to the full truth, and this is the way to do it.
Did you have a chance to see the statement from Senator Lamar Alexander yesterday? And what are your thoughts? Or is your side disappointed that he said that he is not going to vote for witnesses?
Yes, very disappointed because the American people deserve to hear the full truth, the unfiltered truth. And that's what John Bolton would do. That's what Mick Mulvaney would do. After all, President Trump himself said back on December 3rd he wanted Mick Mulvaney to testify in the Senate trial. Whatever happened? Well, what's happened is the president knows that the testimony they will give is contrary to the president's position, that it shows that the president engaged in this abuse of power scheme. So very disappointed that Lamar Alexander did not join us in the call for more witnesses and documents.
What's next for Democrats? Say that this does not go your way at the end of the day and no witnesses will be brought in. What do you think is next strategically? Do you support the idea that the House should maybe take up some of these witnesses and continue doing their investigation?
Look, I mean, the House will have to decide how to go forward. Any Republican senator who votes against witnesses and documents, if they choose to deny the American people the truth, which would be absolutely outrageous, at the very least, they should say, they got to say, that the House managers proved their case on abuse of power, right? That if John Bolton was to come testify, he would support the House managers' facts. He would show that President Trump abused his power by denying Ukraine their funds in order to extract the political concession and political interference in our elections. It's outrageous that they would deny witnesses and documents, but let's figure out what next step they're going to take.
So that was Senator Van Hollen from Maryland. I have reached out to Republicans. We haven't heard back from any about what their perspective is going into today. And I can also tell you that, which is different from the last few days, there aren't many senators walking around this rotunda this morning or downstairs and where there's a basement scrum area with a lot of media. I just checked on that area and there still are a lot of media members, but no senators are coming through the hallways. So I think that's telling where both sides are right now. They may not want to be making too many comments before we know what happens today.
Rhonda, it certainly seems like Democrats are trying to give this last final push, a plea to call for witnesses, like it's make it or break it time, but also trying to get that message out in front of the American public in a way that perhaps Republicans don't feel the pressure to.
That's right. It almost seems like there is a sense that they want to appeal to American voters and the American public that they have tried all that they can do. So that's sort of the messaging right now. I caught that a little bit in what Senator Van Hollen was trying to say. But overall, Republicans don't really have to do that right now. So I think the Republican game plan right now is to weigh in on all of this after it happens, whether it's a victory for them or whether we have another week or two of this trial.
Rhonda Colvin, thank you so much. Well, let's listen to one of the really revealing and interesting moments last night. This was a question from Senator Lisa Murkowski, and it was read by Justice Roberts, of course. And she really cut to the heart of the question, why not hear from John Bolton?
Senator Murkowski asks counsel for the president. You explained that Ambassador Sondland and Senator Johnson both said the president explicitly denied that he was looking for a quid pro quo with Ukraine. The reporting on Ambassador Bolton's book suggests the president told Bolton directly that the aid would not be released until Ukraine announced the investigations the president desired. This dispute about material facts weighs in favor of calling additional witnesses with direct knowledge. Why should this body not call Ambassador Bolton?
The House could have pursued Ambassador Bolton. The House considered whether or not they would try to have him come testify and subpoena him. They chose not to subpoena him. And this all goes back to the most important consideration, I think, that this chamber has before it in some ways, especially on this threshold issue of whether there should be witnesses or not, has to do with the precedent that's established here for what kind of impeachment proceeding this body will accept from now going forward. Because whatever is accepted in this case becomes the new normal for every impeachment proceeding in the future. And it will do grave damage to this body as an institution.
Well, Patrick Philbin with the president's legal team said that the House shouldn't pass over to the Senate work that was, in his words, half-baked, not finished, trying to give the argument of the House didn't do its job. Don't set a precedent and do damage to this institution, this august, respected institution of the Senate, by trying to do what's really a House responsibility. He didn't address the question of whether John Bolton's testimony would be relevant, Aaron.
Yeah, and I think the answer that he got came from Lamar Alexander last night, which is that Lamar Alexander said, the evidence is compelling here. The House has proved its case. It's still not impeachable. And also in that statement, Lamar Alexander was made a point of emphasizing that he thought the House's case was rushed, that it was hurried, that it could have been more substantial. It could have waited a little bit longer. So this seems to have been a compelling message, at least for what appears to be the decisive vote right now.
I wonder what was in the mind of Lisa Murkowski, though, as she heard that, Amber. I mean, she is someone who has, a long history with this body. Her father also served in the Senate. She had a long-time relationship with Senator Ted Stevens, and she genuinely has a lot of respect for the role of senator, the role of the Senate. So I'm wondering if this answer along the lines of responsibility appealed to her, or if she just fundamentally wants to know why not hear from John Bolton if he has information that could sway the outcome of how I interpret the president's guilt or innocence.
Right. I think an undercurrent of all of this, of what Lamar Alexander said, of what Philbin was arguing, was how can you expect a Republican body to dig into potentially damaging evidence against a Republican president? Like, why? You guys are the Democrats. Why didn't you do that and then let us decide? Because Democrats will dispute the fact that the House is the one that needed to do all the impeachment research and the Senate doesn't do anything. They point out there have been witnesses in the past. If we want to read the tea leaves of Murkowski's questions, I was going back through some she's asked over the couple days. She, like Susan Collins and Mitt Romney, who are going to support witnesses, asked smart questions of Trump's defense, like whether Trump ever mentioned the Bidens before Joe Biden got into the race. They didn't have an answer on that. But she also asked questions that might have been more in line with Lamar Alexander, like she asked House Democrats why they didn't try basically multiple times to subpoena officials, suggesting she was thinking really critically of the House's process.
Yeah, after that very direct question about why not call John Bolton, Murkowski was part of a team of Republicans. She and Lamar Alexander were part of a team of Republicans who were quite solid in their decision, asking, well, even if John Bolton testified in the way that was most favorable to the Democrats' case, isn't it true that the allegations still would not rise to the level of impeachable offenses?
That was a really interesting moment last night. It's difficult to square that question with the question Murkowski asked a couple hours before, which was, why not just have John Bolton testify? She said the evidence weighs in favor of having additional witnesses here. And then she signs on to this question that's very skeptical about the need for those witnesses. In retrospect, that question seemed to indicate where Lamar Alexander was here. He said, even if everything John Bolton says is true, even if the House Democrats prove their case, it doesn't change the fundamental issue here, which is that this is not an impeachable offense. It's not serious enough. Whether that's Murkowski's position or maybe she just signed on to a question for rhetorical sake. This was Lindsey Graham's question. Maybe she didn't agree specifically with the way it was worded, but liked the fact that it would be posed.
Yeah.
Isn't it true is a very leading way. I mean, we've seen lots of very leading questions in this process, and that was certainly one of them. But maybe she subscribed to kind of the rhetorical question, the substance of it. How do you respond to this particular line of argument?
I will point out that in response to that, Patrick Philbin said, look, there was no quid pro quo. There's no evidence to a quid pro quo. But for the sake of argument, this doesn't rise to the level of an impeachable offense because it's not a crime, and abuse of power isn't high crimes and misdemeanors. But he also did something very interesting. He distanced himself from the argument that Alan Dershowitz had made that got so much news and raised so many eyebrows on both sides of the aisle, where Dershowitz was asserting that anything the president does for personal political gain is for the good of the people because it means he might get another term in office. And so we saw Philbin say, well, as Dershowitz explained, and I don't mean the more radical portion of his theory, so he sort of did he did like a hug and a push at the same time, right? And so that definitely seemed an appeal specifically to some of these moderate senators who were probably shaking their heads and thinking, how do I grapple with what Dershowitz is saying? Because Democrats have warned them that they are setting a precedent here, that if they accept what the president's defense team has put forward, they're also accepting the theory, the premise that Dershowitz has put forward, Amber.
I think there are institutionalist arguments on both sides of this.
Yeah.
Murkowski's, probably weighing, what if I don't call witnesses and then set this precedent for the president to push away Congress and not participate with investigatory requests? What does that mean for President Elizabeth Warren? And on the other side is the Lamar Alexander institutionalist argument, which is like, it's just too divisive to throw President Trump out for this. It's just going to tear up the nation. Why do it? And why be the U.S. Senate that is, for the first time in history, convicts a sitting U.S. president in a couple, 10 months from an election, no less?
Aaron, I want to talk more about Lamar Alexander's justification, because he put out a statement last night, but also a series of tweets. I believe it was like 15 tweets that we were all trying to read in real time and decode and understand. Well, is he a yes or is he a no? Because there were so many caveats and twists and turns in the windy road of Lamar Alexander's mind. So he's a no for witnesses, but dig into the statement.
He is a no. The rest of his statement is not necessarily something the president will like to see. The Trump team's defense from the start has been, maybe they don't call it a perfect call like the president has called it, but they have argued in rather stark terms that there's really nothing to see here. The president has authority to do this, that he was carrying out official business. And Lamar Alexander, in his statement, makes very clear that he believes the case that the House Democrats have made here. He says they proved their case, and he says that more than once. He says that the president clearly tied an investigation of the Bidens to withholding military aid. Basically, he says, I'm satisfied by the evidence here. It's exactly what Democrats have said it was, but even that is not an impeachable offense. The bar for impeachment should be so high that this is inappropriate and it's bad, but it's not rising to that level. Obviously it's a key vote for Republicans here. It's probably the crucial vote here, but it is not an endorsement of what President Trump did. And I think he's speaking for a lot of other Senate Republicans who maybe are less comfortable saying that out loud. He put himself in the position where he could cast this crucial vote, but also put forward the idea that the president's defenses of this have gone too far and that he's not exactly in the right here.
We saw some of the senators in one of their questions try to get a promise from President Trump's team, saying would you promise not to
the Logan Act,
not to violate the Logan Act, essentially not to have a citizen go outside of official channels doing government business unless it's signed off by the State Department. And it was important to talk about the Logan Act, Amber, but they also were asking for a pledge to not have it happen in the future. And the attorneys, of course, for President Trump were like, I can't give a pledge on the president's behalf, but of course he follows the law.
Yeah, and there were other instances with witnesses where you saw Senate Democrats try to push that line and say, would you guys be willing to just call a couple witnesses and negotiate on Adam Schiff's deal to have a 1-week deposition and then get back to this trial? Every time I heard, Trump's defense be like, no. And that, to some extent that plays with their very broad argument of presidential power. No, Congress, you can't tell me what to do. I'm not going to make a deal with you guys. Forget it. How Congress stomachs that, I think, is one of the most interesting there are a lot of interesting parts to this trial. One very interesting piece of this trial, because you essentially have a Republican-controlled Senate letting Trump and saying it's okay for a president to ignore Congress on so many issues.
And if I recall correctly, that was one of the very few bipartisan questions, Aaron?
Yes, that was one of them.
I think there were only 2 bipartisan questions.
Yes, there were 2, I believe.
And this was one of them where these bipartisan moderates clearly had concerns about the role of Rudy Giuliani, violations of the Logan Act, but we're trying to say, give us something here, promise us this won't happen again, is sort of the parentheses. And we saw in the response, President Trump's team directly say the name Giuliani, even though he wasn't in the question. Tell us more about that.
Remember some of the timeline here. The call with Zelensky, the first call with Zelensky was the day after the testimony of Robert Mueller. The president essentially set about doing this. He made his very serious requests of the Ukrainian president the day after he was essentially cleared in the Russia investigation, with that very much in the background. And so I think if you're a Republican senator, you are worried that you're going to have to continue to dealing with this stuff. there is a recognition by Lamar Alexander and some others that this was inappropriate. They are going to soon vote to acquit the president. The president has taken the Mueller report as a total exoneration. He is likely to take this as a total exoneration, and I think that was a very subtle way of them saying, that's not quite true. Don't do this to us. Don't do this to us again, because we don't want to have to deal with this. It's unnecessary. Whether he actually receives that message, I think, is very much an open question.
I think back to when Rudy Giuliani traveled to Ukraine before this presidential trial got started, he came back and he was like, I have dirt about the Bidens, Senate Republicans, do you want to hear it? And Lindsey Graham said, no, we don't want to talk to you. So even like senators in Trump's orbit and his allies are very uncomfortable with Giuliani. So that's like one of the more troubling pieces for them to have to stomach today when they decide not to hear more about what happened.
Aaron, one of the defenses or reasons that Lamar Alexander decided to vote no on having this continue and hearing from more witnesses, getting more evidence, is that he wants the election to be decided by the people, right? Something that we heard President Trump's team really hammering a lot. One of their big points yesterday was let the people decide in 2020 and also don't overturn the results of the 2016 election. That seemed to resonate for Alexander.
Yeah, and this is actually an argument that some Democrats said back when they were hesitant to do impeachment, including Nancy Pelosi, I believe. She said there's an election around the corner, this can be decided in that election. She worried that this process would hurt Democrats in that election, and for these decent reasons. The 1998 election, Republicans did poorly. Some blamed the impeachment of Bill Clinton for that. So I think there is a reason that's a compelling argument. But even in Alexander's statement, the question before them is whether this is an impeachable offense. That should be decided irrespective of whether there is a vote coming up. I do think, politically speaking, it's easier to say, well, the people can just vote on this in a few months. Why do we need to take this very drastic step? And so that's a compelling argument that I think Alexander was made a point of making for a very specific reason. And I think it's one that polls have shown American people are pretty sympathetic with.
I heard Democrats today, as the Senate Democrats had a press conference, Amber, saying that at the heart of this case is a concern about election interference. President Trump trying to interfere, trying to damage a competitor. How can you let this go forward when we don't even know if the president will interfere in this upcoming election anymore? If we haven't resolved the question of what he did, how can we leave it to the will of the people if the people's will might be interfered with or tainted in the process?
Right. That's a heavy argument to make, because then do you throw into doubt, the essence of the democratic process, which is to trust your vote will count. It's an argument House Democrats made and Adam Schiff continues to make on the Senate floor when they get asked why they rush through, is the criticism, without waiting to go to court to hear from John Bolton. It's like, well, we need to slap him on the wrist with impeachment because he's going to do it again. Trump isn't going to get removed from office, so I question that wisdom. He's still president.
We're going to let you go, Aaron, but before I do, you guys are doing a daily chat. How often are you doing your midday chat?
Every Thursday at noon, people can come. We used to do Tuesday and Friday chats. Now we're all combining on Thursday. It's Amber.
I just feel like Thursday is every day. I feel like it's all one Wednesday, so excuse me, it's Thursday.
Amber and I and all the members of the Fix team all contribute. So we answer lots of questions. We encourage people to show up and ask us anything they want to about impeachment, 2020, anything else.
Thursdays?
Thursdays at noon.
What's on people's minds as you hear from listeners and readers and viewers?
It's really interesting how much they're interested in the minutia of an impeachment trial. What can John Roberts do? What does this process look like? Can the courts review subpoenas that the Senate might issue? Things like that. People are really into it. And a lot of times, what I always say about these chats is I get really good ideas from these because I hear what people are interested in. It jogs my memory a little bit for things that I might have thought about before, and suddenly, this is something I can write about or get to the bottom to. It's helpful for both sides. I hope our answers are helpful, but certainly the questions are helpful for us too.
Amber, what are you hearing from people that's sticking out to you? Because it does give you a sense of what good questions to be asking.
I mean, those are great. Lots of John Roberts questions. I hear people ask, like, what's on the mind of Senate Republicans? Like, there are people Lamar Alexander spoke for who aren't going to say publicly in the Senate they truly feel that way. So how are they rationalizing what they might say publicly in defense of Trump?
Great. Well, let's go to our colleague Rhonda Colvin on Capitol Hill to talk about this question of the mind of Lisa Murkowski and just what hangs in the balance with her decision today. Rhonda?
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about her, and I've been also applying some of the history that I've had covering her. I remember I was here during the Kavanaugh confirmation, and I remember stopping by her office one day. It was a couple days before the vote, and she was leaning toward a yes vote at the time, but it was at least like 60 or 70 Alaskans flew in specifically to do a sit-down in front of her office, and her aides did allow some of them in to talk to her about their concerns about voting for him. And it was that moment, she said, changed her mind to make her that no vote on Kavanaugh. So I'm wondering, is she getting any, pressure from her constituents? Is she listening to it? We know yesterday she said after yesterday's proceedings ended, she said she was going to put eye drops in and really look over the evidence and then come with her decision on this witness vote. So, she again, like in Kavanaugh, is one of those people that everybody is looking at in the 11th hour, what way they're going to go. And if I'm to read any tea leaves, I'm thinking of how she voted in Kavanaugh and how she was pressured by her constituents to make that decision then.
All right, thanks so much, Rhonda. I'll bring it back here to the studio where we've got Amber Phillips still with us and J.M. Rieger also with The Fix. One thing that happened to Lisa Murkowski, though, after she took that tough Kavanaugh vote, she got such pushback from the Republican Party within the state of Alaska. There was a lot of fury that met her upon her return. So she had cheers, but she also had a lot of bitterness within the ranks of the Republican establishment in Alaska who didn't like seeing her deviate from the bulk of Republicans. So she's probably got a lot of that in her mind as she weighs this decision. So many of these senators are lawyers. They're lawyers by training, and they're approaching this with a legal mind. And we heard Senator Murkowski say that she was going to put the eye drops in, but also then look over like her stack of notes. It sounded like it might be a long night for her as she looked over everything. Amber, you said that people will write to The Fix and ask about what's going on in senators' minds, and it's so hard for us to know unless they choose to tell us, because there's the logical brain they bring to these questions on both sides of the aisle, and then there's the political brain they have to bring.
And my answer for the political brain decision, which people on the left might not like, or even moderate Republicans might not like when the answers defend Trump, is Murkowski has constituents to represent. As you point out, her vote against Brett Kavanaugh in the Supreme Court was unpopular back home. So
among Republicans. Now, she has a big bipartisan base, but the Republican Party was not happy.
Thank you, our Alaska pro here. Thank you for that. So, but like, she's a Republican senator, and I imagine that a lot of these people in perhaps less bipartisan areas think, well, even if I don't like Trump, even if I don't agree with him, even if I think he did it, my constituents want to keep him in office. So that's how they can rationalize defending him.
There's also the question of long memories and short memories, in which senators have an election looming in just a few months' time, and which ones have many years to go. House members have quick turnaround every 2 years, but with a 6-year window to ride the highs and lows of politics, I mean, who knows what the political landscape of the country will be in a few years. So that senators have to have a kind of a different timeline calculation to make, JM.
Yeah, there's kind of more of a gap, more of a buffer, as you point out.
More votes to do, more things to bring home.
And senators obviously are representing much broader constituencies, entire states, right? All of these things factor into their decisions, and Murkowski has always been one that we've watched in a lot of key Senate votes, right? Because she does kind of swing at times back and forth. And I mean, her vote obviously is going to be kind of the crucial one here.
How much pressure is on her vote right now? Because we were looking at those 4 moderates, and we saw that graphic earlier. We can show it on the screen again in just a moment. These 4 moderates were being watched because it would have taken all 4 of them voting to call witnesses for that to happen, right? So all the Democrats voting to call witnesses, those 4 moderate senators voting to call witnesses. As soon as one of them defected, as soon as we knew Lamar Alexander was a no last night,
it's difficult to get to 51.
Yeah, so what position is Murkowski in right now, JM?
Well, I think maybe this is the proper way to frame this, which is there's seemingly no way that there are witnesses and documents if she says she's not going to vote for it, right? there's perhaps a slimmer of hope for Democrats if she says she wants witnesses, right? Because then you're looking at, even if no other Republicans vote for witnesses, you've already got Romney and Collins saying that they will vote for witnesses. So then you're looking at potentially a 50-50 tie. And at that point, you get into this question of whether or not John Roberts is constitutionally able to break that tie. And I think that is, it sort of depends which legal scholar you speak with about whether or not he's able to break that tie. Some Republicans were asked about that yesterday. Mike Braun, Republican from Indiana, said that he didn't even think that it would get to a tie. Tim Scott said that he didn't think it would be, he was asked if it would be improper for John Roberts to break a 50-50 tie on witnesses. He said he didn't think it would be improper for him to weigh in, but he also didn't think that it would get there.
But don't do it.
But don't do it. And the other thing is, well, if Roberts does weigh in, would you potentially then get into a situation where the Senate would have votes to override the ruling of the presiding officer, Roberts, in this case, right? And then you're kind of in an endless rabbit hole, if
Which
you
that
will.
only takes, I looked at the rules, 51 votes. It only takes a majority to override Roberts on this. Or could Roberts, one other option out there is, could Roberts say, I don't want to decide, Senate, why don't you vote if I should decide?
Right.
Which is arguably bad news for Democrats.
I wonder if it's easier to be the person who does as Susan Collins did, or Mitt Romney really telegraphed he was planning to do, which is say nice and early, I'm gonna go with this witness thing, or if it's easy, like what position it is to. Is it hard to be the first person out of the gate, or is it hard to be this last person who all eyes are on and who everyone's sort of pressuring and lobbying?
Well, I do think that could have been a factor in among many in Alexander's decision to vote against witnesses, which is no one necessarily wants to be the McCain figure, right? We all remember McCain voting against quote-unquote skinny healthcare repeal back in 2017 in the Senate, right, which sunk that effort by the Trump administration to roll back some parts of Obamacare. And McCain then was targeted endlessly by Trump allies, and really became the focus, even though there were other Republicans that voted against that as well in the Senate. McCain, because he was the last vote, became the focus. So if Alexander, for example, comes down and says, yes, I'm going to vote for witnesses, all of a sudden Alexander becomes a name in Trump world, if you will, that becomes a target. And Murkowski, potentially, that is another risk for her here, that she becomes kind of a name target, if you will, for Trump and Trump's allies.
We just saw the Chief Justice come into the Senate building, the Capitol building. So this will get underway in about a half hour's time. Our colleague Robert Barnes, who covers the Supreme Court, so aptly described him as a substitute teacher, taking that sort of a role. We have seen the Chief Justice, though, take a slightly more active role at moments. We saw him sort of chide or reprimand both sides to sort of remind them of how significant the Senate is, how deliberative it is. He called it the greatest deliberative body in the world. And then we also saw him deny a question from Rand Paul. And as we saw Rand Paul come into the Senate just a little while ago, he was mobbed with reporters in a way that he otherwise would not have been, because there's no doubt about where Rand Paul's voting on these things. He's a clear, no vote on witnesses, no vote to a yes vote to acquit, a no vote to remove the president from office. But Rand Paul has successfully sort of pulled the news cycle over to him. So let's talk about that moment with the Chief Justice, how he denied the question.
So it happened quietly on Wednesday, the first day of questioning. He submitted a question. Chief Justice basically did that. Thursday, Paul was a little more public about it. I'm going to submit this question that you all want to listen to. Okay, so we did. So the Chief Justice looked at it and he said out loud, I'm not going to read this question. Put it aside. Rand Paul went out to the mics and told reporters the question had a name of a person that conservative news outlets have alleged is the whistleblower. And Rand Paul said, well, I didn't name this person, whistleblower, blah, blah, blah. I just said the name of the person. That was Robert's red line to draw, and it's what he drew. But I think you're right, Libby, like, regardless of whether the question got asked, Rand Paul's point was made for Trump, which is, why don't we instead of arguing about the facts, which increasingly look difficult for us, why don't we try to undermine the investigation that created those facts by alleging some kind of Democratic collusion with the whistleblower for which there is no evidence?
Adam Schiff pushed back against that, JM, and even showed a graphic that had quotes from Republicans, including Devin Nunes, talking about the importance of protecting whistleblowers. So Schiff is saying that we have to protect whistleblowers, also protect my staff because their names have been thrown around. And he's saying that he compared them to Marie Yovanovitch, people who were essentially under threat. But Rand Paul wants to move this forward.
There's some irony that 6 years ago, I think it was, Rand Paul was given an award for his work to protect whistleblowers now, right? And now he's at kind of the front lines of this effort to potentially out, like you said, who conservative outlets have alleged is the whistleblower in this case. I mean, I think the other important point to note here, though, is everything that was in the original whistleblower complaint more or less has been overwhelmingly corroborated, right? Both by reporting, but also by witnesses and documents and other evidence that's been in this impeachment trial. So this is part of an effort by Trump's allies, among kind of a many-pronged effort, if you will, to undermine this process from the core, to say that we should have never been here in the first place, right? And that is kind of this focus on this alleged whistleblower, if you will, by Senator Paul. We'll see whether or not he continues to kind of force this issue. Another interesting moment yesterday, right before that Roberts moment on the Senate floor, was McConnell's opening statement, right, where he seemed to essentially tell senators not to put the Chief Justice in an awkward position and to be respectful of him. Rand Paul was asked about that at that impromptu press conference yesterday and essentially said in so many words, yeah, I kind of did think it was directed at me.
Because if you heard McConnell say that, you might think he was talking to Democrats, the other side of the aisle, but no, it did seem to be directed to Rand Paul.
Right. Rand Paul said, he was asked, he said he hadn't had any conversations with McConnell about the question. So if you take Rand Paul at his word, that means he's kind of been on his own, if you will. He's not coordinating this with Republican leadership in the Senate.
Of course, who knows if you talk to other people on McConnell's staff or other proxies for McConnell.
And the other irony, of course, was when you're a senator, you're supposed to be seated throughout the entire trial.
Oh, that's right.
Rand Paul got up in the middle of the trial to hold a press conference to complain about a question that the Chief Justice had decided not to read, right? So there was a little bit of kind of process irony, if you want to call it that, during that whole
process irony, and also a question of like respect. In fact, Rand Paul might have done exactly what Mitch McConnell was hoping he wouldn't do on a couple of different levels. Well, one of our colleagues, John Hudson, is in Ukraine right now. This is our national security reporter who's been traveling with the Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, and he joins us now by phone from Kyiv. John, thank you so much for talking with us. Let's talk about this visit that Pompeo is on, meeting with President Zelensky. First, what is Pompeo hoping to accomplish?
Yeah, well, it was a big day of meetings. He met a parade of different officials, defense officials, diplomatic officials. And what he said he was coming here to do was to communicate a message to the Ukrainians that the United States is unwaveringly in support of them in their struggle with Russian-backed separatists in their eastern regions. He came and he had several meetings, and he most pointedly had this joint press conference with President Zelensky. And in terms of what he got out of it, he got President Zelensky very publicly coming out and saying that he was grateful for the U.S. support and that the impeachment controversy that's happening in Washington, D.C., has not disrupted the friendly relationships between Ukrainian officials and U.S. officials. So on that angle, the optics looked good for on Pompeo's part. Of course, what was happening the whole time is Ukraine's in a very vulnerable position. They need the U.S. It's their principal military backer in their fight with Russia. And they, of course, did not want to do anything that would anger the Trump administration, which they already know they're not in a great position. So,
John, can we put you on hold for a minute?
It was quite an eventful day.
John, let's hold on for one moment. Amy Klobuchar is addressing cameras, so we're going to keep you on hold and go to her.
Truth. That's a leader when it comes to issues like this president putting his own private interest in front of the interests of our country. I don't have the luxury to switch the channel and watch cartoons, as one of my opponents suggested. I'm here. I'm hoping that the people see it as a plus, and I'm going to do my job.
What would be the utility of pushing it until Monday if it's inevitably going to likely go down?
We don't know that yet, right? We haven't yet had the vote on witnesses. You never know what happens. News seems to be seeping out every day. And as I keep telling my Republican colleagues, this isn't one of those instances where the truth comes out 5 years from now. The truth may come out 5 weeks from now. It may even come out 5 days from now. John Bolton could go on any of your TVs and make an interview and do an interview with great detail, but yet they're denying him from coming forward to being part of this hearing. That makes no sense. That's what's going to be left on their shoulders. So I'm hoping that enough of them will come around. They will actually have witnesses.
Thanks. Klobuchar, right there, Senator Klobuchar addressing reporters. She was just tweeting earlier today, there are lots of rumors about the schedule going into next week, but I have a job to do, and I hope the people of Iowa and beyond will understand that my experience matters. And we've certainly seen Klobuchar in her question to the legal counsel here in this trial put forth her experience both in the Senate as well as someone who has tried to hold people to account, trying to create a contrast to President Trump. Let's go back now to John Hudson with us on the phone from Kyiv. John, thanks for standing by. As you can imagine, so much happening here with the impeachment news. And I want to ask you about the timing of Secretary Pompeo's visit, because it certainly seems to be no accident that it's happening as we watch the trial unfold here in D.C.
Yeah, well, I mean, he had to postpone his previous trip to Ukraine, basically to oversee the killing of Qasem Soleimani, and so there isn't a lot of trickery when it comes to the scheduling, in the sense of that he has been trying to get there and did postpone his previous trip, but. It is true that the administration saw a potential benefit in coming here, and you can see why. President Zelensky was very supportive of the U.S. publicly, and I think as you've been seeing, the arguments that the administration and the White House lawyers are putting forth is, look, President Zelensky says there was no pressure. How can you go after the president when the Ukrainians themselves say there's no pressure? Obviously, the Ukrainians are in a difficult position because the U.S. has so much leverage, and saying anything that could anger the president is really brings them into a vulnerable position. So you saw Zelensky today, very optimistic. At the same time, you also saw him eager for what has been a central issue, which is when is Trump going to have an Oval Office meeting with Zelensky? They would have loved to have this visit be an announcement of when that visit's going to happen. It didn't happen, and Secretary Pompeo said, that this will happen at some point when it is in the interests of Americans and Ukrainians, but couldn't be more specific than that. So. It did continue to raise questions about what the Ukrainians have to do to get that meeting, which they see as so important in showing to the world that the United States has the support of the Ukrainians.
John, talk more with us about why that is still so important. It's certainly been the focus of great conversation here in the Capitol, and we've heard from both sides, the President's Counsel and the House impeachment managers, debate this question of the importance of an Oval Office meeting. You know, the Democratic impeachment managers saying this was so important and essential, but the president's team saying, look, Zelensky got a meeting with the president. You know, he's achieved that the location might not be as relevant and as important. What does it mean to Zelensky?
It's a good question. I mean, symbolism is so important to the Ukrainians right now because there is all of this doubt that the entire impeachment testimonies over so many officials who were saying that the president has this deep-seated skepticism about Ukraine, views it as a deeply corrupt country that is filled with officials who were gunning for him, out for his demise. And for a country that is in this locked dispute with Russia, that is a hot war, it's so important to have the symbolism of the backing by the United States, so that it is really felt that on their part that they have this backer that would be there for them. The world's strongest military would be there for them in their time of need. That's at least the Ukrainians' point of view. You're absolutely right that President Trump did meet with Zelensky in September, but obviously that was right before all of the impeachment controversy really came into a full swing and a real fever pitch. So this is they can certainly say that they've talked, they've met, not at the White House, and in general, this is the symbolism and the trappings of the White House are something that really convey something that is more important. Also worth noting that Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, did meet with Trump and had that meeting, and so that's another thing that the Ukrainians are very aware of, that their primary foe did get an audience with the president.
Okay, John, finally, are people in Ukraine talking about the impeachment trial? A readout from the senior official that I got of Pompeo's meeting with Zelensky said that they did not bring up impeachment, and they talked about economic benefits. In terms of the people of Ukraine, obviously, it's diverse, but the Pompeo's visit is, on the minds of many, because, important senior diplomat, the top diplomat visiting their country. So I can't say that we totally have our finger on the pulse of people in Kyiv as we're moving around in Pompeo's bubble. But he made a lot of important visits to the Ukrainian Orthodox Church and visited wounded soldiers. And so this is certainly making news, and Zelensky had to address impeachment while we were here. So it made big news here, and so they're absorbing it. And so to that extent, the impeachment has become a real story for them. John Hudson joining us by phone from Kyiv. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us, John. Really appreciate it. And again, he is traveling with Secretary Pompeo, reporting on that trip. We have about 10 minutes now before we expect to see the proceedings get underway in the Senate. And the big question today, what will be the vote on witnesses and new evidence? Well, Democrats are still pushing hard, a last-minute attempt to see if they can move the needle on this. We heard senators talk about it today. And this morning, Senator Kamala Harris was part of this Democratic press conference, and she reemerged in her role as a former prosecutor. Let's listen to her put the pressure on the jury.
You cannot have a true acquittal if you've not had a fair trial. So they are not going to get what they've been trying to get if they do not allow witnesses to come forward. This is not a fair trial. The American people, the vast majority of the American public, want this United States Senate to produce the new evidence. The only place this is being debated between Republicans and Democrats is not among the American people, it's here in the United States Senate. The only attributes of a fair trial in our system of justice are witnesses and documents, evidence, none of which have been produced in any meaningful way based on what we know is available here in the United States Senate.
Senator Kamala Harris addressing reporters earlier today. As we wait and see what Senator Murkowski decides on whether she thinks witnesses should be called, I am guessing that that's less of an argument that will appeal to her, because Republicans have said the House did have an opportunity to call witnesses. We heard her asking questions along those lines of, and other moderate Republicans, why did the House stop with following their subpoenas? Like, why not push that to the max? But the thing that may be lingering in undecided senators' minds is something that Senator Klobuchar was just talking about, which is more information might come out, not just in 5 weeks when the John Bolton book is scheduled to be published, but in 5 days. And so we know that senators have been wrestling with this question of, what if new evidence comes out tomorrow and we cast this vote and say we don't need to hear about it today, Amber?
Yeah, it makes them look foolish. They don't want that, and there already is reporting, the New York Times out there today, that there's more in the John Bolton book that could make Trump look bad. That's where I think the Lamar Alexander argument against witnesses comes in. He's essentially saying, more or less, I agree with Kamala Harris. Okay, witnesses might be helpful to get to the bottom of this, but there's no point because I don't think it's impeachable. So that's like an avenue out for someone like Murkowski. She does seem stuck. I think it's interesting, Libby, and you know her better than I do, that we haven't heard from her this morning. She rushed by reporters late last night. She chose not to go to the mics or issue a statement this morning like Mitt Romney did. She's going to walk into that Senate chamber perhaps still deciding what she's going to do.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll be watching to see if she does say anything, or if we're going to wait till the proceedings get underway first. Lamar Alexander did give the House impeachment managers some concessions, JM. Is that cold comfort? I mean, is there a win for Democrats and the House impeachment managers that they were able to convince him on some of these points?
I think we're seeing Democrats already start to preempt what the anticipated, assuming we don't get witnesses, presuming what the Trump defense is going to be, right? Which is, I was acquitted, therefore no harm, no foul. We're already seeing Democrats say you can't be acquitted if there aren't witnesses or documents, right? We heard a little bit of that from Senator Harris there. We heard that Jeff Merkley was saying that last night. So we've heard Democrats allude to this. The other point with Alexander, I think that's interesting is, again, he essentially said that the House made its case. They proved already that Trump did what they said he did. It's just not impeachable. I think that's a very key point. I think that we will potentially see some of these swing Republicans, if they vote to acquit, strike a very similar tone of inappropriate, not impeachable, right? We've seen multiple Republicans already kind of say this in this process. And by the way, that is also, as we kind of wait for Murkowski to come out, I would not be surprised if she comes out against witnesses and documents, if she strikes a similar tone to Alexander. Alexander sort of laid a template for a lot of these moderate Republicans or Republicans who might be on the fence, which I think is a really key point and is how they get around this question of, well, how can you not vote for Bolton to come in if he has this alleged additional information? How can you not vote for other documents and witnesses if you agree with Senator Klobuchar's point that we are going to have more information come out down the road here? We are going to have lawsuits settled and more FOIA documents potentially come out. And that's how they get around it, which is, we know Bolton will just bolster the case more, but it doesn't matter because it was inappropriate but not impeachable. And I would not be surprised if we see Republicans who are on the fence, if they ultimately vote to acquit, whenever we get to that vote, strike a very similar tone.
That's such helpful analysis, JM. Let's go to Rhonda Colvin on Capitol Hill for just what we will be expecting today. Rhonda, take us through how things are going to, how we assume things are going to kick off, and then what to be watching for today.
Right, what we can assume. So procedurally, what's going to happen is that each side, the House managers and also the White House counsel, will have up to 2 hours to speak to this vote for witnesses. So that's going to be a total of about 4 hours. We're expecting the final vote to occur perhaps around 5 or later in the early evening part. So that's what it's going to look like procedurally. I can tell you, though, from where I'm standing here in the Russell Rotunda, it's been really interesting to me, the mood here in this Senate building. This this is the area where a lot of the networks and other outlets, we do interviews with senators, and during this hour, typically a lot of them come through, make some statements before they go in the chamber. But today there have not been many. In fact, for the hours we've been standing here, I've only seen 2 senators come here, and one of them was Van Hollen, which we interviewed. So I think that points to the seriousness of today. Republicans and Democrats are a little hesitant to talk about their thoughts ahead of what we're about to see. That also tells you that they are probably sensing an unpredictable day. So any way this goes, it's going to make news in a few hours, however we see this vote shape up. And if you've been paying attention to your monitor as well, in the area where cameras are as they enter the chamber, you saw a lot of senators arrive very early, like at 12:15, 12:20, and in congressional time, that's really early for senators to arrive to the chamber. So it looks like they know the seriousness of this business and they want to go ahead and get this done and then start talking after we know what happens today. Libby?
Rhonda Colvin, thank you so much. One thing to point out, Congressman Jerry Nadler has put out a statement and written on social media that he won't be here in Washington for the conclusion of the impeachment trial because he needs to be home with his wife, who is suffering from cancer. So we won't see Jerry Nadler here today. There's this fascinating thing about the Senate and the House. There's a true collegiality that you feel from some of these members at a moment like that when someone is dealing with illness or hardship, and yet they're able to spar. And one of the commentaries we've heard from a lot of people, including people who sit in the Senate and House and lament, is that there's not as much of that camaraderie, and there's just a lot more of the sparring. And we'll see what this impeachment trial ultimately does for relationships in the Senate and relationships with the White House, Amber.
Yeah, I think senators are really worried that the House has kind of been a step ahead in that sparring. They're also focused on these rapid pace elections. They have to fly home the second Congress is done. They don't have time to get to know their colleagues on the other side of the aisle. So the Senate watched with hesitation this whole impeachment proceeding in the House, and you heard senators on both sides say, I don't want it to be a circus when it comes over here. I'd imagine some senators feel unhappy with the way this trial has gone, and especially right outside the Senate chambers. They go to the mics and they attack each other. I will point out during the Clinton impeachment trial, to that question of collegiality, the top Republican who controlled the Senate and top Democrat at the time got a standing ovation after the trial was done because they senators felt they kind of protected the institution from the House circusy vibe.
Yeah, we've kind of heard this critique, I think, over the last number of years, which is that a lot of these members don't live in D.C. or don't relocate their families to D.C., I should say, and therefore there is a lot less camaraderie than what you used to have. The relationships are not maybe necessarily there the way they were maybe 20, 30 years ago. And that, I think you do sometimes see that play out on Capitol Hill.
Democrats' lunch is breaking up, so we see them coming out. These caucus lunches are an opportunity for everyone to talk, sometimes air some grievances, oftentimes to get on the same page and hear from leadership what the game plan is today. Just an important and fascinating day. You see right there 2 presidential candidates, Amy Klobuchar and Elizabeth Warren, walking out. So frustrating for them to be here in Washington, but they have repeatedly said, we're here to do our job, we're focused on the trial. Our reporter colleagues are in Iowa watching to see how this is going to play out. A reminder that Iowa caucuses are Monday night. State of the Union is scheduled for Tuesday night back here in Washington, and then just a week later, JM, the New Hampshire primary. So we're watching the Senate chamber there, and we'll bring this to you live and uninterrupted once everyone settles down and we see the Chief Justice. A significant day in this jury trial of whether or not to acquit President Donald Trump, and the big question today, whether or not to call for witnesses. I'd like to thank Amber Phillips and thank J.M. Rieger while I have a moment. Members of the Fix team, thank you guys for being here. And thank you for watching. A reminder that you can subscribe if you're watching on YouTube or someplace else. You just click the subscribe button because it will help us bring you content, and also it helps us deliver high quality journalism during this historic time and every day. What will you two be watching for and listening for? I mean, is the big question whether or not we find out Senator Murkowski's vote in real time?
Yeah, is there any sign in addition to that of Roberts understanding or coming to a decision about his role and how deferential or not deferential he's going to be? I don't know he's getting much of a chance because the way this is going to go, as Rhonda outlined, 2 hours for one side, 2 hours for the other debate. It's not like we're hearing his voice more, but is there any sign of him recognizing he could play a massive role in this trial?
And then I think also if Murkowski comes out against witnesses and documents, and or if she comes out for but Roberts refuses to break what would then be a 50-50 tie, do we have acquittal today? Does this end today? And if it ends today, how long does this go? Because Schumer can offer a number of amendments after the witness resolution. Let's say if it fails, he can offer a seemingly endless number of amendments the way that they did at the start of this trial. So that could drag this on way into the night here. That'll be an interesting component because Democrats, if this fails, there is speculation that some Democrats have kind of alluded to, Dick Durbin and Chris Murphy and others, that they want to put Republicans on the record on each of the components that they think are important in this trial. That'll be a key thing to watch today.
The question is, what will that mean for the presidential candidates, though? And of course, this is all speculation, and it is worth doing the speculation just because it does reveal that there are so many questions outstanding about not just the timeline, but what the timeline would mean about Democrats' strategy and goals, Republicans' strategies and goals. But if you're one of these Democratic presidential candidates, you want to know what to anticipate over the next week, Amber.
Yeah, could they be in trial tomorrow when the vote, maybe the amendments go late into the night, the political ones, and then tomorrow's the big day. Do they want to really have that vote on a Saturday? Do they wait till Monday? And that gives the candidates a chance to zip on out to Iowa for a precious, precious weekend before Monday.
But are they be trapped here on Monday for the actual caucus
That's
night?
just crazy to me that's a real possibility.
Yeah, there's a lot of open questions that we're going to have at least some answers to in a couple hours here. But there are a few different ways that this really could play out. And it is a reminder that every senator, to our earlier conversation, represents a broad swath of voters, right? And their interests are all very unique at times, right? Some of these senators wanted this thing wrapped up yesterday. Some of these senators don't mind if this drags on, so it'll be interesting.
I want to point out that we did have some news that broke today from the New York Times, and I'm going to read a headline from Philip Bump, one of our colleagues. A new Bolton revelation ties Trump to Giuliani's early efforts in Ukraine and implicates other Trump allies. The subhead is, the Senate's vote on witnesses just got more complicated. And this is all about new reporting from the New York Times that suggests that John Bolton was asked by President Trump to call the president-elect of Ukraine, Zelensky, to encourage him to meet with Rudy Giuliani. So the Senate trial is not happening in a vacuum, right? These senators are privy to the news, and they have to think about that even as they try to weigh what they're hearing inside the chamber and weigh the evidence at hand, Amber.
Once again, on the eve of an extremely critical moment in the trial, the last time was on Sunday night before Monday started this whole debate about witnesses, we have a Bolton revelation. And Libby, you asked a great question. Is Murkowski considering what could come out later? Bolton's book is scheduled to come out in March, or sometimes this spring. Is this weighing on her mind? Is do I look foolish if there's just evidence right before me that the former national security advisor said, yep, Trump not only did this pressure campaign using taxpayer money, but he asked me to be involved in it. So that's a direct conversation that's irrefutable to a Democrat's case.
And the other thing is, Trump's lawyers this week have focused very much on this timeline that Trump was asking about Ukraine before Biden was a presidential candidate, and therefore it could not have been political. If this new Bolton reporting is correct.
Which Trump has denied, we should say. He denied to the New York Times this happened.
Yes. And Giuliani, I believe, has also denied. So that is very important to include in this. So it's a big if. If it's true, that does blow up even more of this kind of timeline argument that Trump's lawyers have put forward this week about it couldn't have been political because Biden at the time was not a presidential candidate when Trump first started expressing interest, if you will, in these Ukrainian affairs.
Let me ask you a question. We saw Senator Whitehouse of Rhode Island really try to press President Trump's team about just what information senators should consider. And he was trying to sort of catch them in a bind of, you want us to stick to just the information that we got from the House, right? The evidentiary record. but you're also talking about things that were reported a week ago to try to bolster your case. And what we saw the president's defense team say was, you can look at what you got as the record, and you can also look at like the public record, the trial record, the public record. So what do you do with information like this in terms of that framework of what should be allowed in, JM?
I mean, even last night we saw Politico reported, I think between the 8 and 9 p.m. hour, that Biden in 1999 had written this memo saying, you don't need witnesses, we can rush to acquit this. I'm heavily paraphrasing the Politico's reporting. And a couple hours later, it was read into the Senate record, right, as a question.
As a question, yeah.
That's this. I mean, it's a completely fair point on Senator Whitehouse's part, right? Which is, at what point do you kind of draw the line, cut off what evidence can be admitted? What point do you not allow it to be admitted?
And are you being hypocritical if you're saying we shouldn't be considering information pertinent to this case, but you're sort of cherry picking what we should think about?
Right. And we've also, I mean, a lot of these, the Bolton questions that have happened, I think it's fair to say that at least is somewhat due to this kind of New York Times reporting on this alleged manuscript and what it allegedly says. So this is happening kind of across the aisle, if you will. But it's a very fair point to say, okay, if we're considering kind of all this outside evidence, shouldn't we get even more outside evidence, right, by calling additional witnesses and maybe subpoenaing additional documents here?
Well, this is a debate they're about to have, what we're having on the Senate floor pretty soon, because
Right.
they get 2 hours each side, and Adam Schiff in particular has been extremely nimble at folding in news outside the chamber into his arguments.
So we're watching to wait for the Senate to gavel in here and the Chief Justice to head up to the seat. We expect Chaplain Barry Black to do a prayer, as always, in the morning. It's been so revealing and interesting to listen to how the chaplain introduces the day and calls upon the, in the prayer, he does not ignore the news, right? He does invoke what senators are weighing, what they're thinking about, and what they are wrestling with. And so even hearing the prayer has been revealing about how senators might be reflecting on their responsibility and their role. So as we watch this get underway, there is a real question as to whether or not this could be wrapped up tonight. And JM, is it a valid concern for Republicans to be sort of labeled with, a vote in the dead of night, rushed, It's sort of ironic to see which side uses the term rushed. Does that argument hold sway, or do Republicans just want to get this dispatched with and done if the question of witnesses is dealt with quickly?
I think the important context in this entire process in terms of how voters perceive this is views are very much baked in, right? And people kind of, at this point, the polling really hasn't moved on impeachment. So how both sides decide to sort of spin this whenever this trial ends, I don't know how much maybe that sways one side or the other. And the other thing is, if it's the Democrats that are the ones putting forth kind of amendment after amendment after amendment that pushes, if this does end today, a final vote back, I don't know how much Democrats can get away with the talking point of, well, you did this in the middle of the night, because it would have been Democrats that would have pushed it to the middle of the night. Now, ultimately, McConnell is the quarterback here. So McConnell decides at the end of the day, okay, we're going to do this today. We're going to do that. We're going to push this to Monday. We're going to push this to Saturday. So that is important context to keep in mind. But I mean, as I said earlier, I think we're already starting to see, I mean, what we've seen, but we're seeing the talking points start to shift a little in terms of both sides sort of preempting the anticipated talking point from the other side, because the conclusion has always kind of been known, right? The key question has always been, will there be additional information that comes out that makes Trump and his alleged actions in Ukraine look worse, right? And what that political calculation looks like. That's always been the key question here. We're going to find out in a few hours here whether or not the Senate, and the other important context here is this vote on witnesses and documents in a couple hours is just whether or not they will consider those witnesses and documents. That doesn't mean that any one specific thing will be called.
I want to share some news here. Marco Rubio has put out a statement on how he plans to vote. No surprise that he wants to acquit the president, but his justification is rather interesting. He says he rejects the argument to call new witnesses. He said he rejects the argument that that would not be a fair trial if they don't. He says, nevertheless, new witnesses that would testify to the truth of the allegations are not needed for my threshold analysis, which already assumed that all the allegations made are true. So he's saying even if this is true, he has a high bar and a high standard, both for what would warrant removal from office, but also interesting to hear how he's talking about witnesses.
Yeah, I mean, again, the Clinton trial, there were people on Clinton's side saying this was immoral. Dianne Feinstein actually pushed for a resolution to censure him rather than impeach him. You don't see that in the Trump trial, and former Arizona Republican Senator Jeff Flake has called it tribalism. You cannot go beyond this line Trump has drawn, which is, I did nothing wrong. In that context, it's remarkable to hear even a more moderate senator like Marco Rubio say, I think the House Democrats made their case. Same with Lamar Alexander, the first Bush administration he worked in official. Known as a bipartisan lawmaker, but not like a super moderate lawmaker, say, I think the House Democrats made their case. That's, in this moment, super remarkable.
Right. And that's kind of what we talked about earlier, right? Which is Lamar Alexander sort of laid the template for a lot of these Republicans.
Be a good thing.
So we hear the majority leader calling for the senators to take their seats. The big question on everyone's minds, what's Lisa Murkowski's position? It will be revealing to hear, and politically important to hear, how Republicans talk about their decision to acquit or not call witnesses. But the real question of the hour is ultimately how will Lisa Murkowski weigh in on the question of whether to open the door to new witnesses and evidence. We are seeing the Chief Justice make his way up, so we'll go now live to the Senate chamber. This is live coverage from the Washington Post.
Will convene as a court of impeachment. The chaplain will lead us in prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal Lord God, you have summarized ethical behavior in a single sentence. Do for others what you would like them to do for you. Remind our senators that they alone are accountable to you for their conduct. Lord, help them to remember that they can't ignore you and get away with it. For we always reap what we sow. Have your way, mighty God. You are the potter, our senators, and we are the clay. Mold and make us after your will. Stand up, omnipotent God. Stretch yourself, and let this nation and world know that you alone are sovereign. I pray in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah, Bev.
Senators, please be seated. If there is no objection, the Journal of Proceedings of the trial are approved to date. The Deputy Sergeant at Arms will make the proclamation.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons are commanded to keep silent on pain of imprisonment while the Senate of the United States is sitting for the trial of articles of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives against Donald John Trump, President of the United States.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
For
the information of all colleagues, we'll take a break about 2 hours out.
Pursuant to the provisions of Senate Resolution 483, the Senate has provided up to 4 hours of argument by the parties equally divided on the question of whether or not it shall be in order to consider and debate under the impeachment rules any motion to subpoena witnesses or documents. Mr. Manager Schiff, are you a proponent or opponent? Mr. Cipollone, are you a proponent or opponent? Thank you. Then, Mr. Schiff, you may proceed.
Before I begin, Mr. Chief Justice, the House managers will be reserving the balance of our time to respond to the argument of counsel for the President. Mr. Chief Justice, Senators, fellow House managers, and counsel for the President, I know I speak for my fellow managers as well as counsel for the President in thanking you for your careful attention to the arguments that we have made over the course of many long days. Today we were greeted to yet another development in the case when the New York Times reported with a headline that says, "Trump told Bolton to help his Ukraine pressure campaign," book says. The President asked his national security advisor last spring in front of other senior advisors to pave the way for a meeting between Rudolph Giuliani and Ukraine's new leader. According to the New York Times, more than 2 months before he asked Ukraine's president to investigate his political opponents, President Trump directed John R. Bolton, then his national security advisor, to help with his pressure campaign to extract damaging information on Democrats from Ukrainian officials, according to an unpublished manuscript by Mr. Bolton. Mr. Trump gave the instruction, Mr. Bolton wrote, during an Oval Office conversation in early May that included the acting White House Chief of Staff, Mick Mulvaney, the President's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, and the White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, who is now leading the President's impeachment defense. Now, you will see in a few moments, and you will recall Mr. Cipollone suggesting that the House managers were concealing facts from this body. He said all the facts should come out. Well, there's a new fact which indicates that Mr. Cipollone was among those who were in the loop. Yet another reason why we ought to hear from witnesses. Just as we predicted, and it didn't require any great act of clairvoyance, the facts will come out. They will continue to come out. And the question before you today is whether they will come out in time for you to make a complete and informed judgment as to the guilt or innocence of the President. Now, the Times article goes on to say that Mr. Trump told Mr. Bolton to call Vladimir Zelensky, who had recently won election as president of Ukraine, to ensure Mr. Zelensky would meet with Mr. Giuliani, who is planning a trip to Ukraine to discuss the investigations that the President sought in Mr. Bolton's account. Mr. Bolton never made the call, he wrote. Never made the call. Mr. Bolton understood that this was wrong. He understood that this was not policy. He understood that this was a domestic political errand and refused to make the call. The account in Mr. Bolton's manuscript portrays the most senior White House advisors as early witnesses in the effort that they have sought to distance the President from, including the White House counsel. Over several pages, according to the Times, Mr. Bolton laid out Mr. Trump's fixation on Ukraine and the President's belief, based on a mix of scattershot events, assertions, and outright conspiracy theories, that Ukraine tried to undermine his chances of winning the presidency in 2016. As he began to realize the extent and aims of the pressure campaign, Mr. Bolton began to object. He wrote in the book, affirming the testimony of a former National Security Council aide, Fiona Hill, who had said that Mr. Bolton warned that Mr. Giuliani was a hand grenade who's going to blow everybody up. Now, as you might imagine, the President denies this. The President said today, I never instructed John Bolton to set up a meeting for Rudy Giuliani. one of the greatest corruption fighters in America. So here you have the president saying John Bolton is not telling the truth. Let's find out. Let's put John Bolton under oath. Let's find out who's telling the truth. The trial is supposed to be a quest for the truth. Let's not fear what we will learn. As Mr. Cipollone said, let's make sure that all the facts come out.
Mr. Chief Justice, Senators, Counsel for the President, last Tuesday at the onset of this trial, we moved for Leader McConnell's resolution to be amended to subpoena documents and witnesses from the outset. This body decided to hold the question over. You have now heard opening arguments from both sides. You have seen the evidence that the House was able to collect. You have heard about the documents and witnesses President Trump blocked from the House's impeachment inquiry. We have vigorously questioned both sides. The President's counsel has urged you to decide this case and render your verdict upon the record assembled by the House. The evidence in the record is sufficient. It is sufficient to convict the President on both articles of impeachment, more than sufficient. But that's simply not how trials work. As any prosecutor or defense lawyer would tell you, when a case goes to trial, both sides call witnesses and subpoena documents to bring before the jury. That happens every day in courtrooms all across America. There is no reason why this impeachment trial should be any different. The common sense practice is born out of precedents. There has never before been a full Senate impeachment trial without a single witness. In fact, you can see in the slide, in every one of the 15 prior impeachment trials, the Senate has called multiple witnesses. Today, we ask you to follow this body's uniform precedents and your common sense. We urge you to vote in favor of subpoenaing witnesses and documents. Now, I'd like to address one question at the offset. There has been much back and forth about whether, if the House believes it has sufficient evidence to convict, which we do, why do we need more witnesses and documents? So I'd like to be clear. The evidence presented over the past week and a half strongly supports a vote to convict the president. The evidence is overwhelming. We have a mountain of evidence. It's direct, it's corroborated by multiple sources, and it proves that the president committed grave, impeachable offenses to cheat in the next election. The evidence confirms that if left in office, President Trump will continue to harm America's national security. He will continue to seek to corrupt the upcoming election, and he will undermine our democracy, all to further his own personal gain. But this is a fundamental question that must be addressed. Is this a fair trial? Is this a fair trial? Is this a fair trial? Without the ability to call witnesses and produce documents, the answer is clearly and unequivocally no. It was the president's decision to contest the facts, and that is his right. But because he has chosen to contest the facts, he shall not be heard to complain. He shall not be heard to complain that the House wishes to further prove his guilt, to answer the questions he would raise. He complains that few witnesses spoke directly to the president about his misconduct beyond his damning conversations with Sondland and Mulvaney. Okay, let's hear from others then. The witnesses the House wishes to call directly to the president's own words, his own admissions of guilt, his own confessions of responsibility. If they did not, all the president's men would be on their witness list, not ours. These witnesses and the documents their agencies produce tell the full story. And I believe that we are interested in hearing the full story. You should want to hear it. More than that, the American people, we know they want to hear it. The House Republicans' own expert witness in the House, Professor Turley, said if you could prove the president used our military aid to pressure Ukraine to investigate a political rival and interfere in our elections, it would be an impeachable abuse of power. And Senator Graham, too, recognized that if such evidence existed, it could potentially change his mind on impeachment. Well, we now have another witness, a fact witness, who would reportedly say exactly that. Ambassador Bolton's new manuscript, which we will discuss in more detail in a moment, reportedly confirms that the president told him in no uncertain terms. We're talking about the former National Security Advisor saying the president told him in no uncertain terms, no aid until investigations, including the Bidens. For a week and a half, the president has said no such evidence exists. They are wrong. But if you have any doubt about the evidence, the evidence is at your fingertips. The question is, will you let all of us, including the American people, simply hear the evidence and make up their own minds? And you can make up your own minds, but will we let the American people hear all of the evidence? You'll recall that Ambassador Bolton, the president's former national security advisor, is one of the witnesses we asked for last Tuesday. We did not know at the time what he'd say. We didn't know what kind of witness that he would be, but Ambassador Bolton made clear that he was willing to testify and that he had relevant firsthand knowledge that hadn't yet been heard. We argued that we all deserved to hear that evidence, but the president opposed him. Now we know why. Because John Bolton could corroborate the rest of our evidence and confirm the president's guilt. So today, senators, we come before you and we argue again that you let this witness and the other key witnesses we have identified come forward so you have all of the information available to you when you make this consequential decision. If witnesses are not called here, these proceedings will be a trial in name only. And the American people clearly know a fair trial when they see one. Large majorities of the American people want to hear from witnesses in this trial, and they have a right to hear from witnesses in this trial. Let's hear from them. Let's look them in the eye, gauge their credibility, and hear what they have to say about the president's actions. For the same reasons, this body should grant our request to subpoena documents. The documents that the President also blocked the House from obtaining. Documents from the White House, the State Department, DOD, and OMB that will complete the story and provide the whole truth, whatever they may be. We ask that you subpoena these documents so that you can decide for yourself. If you have any doubt as to what occurred, let's look at this additional evidence. To be clear, we're not asking you to track down every single document or to call every possible witness. We have carefully identified only 4 key witnesses with direct knowledge who can speak to the specific issues that the President has disputed. And we targeted key documents which we understand have already been collected, for example, at the State Department. They've already been collected. This will not cause a substantial delay. As I made clear last night, these matters can be addressed in a single week. As we made clear last night, these matters can be addressed in a single week. We know that from President Clinton's case. There, the Senate voted to approve a motion for witnesses on January 27. The next day, it established procedures for those depositions and adjourned as a court of impeachment until February 4. In that brief period, the parties took 3 depositions. The Senate then resumed its proceedings by voting to accept the deposition testimony into the record. In this trial, too, let's do the same. We should take a brief 1-week break for witness testimony and document collection, during which time the Senate can return to its normal business. The trial should not be allowed to be different from every other impeachment trial or any other kind of trial, simply because the President doesn't want us to know the truth. The American people that we all represent, the American people that we all love and care about, deserve to know the truth, and a fair trial requires it. This is too important of a decision to be made without all of the relevant evidence. Before turning to the specific need for these witnesses and documents, I want to make clear we are not asking you again to break new ground. We're asking quite the opposite. We are asking you to simply follow the Senate's unbroken precedents and to do so in a manner that allows you to continue the Senate's ordinary business. The Senate, sitting as a court of impeachment, has heard witness testimony in every other, as we've said earlier, in every other 15 impeachment trials in the history of the Republic. And in fact, these trials have had an average of 33 witnesses. And the Senate has repeatedly subpoenaed and received new documents while adjudicating cases of impeachment. That makes sense. Under our Constitution, the Senate does not just vote on impeachments. It does not just debate them. Instead, the Senate is commanded by the Constitution to try all cases of impeachment. Well, a trial requires witnesses. A trial requires documents. This is the American way, and this is the American story. If the Senate denies our motions, it would be the only time in history it has rendered a judgment on articles of impeachment without hearing from a single witness or receiving a single relevant document from the President whose conduct is on trial. And why? How can we justify this break from precedents? How would we justify, for what reason would we break precedents in these proceedings? There are many compelling reasons beyond precedents that demands subpoenas for witnesses and cases and documents in this case. And at this time, I yield to Manager Garcia.
Mr. Chief Justice, President's Counsel, Senators. Last week, I shared with you that I was reflecting on my first days at a school for baby judges. Y'all may recall that. And I mentioned to you that one of the first things they told us was that we had to be good listeners and be patient. And you as judges in this trial have certainly passed the test. Thank you for being good listeners and for being patient with us. It's been quite a long journey, but we're here today to talk about the other thing they told us in baby judge school, and that was that we had to give all the parties in front of us a fair hearing, an opportunity to be heard, an opportunity to cross-examine witnesses, an opportunity to bring evidence. And that's what I want to talk to you about today. Because in terms of fundamental fairness, subpoenas by the Senate in this trial would mitigate the damage caused by the president's wholesale obstruction of the House inquiry. The president claims that there is no direct evidence of his wrongdoing, despite direct evidence to the contrary in Ambassador Bolton's offer to testify to even more evidence in a trial. But let's not forget that the president is arguing that there is no direct evidence while blocking all of us from getting that direct evidence. It's a remarkable position that they have taken. Quite frankly, never, as a lawyer or a former judge, have I ever seen anything like this. And for the first time in our history, President Trump ordered his entire administration to defy every single impeachment subpoena. The Trump administration has not produced a single document in response to the congressional subpoenas. Not a single page, nada. That's never happened before. There is no legal privilege to justify the blanket blocking of all of these documents. We know that there are more relevant documents. There is no dispute about that. It is uncontested. Witnesses have testified in exceptional detail about these documents that exist that the president is simply hiding. President Trump's blanket order prohibiting the entire executive branch from participating in an impeachment investigation also extended to witnesses. 12 in all followed that order and refused to testify. Much of the critical evidence we have is a result of career officials bravely coming forward despite the president's obstruction. But those closest to the president, some may say, like in the musical Hamilton, those in the room when it happened, followed his instruction. The president does not dispute that these witnesses have information that is relevant to this trial, that these individuals have personal and direct knowledge of the president's actions and motivations and can provide the very evidence he says now that we don't have. Now, the president's counsel alleged the House managers hid evidence from you.
Because as House managers, really their goal should be to give you all of the facts, because they're asking you to do something very, very consequential. And ask yourself, given the facts you heard today that they didn't tell you, who doesn't want to talk about the facts? Who doesn't want to talk about the facts? Impeachment shouldn't be a shell game. They should give you the facts.
This is nice rhetoric. but it's simply incorrect. The President's counsel cherry-picked misleading bits of evidence, cited disposition transcripts of witnesses who subsequently corrected their testimony in public hearings, and said the opposite, and in some cases simply left out the second half of witness statements. That's how the House managers accurately presented the relevant evidence to you. We spent about 20 hours presenting the facts and the evidence. The President's counsel spent 4 hours focusing on the facts and the evidence. And that evidence shows that the President is guilty. But to the extent certain facts were shown to you, let's be very clear. We are not the ones hiding the facts. The House managers did not hide that evidence. President Trump hid the evidence. And that's why we are the ones standing up here asking you to not let the President silence these witnesses and hide these documents. We don't know precisely what the witnesses will say or what the documents will show, but we all deserve to hear the truth. And more importantly, the American people deserve to hear the truth. Never before has the President been put himself above the law and hid the facts of his offenses from the American people like this one. We cannot let this President be different. Quite simply, the stakes are too high. Second, as this builds on what we have been arguing, the Senate requires and should want a complete evidentiary record before you vote on the most sacred task that the Constitution entrusts in every single one of you. I can respect that some of you have deep beliefs that the removal of this president would be divisive. Others, you may believe that allowing this president to remain in the Oval Office would be catastrophic to our republic and our democracy. But regardless of where you are, or regardless of where you land on this spectrum, you should want a full and complete record before you make a final decision and to understand the full story. It should not be about party affiliation. It should be about seeing all the evidence and voting your conscience based on all the relevant facts. It should be about doing impartial justice. Consider the harm done to our institutions, our constitutional order, and the public faith in our democracy. If the Senate chooses to close its eyes to learning the full truth about the president's misconduct, how can the American people have confidence in the result of a trial without witnesses? Third, the president should want a fair trial. He has repeatedly said that publicly, that he wants a trial on the merits. He specifically said it, you saw a clip, that he wanted a fair trial in the Senate. And that would have to be with witnesses that testify, including John Bolton and Mick Mulvaney. He said that he wants a complete and total exoneration. Well, whatever you say about this trial, there cannot be an exoneration without hearing from those witnesses, because an acquittal on an incomplete record after a trial lacking witnesses and evidence will be no exoneration. It will be no vindication, not for the president, not for this chamber, and not for the American people. And if the president is telling the truth and he did nothing wrong, and the evidence would prove that, then we all know that he would be an enthusiastic supporter of subpoenas. He would be here probably himself, if he could, urging you to do subpoenas if he had information that would prove he was totally not in the wrong. If he is innocent, he should have nothing to hide. His counsel should be the ones here asking today to subpoena Bolton and Mulvaney and others for testimony. The president would be eager to have the people closest to him to testify about his innocence. He would be eager to present the documents that show he was concerned about corruption and burden sharing. But the fact that he has so strenuously opposed the testimony of his closest advisors and all the documents speaks volumes. You should issue subpoenas to the president so that the president can get the fair trial that he wanted. But more importantly, so the American people can get the fair trial that they deserve. The American people deserve a fair trial. I said at the onset of this trial that one of the most important decisions you would make at this moment in history will not be whether you convict or acquit, but whether the president and the American people will get a fair trial. The process is more than just the ultimate decision, because the faith in our institution depends on the perception of a fair process. A vote against witnesses and documents undermines that faith. Senators, the American people want a fair trial. The overwhelming majority of Americans, 3 in 4 voters, 3 in 4, as of this past Tuesday, believe that this trial should have witnesses. Now, there's not much that the American people agree on these days, but they do agree on that. And they know what a fair trial is. That involves witnesses and it involves evidence. The American people deserve to know the facts about their president's conduct and those around him. And they deserve to have confidence in this process, confidence that you made the right decision. In order to have that confidence, the Senate must call relevant witnesses and obtain relevant documents withheld thus far by this president. The American people deserve a fair trial. I now yield to my colleague, Manager Parsons.
Mr. Chief Justice, members of the Senate, counsel for the President. Last week, the House managers argued for the testimony of 4 witnesses: Ambassador John Bolton, Mick Mulvaney, Robert Blair, and Michael Duffy. And during the presentations from both parties, it has become abundantly clear why the direct testimony from those witnesses is so critical, and new evidence continues to underscore that importance. So let's start with John Bolton. The President's counsel has repeatedly stated that the President didn't personally tell any of our witnesses that he linked the military aid to the investigations.
There is simply no evidence anywhere that President Trump ever linked security assistance to any investigations. Most of the Democrats' witnesses have never spoken to the President at all, let alone about Ukraine security assistance. Not a single witness testified that the President himself said that there was any connection between any investigations and security assistance, a presidential meeting, or anything else.
Simply not true, as the testimony of Ambassador Sondland and the admission of Mick Mulvaney make very clear. The evidence before you proves that the President not only linked the aid to the investigations, he also conditioned both the White House meeting and the aid on Ukraine's announcement of the investigations. But if you want more, a witness to acknowledge that the President told them directly that the aid was linked, a witness in front of you, then you have the power to ask for it. I mentioned this portion, there's a slide, I mentioned this portion of Ambassador's manuscript in the beginning, and Manager Schiff referenced it as well. But he says directly that the President told him this. Now, the President has publicly lashed out in recent days at Ambassador Bolton. He says that what Ambassador Bolton is saying is nasty and untrue. But denials in 280 characters is not the same as testimony under oath. We know that. Let's put Ambassador Bolton under oath and ask him point blank. Did the president use $391 million of taxpayer money, military aid intended for an ally at war, to pressure Ukraine to investigate his 2020 opponent? The stakes are too high not to. I'd like to briefly walk you through why Ambassador Bolton's testimony is essential to ensuring a fair trial. Also addressing some of the questions that you've asked in the past 2 days. First, turning back to Ambassador Bolton's manuscript. The President's Counsel has said no scheme existed. And the President's Counsel has cited repeated denials, public denials, of President Trump's inner circle about Bolton's allegations. None of them, of course, under oath. And as we know from the testimony of Ambassador Bolton, how important being sworn in really is. But Ambassador Bolton, as the top national security aide, has direct insight into the President's inner circle. And he is willing to testify under oath whether, quote, everyone was in the loop, as he testified before. Ambassador Bolton reportedly knows, quote, new details about senior cabinet officials who have publicly tried to sidestep involvement, end quote, including Secretary Pompeo and Mr. Mulvaney's knowledge of the scheme. Second, Ambassador Bolton has direct knowledge of key events outside of the July 25th call that confirm the President's scheme. Remember, this is exactly the type of direct evidence the President's Counsel say doesn't exist. That's partly because they would like you to believe that the July 25th call makes up all of the evidence of our case. The call, of course, is just a part of the large body of evidence that you've heard about the past week, but it is a key part. But Ambassador Bolton has critical insight into the President's misconduct outside of this call, and you should hear it. Take, for example, the July 10th meeting with U.S. and Ukrainian officials at the White House. Dr. Hill testified during the meeting that Ambassador Sondland said that he had a deal with Mr. Mulvaney to schedule a White House meeting if the Ukrainians did the investigations. According to Dr. Hill, when Ambassador Bolton learned this, he told her to go back to the NSC's legal advisor, John Eisenberg, and tell him, quote, I am not a part of whatever drug deal Sondland and Mulvaney are cooking up on this, end quote. We already have corroboration of Dr. Hill's testimony from other witnesses like Lieutenant Colonel Vindman. And we have new corroboration from Ukraine, too. Oleksandr Daniluk, President Zelensky's former national security advisor, recently confirmed in an interview that the, quote, roadmap for U.S.-Ukraine relations should have been the substance, but the investigations were raised, end quote. Daniluk also explained why this was so problematic. He raised concerns that being, quote, dragged into this internal process would be really bad for the country. And also, if there's something that violates U.S. law, that's up to the U.S. to handle, end quote. Daniluk elaborated that there were serious things to discuss at the meeting. But if instead Ukraine was being dragged into, quote, internal politics using our president, who is fresh on the job, inexperienced, that could just destroy everything, end quote. Another key defense raised by the president has been that Ukraine felt no pressure, that these investigations are entirely proper. Well, here's Ukraine saying the opposite of that. You know what else Daniluk said in the interview? Quote, it was definitely John who I trusted, end quote, talking about Ambassador Bolton. So if you want to know whether Ukrainians felt pressured, call John Bolton as a witness. He was trusted by Ukraine, and he was there for these key meetings. And he was so concerned that he characterized the scheme as a drug deal and urged Dr. Hill and others to report their concerns to NSC legal counsel, who reports to White House counsel Cipollone. So let's ask Ambassador Bolton these questions directly under oath. The president says Ukraine felt no pressure, that soliciting these investigations wasn't improper. Is that true? If it is true, why is Ukraine publicly saying that the talk of investigations could destroy everything? And if the president's administration thought this was okay, why did you use the words drug deal? We should ask him that. Why did you urge your staff to report concerns to lawyers? These are all questions that we can get the answers to. Third, the president has suggested the House managers have not presented any direct evidence about Mr. Giuliani's role in the scheme.
In fact, it appears the House committee wasn't particularly interested in presenting you with any direct evidence of what Mayor Giuliani did or why he did it. Instead, they ask you to rely on hearsay, speculation, and assumption, evidence that would be inadmissible in any court.
Well, once again, that's simply not true. But if you want more evidence, we know that Ambassador Bolton has direct evidence of Mr. Giuliani's role regarding Ukraine and expressed concerns about it. The president has suggested that Mr. Giuliani wasn't doing anything improper, and he was not involved in conducting policy. By their own admission, they said he wasn't doing policy. So let's ask John Bolton what Giuliani was doing, and whether the investigations were politically motivated or part of our foreign policy. He would know. Dr. Hill testified that Ambassador Bolton said Mr. Giuliani was, quote, a hand grenade, which he explained referred to, quote, all of the statements that Mr. Giuliani was making publicly, that the investigations that he was promoting, that the storyline he was promoting, the narrative he was promoting was going to backfire, end quote. The narrative Mr. Giuliani was promoting, of course, was asking Ukraine to dig up dirt on Biden. Dr. Hill also testified that Ambassador Bolton was so concerned, he told Dr. Hill and other members of the NSC staff, quote, nobody should be meeting with Giuliani, end quote. And that was, quote, closely monitoring what Mr. Giuliani was doing and the messaging that he was sending out, end quote. So let's ask Ambassador Bolton. If Mr. Giuliani wasn't doing anything wrong, why were you so concerned about his behavior? And that you directed your staff to have no part in this? If Mr. Giuliani wasn't trying to dig up dirt on Biden, why did you seem to think he was, that he could, quote, blow everything up? Fourth, the president has said that there was nothing wrong with the July 25th call. But once again, the evidence suggests that Ambassador Bolton would testify that the opposite is true. According to witness testimony, Ambassador Bolton expressed concerns even before the call that it would be, quote, a disaster, because he thought there would be, quote, talk of investigations or worse. Now, if the president would have you believe that the call was perfect, as he's repeatedly stated, why don't we find out? Because all of the evidence before you suggests otherwise. And Ukraine knows this is not the case. The call was not perfect. Daniluk is clear on this point. He said, quote, one thing I can tell you that was clear from this July 25th call is that the issue of the investigations is an issue of concern for Trump, end quote. Or it was clear. But if there's still any uncertainty, we must ask Ambassador Bolton. If there was no scheme, how did you know President Trump would raise investigations on the call? What made you so concerned a call would be a disaster? Fifth, the president's main defense, once again, is that he withheld the military aid for a legitimate reason. But the evidence doesn't support that. We've heard a lot. The evidence doesn't support that. Witness testimony, emails, and other documents confirm that Ambassador Bolton and his subordinates, on many occasions, including through in-person meetings with the president himself, urged the president that there was no legitimate reason to withhold the aid. But if you're not sure, if you think this could in any way have been about a legitimate policy reason, let's ask the National Security Advisor, who was in charge of that. If this was simply a policy dispute, as the president argues, let's ask John Bolton whether that's true. The president also argues that you cannot evaluate the president's subjective intent, that the president can use his power any way he feels is appropriate. That's, of course, not the case. Whether his intent was corrupt is a central part of this case, as it is in nearly every criminal case in the country. As a backup argument, however, the president claims that we want you to read the president's mind. Juries, of course, are routinely...
entire impeachment process is about the House managers' insistence that they are able to read everybody's thoughts, they can read everybody's intention, They think you can read minds.
They want to tell you what President Trump thought.
Of course, are routinely asked to determine the defendant's state of mind. That's central to almost every criminal case in the country. And it's disingenuous for the President's counsel to argue that the defendant's state of mind is unknowable, that it requires a mind reader, or is anything but the most common element of proof of any crime, constitutional or otherwise. But if you want more information, let's ask the President whether John Bolton can help fill in any gaps about his state of mind.
If you think about it, John, he knows some of my thoughts. He knows what I think about leaders.
The case is about the President's conduct in Ukraine. John Bolton knows a lot about that. Let's hear from him. A fair trial demands it. And it's more than just ensuring a fair trial. It's about remembering that in America, truth matters. As Mr. Bolton said on January 30th, quote, "The idea that somehow testifying to what you think is true is destructive to the system of government we have, I think, is very nearly the reverse. The exact reverse of the truth," end quote. Now, as Manager Schiff started this out, the truth continues to come out. Again, in an article today, more information. The truth will come out, and it's continuing to. The question here before this body is, what do you want your place in history to be? Do you want your place in history to be, let's hear the truth, or that we don't want to hear it?
Given our time constraints, we will now summarize the reasons why Mr. Mulvaney, Mr. Duffy, and Mr. Blair are also important. Let's turn first to Mr. Mulvaney. To begin with, Mr. Mulvaney participated in meetings and discussions with President Trump at every single stage of this scheme. We just talked about motive and intent. Well, if you want further insight into the President's motives or intent, further direct evidence of why he withheld the military aid in the White House meeting, you should call his acting chief of staff, who had more access than anyone. Mr. Mulvaney is important because the President's counsel continues to argue incorrectly that our evidence is just hearsay and speculation. Faced with Ambassador Sondland and Mr. Holmes saying this was all as clear as 2 + 2 = 4, the President says they are just guessing. That is simply not true. The evidence is direct. The evidence is compelling and confirmed by many witnesses, corroborated by text messages, emails, and phone records. But if you want more evidence, if you want another first-hand account for why the aid was withheld, for the undisputed quid pro quo for that White House meeting, let's just hear from Mick Mulvaney. Over and over again, Ambassador Sondland described to multiple witnesses how Mr. Mulvaney was directly involved in the President's scheme. Here's some of that testimony.
And so when I came in, Gordon Sondland was basically saying, well, look, we have a deal here that there will be a meeting. I have a deal here with Chief of Staff Mulvaney. There will be a meeting if the Ukrainians open up or announce these investigations into 2016 in Burisma. And I cut it off immediately there. Ambassador Bolton told me that I am not part of this whatever drug deal that Mulvaney and Sondland are cooking up.
What did you understand him to mean by the drug deal that Mulvaney and Sondland were cooking up?
I took it to mean investigations for a meeting.
Did you go speak to the lawyers?
I certainly did.
What I want to ask you about is he makes reference in that drug deal to a drug deal cooked up by you and Mulvaney. It's the reference to Mulvaney that I want to ask you about. You've testified that Mulvaney was aware of this quid pro quo, of this condition that the Ukrainians had to meet, that is, announcing these public investigations to get the White House meeting. Is that right?
Yeah, a lot of people were aware of it, and
including Mr. Mulvaney.
Correct.
Remarkably, the president is still denying the facts, even as they argue that if it's true, it's still not impeachable. But if the president did nothing wrong, if he held up the aid because of so-called corruption or burden-sharing reasons, he should want his chief of staff to come testify under oath before this distinguished body and say just that. Why doesn't he want Mulvaney to appear before the United States Senate? Well, we know the answer. Because Mr. Mulvaney will confirm the corrupt shakedown scheme. Because Mr. Mulvaney was in the loop. Everyone was in the loop. As Ambassador Sondland summarized in his testimony on July 19th, he emailed several top administration officials, including Mr. Mulvaney, that President Zelensky was prepared to receive POTUS's call and would assure President Trump that he intends to run a fully transparent investigation and will turn over every stone. Mr. Mulvaney replied, "I asked NSC to set it up for tomorrow." The above email seems clear. Ambassador Sondland testified that it was clear, that he was confirming to Mr. Mulvaney that he had told President Zelensky he had to tell President Trump on that July 25th call that he would announce the investigation, which he explained was a reference to one of the two phony political investigations that President Trump wanted. And Mr. Mulvaney replies that he'll set up the meeting, consistent with the agreement that Sondland explained he'd reach with Mr. Mulvaney to condition a meeting on the investigations. But if there's any uncertainty, if there's any lingering questions about what this means, let's just question Mick Mulvaney under oath. Mr. Mulvaney also matters because we have heard several questions from this distinguished body of senators wanting to understand when or why or how the president ordered the hold on the security aid. As the head of the Office of Management and Budget, Mr. Mulvaney has unique insights into all of these questions. Your questions. Remember that email exchange between Mr. Mulvaney and his deputy, Rob Blair, on June 27th, when Mulvaney asked Blair about whether they could implement the hold? And Blair responded that it could be done, but that Congress would become unhinged. It wasn't just Congress. It was the Independent Government Accountability Office that determined that the president's hold violated the law. But if the president's counsel is going to argue without evidence that he withheld the aid as part of U.S. foreign policy, seems to make sense that the Senate should hear directly from Mr. Mulvaney, who has firsthand knowledge of exactly these facts. He said so himself.
Again, I was involved with the process by which the money was held up temporarily.
Why doesn't President Trump want Mick Mulvaney to testify? Why? Perhaps here's why.
Did he also mention to me in the past the corruption related to the DNC server? Absolutely. No question about that. But that's it. And that's why we held up the money. Now, there was a report.
So the demand for an investigation into the Democrats was part of the reason that he ordered to withhold funding to Ukraine.
The look back to what happened in 2016 certainly was part of the thing that he was worried about in corruption with that nation. And that is absolutely appropriate.
But to be clear, what you just described is a quid pro quo. It is funding will not flow unless the investigation into the Democratic server happened as well.
We do that all the time with foreign policy. We were holding up money at the same time for what was it? The Northern Triangle countries. We were holding up aid at the Northern Triangle countries so that they would change their policies on immigration. By the way, and this speaks to an important. I'm sorry. This speaks to an important point because I heard this yesterday, and I can never remember the gentleman who testified. Was it McKinney? The guy, is that his name? I don't know him. He testified yesterday. And if you believe the news reports, okay, because we've not seen any transcripts of this. The only transcript I've seen was Sondland's testimony this morning. If you read the news reports and you believe them, what did McKinney say yesterday? Well, McKinney said yesterday that he was really upset with the political influence in foreign policy. That was one of the reasons he was so upset about this. And I have news for everybody. Get over it. There's going to be political influence in foreign policy.
Is that what the Constitution requires? Get over it? Is that good enough for this body, the world's greatest deliberative body? Get over it? The President's counsel can try to emphasize Mr. Mulvaney and his attorney's efforts to walk back this statement. But as you've seen with your own eyes, the statement was unequivocal. And even when given the chance in real time on that day, on October 17th, to deny a quid pro quo, he doubled down. Get over it, he said. But if you have any questions about what the real answer is, where the truth lies, there's only one way to find out. Let's all just question Mr. Mulvaney under oath during a Senate trial. After all, counsel said that cross-examination was the greatest vehicle in the history of American jurisprudence ever invented to ascertain the truth. Your standard. Finally, I'd like to touch briefly on the importance of Mr. Blair and Mr. Duffy to this case. The President's lawyers have argued that withholding foreign aid is entirely within his right as Commander-in-Chief, that this was a normal, ordinary decision, and that this is all just one big policy disagreement. We have proven exactly the opposite. This can't be a policy disagreement because the President's hold actually went against U.S. policy. The hold was undertaken outside of the normal channels by a president who they admit was not conducting policy. The hold was concealed not only from Congress, but from the President's own officials responsible for Ukraine policy. And most importantly, the hold violated the law. The President has the right to make policy, but he does not have the right to break the law and coerce an ally into helping him cheat in our free and fair elections. And he doesn't have a right to use hundreds of millions of dollars in taxpayer funds as leverage to get political dirt on an American citizen who happens to be his political opponent. But if you remain unsure about all of this, who better to ask than Mr. Blair or Mr. Duffy? They oversaw and executed the process of withholding the aid. They can tell us exactly how unrelated to business as usual this whole shakedown scheme was when it was underway. They can testify about why the aid was withheld and whether there was any legitimate explanation for withholding it. Some of you have asked that very question. Multiple officials, including Ambassador Sondland, Ambassador Taylor, David Holmes, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, Jennifer Williams, and Mark Sandy, all testified that they were never given a credible explanation for the hold. So let's ask Mr. Blair, let's ask Mr. Duffy if this happens all the time, as Mick Mulvaney suggests. Why at this time, in connection with this scheme, were all of those witnesses left in the dark? Despite the president's refusal to produce a single document, to produce a shred of information in this impeachment inquiry undertaken in the House, his administration did produce 192 pages of Ukraine-related email records in Freedom of Information Act lawsuits, albeit in heavily redacted form. These documents confirm Mr. Duffy's central role in executing the hold. He's on nearly every single email released. Nearly every single email. Here's an important email from that production. Just 90 minutes after the July 25th call, Mr. Duffy emailed officials at the Department of Defense that they should hold off on any additional DoD obligations of these funds. Mr. Duffy added that the request was sensitive and that they should keep this information closely held. The timing is important because if the aid wasn't linked to the July 25th call, if it wasn't related, why the sensitive, closely held request made within 2 hours of that call? Let's just ask Mr. Duffy. Mr. Duffy and Mr. Blair can testify about the concerns raised by DoD to the Office of Management and Budget, about the illegality of the hold, and why it remained in place even after DoD warned the administration that it would violate the Impoundment Control Act. Now, the president, of course, has disputed this fact. But we have demonstrated that OMB was warned repeatedly by DoD officials of two things. First, continuing to withhold the aid would prevent the Department of Defense from spending the money before the end of the fiscal year. And second, the hold was potentially illegal, as turned out to be the case. By August 9th, DoD told Mr. Duffy directly that DoD, the Department of Defense, could no longer support the Office of Management and Budget's claims that the hold would not preclude timely execution of the aid for Ukraine, our vulnerable ally at war with Russian-backed separatists. Yet, as Mr. Duffy reportedly told Ms. McCusker at the Department of Defense on August 30th, there was a clear direction from POTUS to continue the hold. Clear direction from the President of the United States to continue the hold. So how did Mr. Duffy understand the clear direction? to continue the hold? Why is the president claiming that this wasn't unlawful when DOD, the Department of Defense, repeatedly warned his administration that it was? Wouldn't we all like to ask Mr. Duffy these questions? Finally, here's another reason why we know this was not business as usual. On July 29th, Mr. Duffy, a political appointee with zero relevant experience, abruptly seized responsibility for withholding the aid from Mark Sandy, a career Office of Management and Budget official. Seized the responsibility from a career official. Mr. Duffy provided no credible explanation for that decision. Mr. Sandy testified that nothing like that had ever happened in his entire governmental career. Let's think about that. If this is as routine as the president claims, why is a career official saying he's never seen anything like this happen before? Mr. Duffy knows why. Shouldn't we just take the time to ask him? The American people deserve a fair trial. The Constitution deserves a fair trial. The president deserves a fair trial. A fair trial means witnesses. A fair trial means documents. A fair trial means evidence. No one is above the law. I now yield to my distinguished colleague, Manager Lofgren.
Mr. Chief Justice and Senators, it's not just about hearing from witnesses. You need documents. The documents don't lie. There are specific documents relevant to this impeachment trial in the custody of the White House, OMB, DOD, and the State Department, and the President has hidden them from us. I'm not going to go through each category again in detail, but here are some observations. This is, of course, an impeachment case against the President of the United States. Nothing could be more important. And the most important documents that go directly to who knew what when, are being held by the executive branch. Many of these records are at the White House. The White House has records about the phone calls with President Zelensky, about scheduling an Oval Office meeting with President Zelensky, about the President's decision to hold security assistance, about communications among his top aides, about concerns raised by public officials with legal counsel. We've heard about Ambassador Bolton's handwritten notes and book manuscript and Lieutenant Colonel Vindman's presidential policy memorandum. We know of reports about a number of emails in early August trying to create after-the-fact justifications for the hold, but we haven't seen any of them. They're at the White House, being hidden by the President. I think it's a cover-up. Documents at the State Department. Records about the recall of Ambassador Yovanovitch, about Mr. Giuliani's efforts for the President, about concerns raised about the hold, about the Ukrainian reaction to the hold, and when exactly they learned about it. About negotiations with the Ukrainians for an Oval Office meeting. We know of Ambassador Taylor's first-person cable and notes and Mr. Kent's memos to file. We know about Mr. Sondland's emails with Pompeo and Breckbull and Mulvaney and Perry, but we haven't seen them. They're sitting at the State Department. DOD and OMB also have records. Records about President Trump's hold on military aid to Ukraine, about the justification for the hold, about hiding the hold from Congress and trying to justify the hold after the fact, and about why the hold was lifted, but we haven't seen them. They're at DOD and OMB. Why haven't we seen them? Because the President directed all of his agencies not to produce them. This trial should not reward the President's really unprecedented obstruction by allowing him to control what evidence you see and what will remain hidden. You should ask for these documents on behalf of the American people, and you should ask for these documents to get the truth yourself. Now let's come back to the issue of delay, since the President's lawyers have suggested that having witnesses and documents would make this trial take too long. There will be lengthy court battles, they say. The President might even invoke executive privilege for the very first time in this entire impeachment process. It would be better, we're told, to skip straight to the final verdict, to break from centuries of precedent and end this trial without hearing from a single witness, without reviewing a single document that the President ordered hidden. Respectfully, that shouldn't happen. House managers aren't interested in delaying these proceedings. We're interested in the full truth, in a trial that is fair to the parties and to the American people, in the facts that the President's counsel agrees are so critical to this trial. It's why we've said we won't go to court. We'll follow all the rulings of the Chief Justice. We can get the witness depositions done in a week. In fact, I know we can, because if you, the senators, order it, that's the law. You have the sole power to try impeachments. If questions or objections come up, including objections based on executive privilege, the Senate itself and the Chief Justice in the first instance can resolve them. We aren't suggesting that the President waive executive privilege. We simply suggest that the Chief Justice can resolve issues related to any assertion of executive privilege. As the Supreme Court recognized in the case of Judge Walter Nixon, judges will stay out of disputes over how the Senate exercises its sole power to try impeachments. That ensures there will be no unnecessary delay, and it's why we propose we suspend the trial for 1 week, and that during that time, you go back to business as usual. While the trial is suspended, we'll take witness depositions, review the documents that are provided at your direction. The 4 witnesses you should hear from are readily available. Ambassador Bolton has already said he will appear. We can and would move quickly to depose these witnesses within a week of the issuance of subpoenas. The documents, too, are ready to be produced. We're ready to review them quickly and to present additional evidence. Meanwhile, the Senate can continue going about its important legislative work as it did during the depositions in the Clinton impeachment trial. The President's opposition to this suggestion says a lot. The President is the architect of the very delay he warns against. He could easily avoid it. He could move things along. He could stop trying to silence witnesses and hide evidence. I think he's afraid the truth will come out. He hopes his threats of continued delay, however unjustified, will cause you to throw up your hands and give up on a fair trial. Please don't give up. This is too important for our democracy. A decision to forego witnesses and documents at this trial would be a big departure from Senate precedent. When the Senate investigated Watergate, it heard from the highest White House officials. That happened because a bipartisan majority of the Senate insisted. We got to the truth then because the Senate came together and put a fair proceeding above party loyalty. We should all want the truth, and so we ask you, do it again, that you put aside any politics, party loyalty, belief in your president, which we understand and sympathize with, but subpoena the documents and the witnesses necessary to make this a fair trial, to hear and see the evidence you need to impartially administer justice. Now, there's been a lot of discussion of executive privilege during this trial. Even if the president asserts executive privilege, something he has not yet done, it wouldn't harm the president's legal rights or cause undue delay, and here's why. Let's focus on John Bolton, since this week's revelations confirm the importance of his testimony. First, as a private citizen, John Bolton is fully protected by the First Amendment if he wants to testify. There's no basis for imposing prior restraint for censoring him just because some of his testimony could include conversations with the president. That's commonplace. As long as his testimony isn't classified, it is shielded by the Free Speech Clause, by the First Amendment. Ambassador Bolton has written a book. It's inconceivable that he is forbidden from telling the United States Senate, sitting as a high court of impeachment, information that shortly will be in print. If the president did attempt to invoke executive privilege, he would fail. It's true for two separate reasons. First, claims of executive privilege always involve a balancing of interests. The Supreme Court confirmed in U.S. v. Nixon, the Nixon tapes case, that executive privilege can be overcome by a need for evidence in a criminal trial. That is even more true here. In an impeachment trial of the President of the United States, which is probably the most important interest under the Constitution, it would certainly outweigh any claim of privilege. Precedent confirms the point. To name just a few, national security advisors for President Carter, Zbigniew Brzezinski, President Clinton, Samuel Berger, President George W. Bush, Condoleezza Rice, and President Obama, Susan Rice, testified in congressional investigations. These advisors discussed their communications with top government officials, including the presidents they served. There's no reason why all of these officials could testify in the normal course of events and hearings, but Ambassador Bolton, a former official, couldn't testify in the most important trial there could possibly be. The second reason is the president waived any claim of executive privilege about Ambassador Bolton's testimony. All 17 witnesses testified in the House about these matters without any assertion of privilege by the president. President Trump, as well as his lawyers and senior officials, have publicly discussed and tweeted about these issues at some length. The president has also directly denied reports about what Ambassador Bolton will say in his forthcoming book. Under these circumstances, the president cannot be allowed to tell his version of the story to the public while using executive privilege to silence a key witness who would contradict him. You shouldn't let the president escape responsibility only to later see clearly what happened in Ambassador Bolton's book. There are no national security risks here. The president has declassified the 2 phone calls with President Zelensky. All 17 witnesses testified about the president's conduct regarding Ukraine. We aren't interested in asking about anything other than Ukraine. That's simply a bogus argument. The Constitution uses the word sole power only twice. First, when it gives the House sole power to impeach. And second, Article 1, Section 3, where it gives the Senate sole power to try impeachments. And here's what it says. The Senate shall have the sole power to try all impeachments. When the President of the United States is tried, the Chief Justice shall preside. Now, I think that provision in the Constitution means something. It's up to the Senate to decide how to try this impeachment with fairness, with witnesses, and documents. Privileges asserted can be decided using the process that you devise. That's not unconstitutional. It's what the Constitution provides. You have the power. You decide. Please decide for a fair trial that will yield the truth and serve our Constitution and the American people. I yield now to Manager Schiff.
Senators, before we yield to counsel for the president, I'd like to take a moment by talking about what I think is at stake here. A no vote on the question before you will have long-lasting and harmful consequences long after this impeachment trial is over. We agree with the President's counsel on this much. This will set a new precedent. This will be cited in impeachment trials from this point to the end of history. You can bet in every impeachment that follows, whether it is a presidential impeachment or the impeachment of a judge, if that judge or president believes that it is to his or her advantage that there shall be a trial with no witnesses, they will cite the case of Donald J. Trump. They will make the argument that you can adjudicate the guilt or innocence of the party who is accused without hearing from a single witness, without reviewing a single document. And I would submit that will be a very dangerous and long-lasting precedent that we will all have to live with. President Trump's wholesale obstruction of Congress strikes at the heart of our Constitution and democratic system of separation of powers. Make no mistake, the President's actions in this impeachment inquiry constitute an attack on congressional oversight, on the co-equal nature of this branch of government. Not just on the House, but on the Senate's ability as well to conduct its oversight, to serve as a check and balance on this president and every president that follows. If the Senate allows President Trump's obstruction to stand, it effectively nullifies the impeachment power. It will allow future presidents to decide whether they want their misconduct to be investigated or not, whether they would like to participate in an impeachment investigation or not. That is a power of the Congress. That is not a power of the President. By permitting a categorical obstruction, it turns the impeachment power against itself. How do we respond to this unprecedented obstruction will shape future debates between our branches of government and the executive forever. And it's not just impeachment. The ability of Congress to conduct meaningful and probing oversight that by its nature is intended to be a check and balance on the awesome powers of the executive branch, hinges on our willingness to call witnesses and compel documents that President Trump is hiding with no valid justification, no precedential support. If we tell the President effectively, you can act corruptly, you can abuse the powers of your office to coerce a foreign government to helping you cheat in an election by withholding military aid, and when you're caught, you can further abuse your powers by concealing the evidence of your wrongdoing, the President becomes unaccountable to anyone. Our government is no longer a government with three co-equal branches. The President effectively, for all intents and purposes, becomes above the law. This is, of course, the opposite of what the framers intended. They purposely entrusted the power of impeachment to the legislative branch so that it may protect the American people from a president who believes that he can do whatever he wants. So we must consider how our actions will reverberate for decades to come and the impact they will have on the functioning of our democracy. And as we consider this critical decision, it's important to remember that no matter what you decide to do here, whether you decide to hear witnesses and relevant testimony, the facts will come out in the end. Even over the course of this trial, we have seen so many additional facts come to light. The facts will come out. In all of their horror, they will come out. And there are more court documents and deadlines under the Freedom of Information Act. Witnesses will tell their stories in future congressional hearings, in books, and in the media. This week has made that abundantly clear. The documents the President is hiding will come out. The witnesses the President is concealing will tell their stories. And we will be asked why we didn't want to hear that information when we had the chance. when we could consider its relevance and importance in making this most serious decision? What answer shall we give if we do not pursue the truth now, if we allow it to remain hidden until it is too late to consider on the profound issue of the president's innocence or guilt? What we are asking you to do on behalf of the American people is simple. Use your sole power to try impeachment by holding a fair trial. Get the documents they refuse to provide to the House. Here are the witnesses they refuse to make available to the House, just as this body has done in every single impeachment trial until now. Let the American people know that you understand they deserve the truth. Let them know you still care about the truth, that the truth still matters. Though much divides us, on this we should agree. A trial stripped of all its trappings should be a search for the truth, and that requires witnesses and testimony. Now, you may have seen just this afternoon the President's former Chief of Staff, General Kelly, said that a Senate trial without witnesses is a job only half done. Trial without witnesses is only half a trial. Well, I have to say I can't agree. A trial without witnesses is no trial at all. You either have a trial or you don't. And if you're going to have a real trial, you need to hear from the people who have firsthand information. Now, we presented some of them to you, but you know as well as we, there are others that you should hear from. But let me close this portion with words, I think, more powerful than General Kelly's, and they come from John Adams, who in 1776 wrote, "Together with the right to vote, those who wrote our Constitution considered the right to trial by jury the heart and lungs, the mainspring and the center wheel of our liberties, without which the body must die, the watch must run down, the government must become arbitrary." Now, what does that mean? Without a fair trial, the government must become arbitrary. Now, of course, he's talking about the right of an average citizen to a trial by jury. Well, if in courtrooms all across America, when someone is tried, but they're a person of influence and power, they can declare at the beginning of the trial, if the government's case is so good, let them prove it without witnesses. If people of power and influence can insist to the judge that the House, that the prosecutors, that the government, that the people must prove their case without witnesses or documents, a right reserved only for the powerful. Because, you know, only Donald Trump of any defendant in America can insist on a trial with no witnesses. If that should be true in courts throughout the land, then as Adams wrote, the government becomes arbitrary. Because whether you have a fair trial or no trial at all depends on whether you are a person of power and influence like Donald J. Trump. The body will die, the clock will run down, and our government becomes arbitrary. The importance of a fair trial here is not less than in every courtroom in America. It is greater than in any courtroom in America, because we set the example for America. I said at the outset, and I'll repeat again, your decision on guilt or innocence is important, but it's not the most important decision. If we have a fair trial, however that trial turns out, whatever your verdict may be, at least we can agree we had a fair trial. At least we can agree that the House had a fair opportunity to present its case. At least we can agree that the President had a fair opportunity to present their case, if we have a fair trial. And we can disagree about the verdict, but we can all agree the system worked as it was intended, we had a fair trial, and we reached a decision. Rob this country of a fair trial, and there can be no representation that the verdict has any meaning. How could it, if the result is baked in by the process? Assure the American people, whatever the result may be, that at least they got a fair shake. There's a reason why the American people want to hear from witnesses. And it's not just about curiosity. It's because they recognize that in every courtroom in America, that's just what happens. And if it doesn't happen here, the government has become arbitrary. There is one person who is entitled to a different standard, and that's the President of the United States. And that is the last thing the founders intended. We reserve the balance of our time.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Mr. Chief
the
Justice,
Majority Leader is recognized.
I request the Senate take a 15-minute recess.
Without ordered.
This is live coverage from the Washington Post. We'll resume this proceeding live and uninterrupted once the Senate gavels back in and continues the period where they make their final arguments for and against calling witnesses. The big news, however, that Lisa Murkowski will vote no on calling witnesses, which seals the deal. That means that Republicans have won the day on this issue. Democrats do not have the votes they would need to go forward or even hit a 50-50 split. I'm joined in studio by my colleague Amber Phillips. Amber, thank you so much for being here. So really right as the Senate was gaveling in, Lisa Murkowski's statement went out saying she was going to be a no vote. We were watching her very closely. She was one of 4 Republican moderates who indicated either that they were considering calling witnesses or hadn't kind of closed the door on calling witnesses 24 hours ago. We now know where everyone stands. Take us through those 4 votes and where they landed.
Yeah, the 4 votes potential were to vote for witnesses. Lamar Alexander, a Republican from Tennessee who's retiring, he said at the very end of question and answers late last night, no. Then we had Susan Collins. She's a Republican from Maine who's up in a tough re-election this year and did vote for Brett Kavanaugh for the Supreme Court, another controversial vote. She said yes. Then we had Mitt Romney this morning, a Republican from Utah who represents a state that's not like super enamored with Trump. He said yes. Okay, they need 51, so they would need, you know, even with Lamar Alexander voting no, they have a tough place to get to 51 unless they invoke John Roberts. And that's where we found ourselves with Lisa Murkowski. You just said Senator from Alaska. They walked into the trial today, they started it, and she issued a statement that said no. And she recognized the fact that if she had said yes, she'd put us in this vague constitutional gray area of a 50-50 split. What does that mean? It puts pressure on John Roberts to decide what to do. And in her statement, she basically said, you know, and some critics might call this an excuse, but she basically said, I'm not going to put the pressure on John Roberts. You know, I have issues with the way the House did its process. I vote no on witnesses. Democrats need 51. They don't have that. They're a couple of votes shy of that.
The senator's statement that came out says that she worked for a fair, honest, and transparent process modeled after the Clinton trial. And this is the key line that indicates what her reasoning is. The House chose to send articles of impeachment that are rushed and flawed. So, Amber, let's take that as Murkowski's main thrust here.
Yeah, and I think you're right, Libby. That is why she decided to vote no.
That's how she's justifying the no vote.
Right, exactly. What I hear her say is, House Democrats, if you had taken the time to go to court, try to get John Bolton to testify, maybe I'd hear you out a little bit more. But I don't think it's the Senate's job to do that for you. And I just think you weren't very genuine in the way you approach this impeachment proceeding with President Trump. That's what she's saying. It echoes what we've heard Trump's defense say for the past 2 weeks now. Patrick Philbin at one point, a top White House lawyer, looked at the Senate and said, this isn't your job, what Democrats are asking you to do. That's debatable under the facts. Democrats counter. There have never been an impeachment trial of judges or presidents without witnesses, some of them new people. But my broader point is it resonated with Lisa Murkowski.
Absolutely. She goes on in this statement to say that I have come to the conclusion that there will be no fair trial in the Senate. Those are strong words from a senator. She goes on to say, it is sad for me to admit that as an institution, the Congress has failed.
She's addressing partisanship there, and that part of her statement didn't put the onus on Democrats or point the finger at Democrats the way she does in other parts of her statement. So I thought that was interesting. And she's saying everybody's just too partisan, everyone's just too tribal, everyone's in their camps. Why even try to have this divisive impeachment? That's kind of like a throw your hands up and nihilistic almost way of looking at it.
Nihilistic's a good word. I mean, it's two things. It's one, both sort of like acquiescing to the situation, but also it's condemning and critical. Now, it is important to point out that everyone, including the president, likes to give Congress a hard time. Like, it's easy to say that Washington is flawed, drain the swamp, to criticize Congress, and it's just sort of interesting to see a member of the body itself going after the easy target of Congress. The other important point that you brought out was her defense of the Chief Justice, and I want to read that because it's also shows what she was thinking. It's become clear some of my colleagues intend to further politicize this process and drag the Supreme Court into the fray while attacking the Chief Justice. I will not stand for nor support that effort. What do you think she's referring to there?
Yeah, I hear her referring to Democrats who have been saying off the Senate floor and on the Senate floor, we have a Chief Justice who could decide whether to have witnesses if we end up with this 50-50 split, which is where we would be if Lisa Murkowski voted yes. So I heard her attack Democrats by saying she just felt that was improper.
To put him in that position.
To put him in that position.
Can I also point out that the Chief Justice became a target of some of the questions? And I want to play one and share this with you, Amber, and with our viewers, because Senator Elizabeth Warren had a question yesterday that basically needled the Supreme Court justice. And remember that the senators submit the questions, but then the Chief Justice has to ask them on their behalf. So let's watch.
Mr. Chief Justice.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. Chief Justice, I send a question to the desk.
Thank you. The question from Senator Warren is for the House managers. At a time when large majorities of Americans have lost faith in government, does the fact that the Chief Justice is presiding over an impeachment trial in which Republican senators have thus far refused to allow witnesses or evidence contribute to the loss of legitimacy of the Chief Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Constitution?
Okay, Chief Justice having to read that question. Amber, we'll talk more about that in a moment, but first let's go hear what Senator Schumer is saying.
That's just how it is. When you have so many, one of the most troubling things about this is what the president did was so wrong, and there were so many people in the loop, all of whom shrugged their shoulders and went along with something that was decidedly against the law. Maybe they said to themselves, well, that's who Donald Trump is, that's who we're working for. But when there are so many people in the loop, there are so many revelations from that loop as time goes on. And so, no, folks. And so that it is devastating. As for, there is no agreement between Leader McConnell and myself. We have stood for one thing. We do not want this rushed through. We do not want it in the dark of night. Members have an obligation to tell the American people and to tell the people of their states why they are voting. So we are going to use whatever power we have to prevent it from being rushed through. But right now there is no agreement. I'm not going to take any questions. That's it.
But there could be an agreement soon?
Senator Schumer on what is a very disappointing day for Democrats because it has been decided by the Republicans there will be no witnesses called. Senator Schumer sort of rode this wave over time of optimism, pessimism, optimism. A lot of this is political brinksmanship, trying to sort of telegraph to others what you hope might be the reality, what you hope might happen. But what position does this decision now put him in?
Sure, it puts him in the position of having to think about November rather than the vote today. They've lost that. And so I heard him say, okay, American people, Republican senators, Lisa Murkowski, go try to talk to that bipartisan base you mentioned earlier, Libby, and explain your vote and see how they like it. She's not up for election this year, but there are several Republican senators in bluish-purplish states like Cory Gardner of Colorado, Martha McSally of Arizona has a tough race, Tom Tillis, North Carolina, in Georgia as well, who could have a tough time, according to the polls, explaining this vote. And so I heard Schumer say, well, we lost on this here. Best case scenario for them is they win the Senate back next year, in part by making this an issue. And that's where I think votes come in later today on that. They're going to get these senators on the record for campaign statements.
And when we hear Senator Schumer, say there's been no agreement, we don't really know the time frame now of what's going to happen coming up.
Yeah, I think that's so important to point out, Libby. Capitol Hill reporters are working so hard trying to figure that out. Right now, we do not know when this trial is going to end.
Let's go to one of our Capitol Hill colleagues. Rachel Bade joins us by phone. Rachel, thanks so much for talking with us. You're in person. I thank you so much for being here. I thought we were just going to get you over the phone. Rachel, this has been such a grueling 2 weeks. What are you watching for next steps? Take us through the process, but also what questions are in your mind at this point?
Yeah, I think for us on the Hill who have been here, from 8 a.m. in the morning until 11, 12 p.m. at night for the past couple of weeks, a lot of us came in this morning thinking that, okay, this is the last sprint of the marathon. We were hearing from Senate Republicans yesterday that they thought they would close out this vote on witnesses and move right away to acquittal. Well, we started talking to some sources pretty early this morning, right when we got on the Hill, and found out that bubble was totally burst and that this is going to take a lot more time until we get to the acquittal vote. And that sort of seems to be what everyone's trying to game out. When are they going to have that final vote? Is it going to be this week? Will it be before the State of the Union? That was something President Trump initially wanted. But there are so many different Senate procedures, and I think people kind of forget how long it takes to do things in the upper chamber because of all these, procedural wonkish things that they have to do. So this can really drag out. If Democrats, want to put up a fight and want to try to amend various votes that they're going to have to try to put Senate Republicans on record for what they call a, quote, cover-up, as they're sort of framing it, they can try to do that and drag this out. And I think you just played a clip from Schumer saying they're going to take their time. It might be interesting, though, because there might be somebody else who wants to take his time, and that might be President Trump. We had heard he had concerns about the defense basically presenting and defending the president on a Saturday when the defense first started presenting their side of things. He might want, a prime time acquittal, in which case he thinks nobody watches TV over the weekends and knows people are going to be tuning into the Super Bowl. So perhaps this idea of going into next week is something both sides want, and that seems to be the most likely thing. I think long term, beyond just the next couple of steps, it's one thing I'm going to be watching is going to be what do Republicans say about Trump's behavior, even as they acquit him. I think what was really interesting that we saw last night was Senator Lamar Alexander, even when he said, I'm not backing witnesses, I've heard enough, we're going to move on, even as I believe what the Democrats are alleging that the president basically engaged in a quid pro quo. He said that sort of behavior was not appropriate, and that's something we haven't heard any Republicans saying this whole time. And so I am curious to see, as Republicans sort of move to acquit him, do any of them, put up a warning sign to the president and say, do not think that just because we're acquitting you that you can engage in this sort of behavior. That's something I'm going to be watching over the next couple of days.
Rachel, it's just interesting that Senator Murkowski's statement didn't address that. She lamented partisanship multiple times. She defended the Chief Justice, but she didn't criticize President Trump.
Yeah, and that was, perhaps she could in the next couple of days. She obviously hasn't spoken yet beyond that statement, which was only a couple of paragraphs. And yeah, I thought it was interesting that she did not address that at all. And it's obviously a question we reporters have for her up here. She basically said, you know, House Democrats, they moved too quickly. If they had subpoenaed John Bolton and taken that subpoena to court and actually fought it, things might have been different. I know that there were a couple of Republicans in the House who told Democrats the same thing and asked them to slow down and to go to the courts. Do this through the courts first before you impeach the president. Democrats said they don't have time to do that. They wanted to get it done quickly, and they chose not to. And so that obviously had an effect on people like Murkowski, who very much is an independent-minded Republican. You know, she has shown that she can win a write-in campaign when she was defeated in a primary. She voted against Brett Kavanaugh. She doesn't take flack from anyone. She really thinks, with an independent mind. And so the fact that she's going out there and saying that they did something wrong on this, I think it's something that Democrats will talk about, in the coming months. Not to say that Senate Republicans couldn't have fixed this flaw by calling in witnesses.
Rachel, before we let you go, I want to ask you about how the senators have been acting in the chamber. We saw early on what can be described as really antics by Republicans who were making a show of reading a book or playing with a fidget spinner, showing that they weren't that captivated by the arguments that House impeachment managers were making. Then we saw things get more serious and people seemed more focused, and we were watching the reporting from you and your colleagues, noting who was writing down things, who was really paying attention and watching closely. Well, the arguments have essentially been made. The minds have been made up at this point, even if we're still seeing the arguments presented. Are you sensing a real shift in mood or the reaction to what senators might be doing?
Yeah, there's definitely more people up walking around out of their chairs. I think at this point everybody knows where this is going. There's nobody really on the fence anymore. And so you can tell just from watching senators that they're starting to get a little tired here. From the beginning, though, it really depended on the senator whether they were really trying to pay attention and show constituents that they were taking the process seriously, or whether they were trying to make a statement and say this whole thing is a joke. I mean, Senator Rand Paul, was clearly caught doodling in his notebook and sending SOS messages to his colleagues as a joke. That's an audience he's trying to reach back home, which is Republicans who think this whole thing, was unwarranted. But then you had people like, obviously, Susan Collins, who filled more than 50 pages worth of notebooks just taking notes. And so it was very different depending on the Senate Republican and sort of the message they were trying to convey about the impeachment.
Rachel Bade, thank you so much. Appreciate your time. Let's turn back into the studio and welcome Matea Gold to the table along with Amber. Amber, I saw you nodding your head as Rachel was saying that she's going to really be watching for what the Republicans have to say about the president's actions and what they expect of him in the future.
Yeah, and that's because I picked up on that too. I just filed a fixed post about this. Lamar Alexander wasn't the only one. As JM said earlier in your show, he laid out this template to say, I think what the president did was wrong, but not impeachable. Marco Rubio, he didn't go quite as far, but in a lengthy statement Friday, he allowed that what Trump is accused of merits impeachment, what he's accused of. And then he says, okay, it just might not be good for the country. That's a huge concession to Democrats. The other one is Rob Portman, not someone we've talked about a lot, but he also put out a statement saying, asking a foreign country to investigate a potential political opponent and delaying this Ukraine aid were wrong and inappropriate actions, reading directly from his statement. Just in this era of tribalism, that's remarkable to hear. Critics will say, well, you're not voting against the president. You're not changing anything. These are just words. But even that is remarkable.
And I do think it's so fascinating, Amber, because it sets up this interesting dynamic in which some members of the president's party are edging towards actually saying his actions were not wrong, which we haven't heard a lot of, yet refusing to take a measure to actually impeach him, and saying some of them making the argument because it's an election year, the voters should do it. And I think a lot of the conversation we've been hearing from Democrats in the run-up to this juncture is, what is the message that we're going to send to the president if he's not held accountable for his actions? If people are agreeing that the facts are wrong, if people are correct and they're agreeing that they were inappropriate, how emboldened is he going to feel in the wake of this? And it's so interesting to see some Republicans echoing that they don't think it was inappropriate. And to Rachel's point about Trump wanting sort of a primetime acquittal, he is so adept at grabbing a victory out of these moments. We saw how he turned the Mueller investigation into a huge win in his base and a fundraising bonanza. And I think that's something that the Democrats have to be worried about next week, is really how he's going to leverage all of this to his advantage and really declare vindication, even if the Democrats say this wasn't a complete trial.
You know, there was the question of what it would look like for this to be going on while the president was making the State of the Union address on Tuesday night. But now the decision is certain, right? There's never been a big question about whether President Trump would have the votes to acquit. But now we know there's not even going to be the opportunity for witnesses. John Bolton will not be brought before the Senate, not even behind closed doors. So even if the process is still lingering on, President Trump can go on Fox News Sunday, which he's going to do with Sean Hannity, the big Super Bowl interview. He can watch the Iowa caucuses unfold, and he can do Super Tuesday. No, let's not get that far ahead. That's a whole month away. He can do State of the Union on Tuesday night, regardless of where this process is at. He now knows he has this locked down, Matea.
Yes, and I think, we already have seen him preemptively declaring victory. And the idea that in the final hours, as the Senate is still wrestling with the procedures about this, he'll be able to take victory laps, I think is a really interesting political dynamic. I mean, one of the things that is going to be fascinating to watch in the wake of this is whether voters are really wrestling with the question about what it means to have members of the president's party agree that he did something inappropriate, but not agree that they have a role to actually censure or impeach him or remove him from office. And I don't know how that's going to play with independent voters who have expressed concerns about these actions and where they fit. But I do think that one of the dynamics is going to be is the storyline is going to continue. Bolton might not be testifying as a witness, but we are continuing to see details about his book dribble out, and I think that's going to continue forward. We also have John Kelly, the president's former chief of staff, appearing to sort of bolster questions about the president's judgment and his role in this. So the stories and the questions about what the president actually did when it came to the Ukraine pressure campaign are not going to go away as the election heats up.
Well, Adam Schiff in particular has been nimble in his arguments as news has developed. So ahead of the trial this morning, the New York Times broke more news from John Bolton's unpublished manuscript. And so that's where Adam Schiff started his remarks today in making the push to call for witnesses.
Today we were greeted to yet another development in the case when the New York Times reported with a headline that says, "Trump told Bolton to help his Ukraine pressure campaign," book says. The president asked his national security advisor last spring in front of other senior advisors to pave the way for a meeting between Rudolph Giuliani and Ukraine's new leader. According to the New York Times, more than 2 months before he asked Ukraine's president to investigate his political opponents, President Trump directed John R. Bolton, then his national security advisor, to help with his pressure campaign to extract damaging information on Democrats from Ukrainian officials, according to an unpublished manuscript by Mr. Bolton. Mr. Trump gave the instruction, Mr. Bolton wrote, during an Oval Office conversation in early May that included the acting White House Chief of Staff, Mick Mulvaney, the president's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, and the White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, who is now leading the president's impeachment defense. Now, you will see in a few moments, and you will recall Mr. Cipollone suggesting that the House managers were concealing facts from this body. He said all the facts should come out. Well, there's a new fact which indicates that Mr. Cipollone was among those who are in the loop. Yet another reason why we ought to hear from witnesses. Just as we predicted, and it didn't require any great act of clairvoyance, the facts will come out. They will continue to come out. And the question before you today is whether they will come out in time for you to make a complete and informed judgment as to the guilt or innocence of the president. Let's find out. Let's put John Bolton under oath. Let's find out who's telling the truth. The trial is supposed to be a quest for the truth. Let's not fear what we will learn.
That's the lead impeachment manager, Adam Schiff, making his case to call witnesses this morning. Well, Rhonda Colvin joins us from Capitol Hill. So, Rhonda, are you hearing the House impeachment managers change their tone or shift their strategy now that we know how senators plan to vote on this question of witnesses?
Right. Well, strategically, it was probably pretty smart for Adam Schiff to start off by pointing out that New York Times report about more evidence from Bolton this morning, because you know that as House managers went in to start their arguments today, they had the Murkowski news, and it sort of deflated things and sort of stopped things before they even started. So you saw him begin the day with that. You saw him name Cipollone, the White House lead counsel, saying that he's a witness to all of this, and just more and more is going to come out. So that's how Adam Schiff sort of started the day. And then later on, you did see a little bit of a shift in strategy where Val Demings and Representative Garcia both pointed out that, look, we could just take a week break and have depositions for a week, and then the Senate can go along with their business. That was an argument that both of those women did argue today, trying to appeal in this, last few hours before the final vote, which we've already pretty much summarized what we know will happen with it. They're trying to get the senators to potentially agree or reason with them that we could just do 1 week where we can interview these witnesses and then move forward. So that's really been the strategy most of the day here. But as I just said, a lot of things pointed to this being already summed up at the beginning of this trial when we heard, the beginning of this day when we heard from Senator Murkowski.
All right, Rhonda Colvin, thank you so much. Let's bring the conversation back here to the studio. Matea, your team published a story, breaking news today, about Rudy Giuliani. This is by Raz Helderman, Paul Soni, David Stern, and Josh Dawsey, looking at Giuliani's perhaps mixed motives or what his agenda has been and what he stated it to be as he's worked on these Ukrainian issues. Here's the top graph. Rudy Giuliani huddled with the top Ukrainian official at a luxury Madrid hotel last August on a mission to push for investigations sought by President Trump. But first, Giuliani made a personal ask on behalf of a former client in Ukraine.
One of the reasons I think this is so important is because the role that Giuliani has played in this campaign has been a subject of debate in the Senate trial. We heard yesterday the president's lawyers confront a question about whether a private citizen had been inserting themselves in foreign policy, and they made the argument, no, Giuliani could be considered a counselor to the president and by extension a member of the government. We've had a number of stories detailing, however, how Giuliani has really mixed his roles, that at times he's been acting at the behest of the president of the United States, and at times he's been acting at the behest of his other clients, who he continues to take on even as he represents the president. In this case, he seemed to be doing two things at once. He was meeting with a top advisor to the Ukrainian president for this summit in Madrid, and this was a key moment in the pressure campaign. They were seeking to extract a commitment from Zelensky that they would announce openings into these political investigations that the president sought. That before Giuliani got to that, however, though, he brought up another topic, which was an issue that a former client of his, the mayor of Kyiv, was very concerned about. The mayor of Kyiv also has this secondary appointment, a very powerful position heading the administrative government of that city, and Zelensky was threatening to boot him from that post. And Giuliani brought up the question about whether they could in fact retain him in that position. And the reason I think this is so interesting is because we've seen over and over again questions about whether Giuliani has inappropriately mixed those two roles. And they've caused an incredible amount of consternation among senior administration officials. We've heard that this has been the subject of a lot of concern in the White House. And we reported earlier this year, actually late last year, that William Barr actually warned the president that Giuliani was a liability. So I think that we're going to continue to explore this aspect, but it's another window into how Giuliani was really working in two different capacities as he was serving as the president's emissary in this.
We saw a question come up to President Trump's legal team. Democrats asked the question of who is paying Rudy Giuliani's legal fees. Their question said, it's been reported that President Trump does not pay Rudy Giuliani. Can you explain who has paid Rudy Giuliani's legal fees, also his international travel and other expenses? And we didn't hear a clear answer from President Trump's lawyers.
Right. They essentially dodged that question. And it gets to what Matea's team's reporting has laid out, which is he's this shadowy figure that is just creating tons of conflict of interest for himself, for the Trump administration, and potentially, if you according to House Democrats' case, injecting himself into foreign policy decisions, and big ones at that, in a way that senior administration officials felt undermined them. You know, the House had diplomats, national security officials come testify and say they felt like Giuliani was doing this shadow diplomacy campaign. And of course, it's just the bold line in this entire impeachment inquiry, John Bolton allegedly saying he's a hand grenade that's going to blow us all up.
Giuliani has told the Washington Post that the president's not paying his legal fees.
Correct. He said he is volunteering his work for the president. Of course, that raises questions about who others might be subsidizing that work. He has, been traveling abroad, often working on several different cases at once, including working at the behest of the president. We don't really have any transparency into those business arrangements. And really, the driving concern has been from senior administration officials, the blurring of the lines. Giuliani, as we laid out in the story today, has incredible amount of leverage when he walks in to meet with the Ukrainian government in Madrid. They need his backing. President Trump days earlier had told Zelensky, deal with Giuliani, he's going to be my point man on this. He shows up in a hotel in Madrid with Zelensky's top advisor. They know they have to make a deal with him, and the first thing he does is ask about another issue. And so it really shows how he's been able to leverage the access he has as the president's lawyer on behalf of potentially other interests, and many of which we might not know about.
Amber, the president's team in this trial setting did two things. They praised Giuliani, but then also tried to diminish him and diminish his importance.
Yeah,
so it
almost
did two
in
things at once, right? Absolutely. Calling him like a bright, shiny object. Don't let the Democrats distract you with Giuliani. I'm interested in your thoughts on their defense and their pivot away from Giuliani, even as they praised him.
Well, I think it jives with what we hear Senate Republicans say, which is like, we don't really want to deal with Giuliani. He's not reliable for us. What I hear Trump's defense team say is, like you said, don't think about Rudy Giuliani. He was just the president's personal lawyer. He's not even getting paid. He was doing political stuff or legal stuff to help the president that had nothing to do with government official stuff. Okay, if that's the case, then why is all this reporting bearing out, as Mateusz team has reported, that he's going to Ukraine and meeting with Ukrainian officials right in the middle of this pressure campaign? In addition, that July 25th phone call has Trump, a head of state, talking to another head of state, saying, talk to Rudy. Rudy Giuliani knows what's going on.
Yeah, this is an incredibly complicated argument for the president's legal team because on the one hand, Jane Raskin was saying he was just being a good defense attorney. He was doing what he needed to do for his client. Of course, that implicitly suggests that Giuliani's work is for the political benefit of President Trump rather than the government's interests, rather than a national security imperative. And if that's the case, were the investigations he was seeking really something for the United States, or were they something to benefit the president? And so I think that's where that argument becomes very complicated for them to unpack. And in the stilted Senate trial, we didn't have a lot of opportunity for back and forth, but it would be very interesting to see if there was some sort of exchange about that, because I do think that blurring of the lines is where it becomes very difficult to understand whose interests he's representing.
There hasn't been a push by Democrats in this last phase to hear from Rudy Giuliani, because as the personal attorney, they know it's like a non-starter. But we have heard Senator Schumer in particular try to push to get 4 witnesses, not just John Bolton, which really the House impeachment managers have been pushing for, but a multitude of witnesses. I want to go back to Rhonda Colvin. Rhonda, do you get a sense that strategy has worked for Senator Schumer, or perhaps backfired a little bit? I guess one way that it could work is that it gets those names out in front of the American public and tries to show that, in his mind, Republicans aren't playing fair. But on the other hand, it seemed like it might be a collective groan from any moderate Republicans to think about not calling just one witness, but multiple witnesses.
Right. If you look at Schumer's tactic, that is sort of highlighting that there are more than Bolton out there to talk about, that this is a wide web. So there was Bolton, there was Mulvaney, there was also Blair, so many people who have ties or were looped into the discussion surrounding the Ukraine call. So yes, I think that is possibly, if they are still strategizing on witnesses, that is a possible strategy for Schumer to keep talking about. That it was back in December he asked for 4 witnesses. It was not after after Bolton came out with these revelations. It was back in December. So, yeah, it is a pretty smart strategy to keep hammering away at those 4 witnesses and bringing them in. But, you know, it remains to be seen how that will work, since we know how this vote is likely going to go today. So is that something that, I always say this, is it something that the House can do? Because the House Intelligence, House Judiciary, they did say at the start of the Senate trial that they would continue to investigate President Trump, and if they need to do more depositions on their end, that they would. So, you know, I don't think this is going to be wrapped up in a bow by the end of the night. It may be in the Senate, but I think this is going to continue on in some fashion.
Amber, Adam Schiff's had a tough job because even as he doesn't want to totally close the door on continuing investigations, he's tried to make the case to senators that it's your turn. We've done our job. It's your turn. That argument did not fly with Senator Murkowski, for one, but he had to try to sort of keep both doors open.
Right. There's more nuance to Democrats' case than Republicans, and that's the struggle here. It's been the struggle all along for Democrats. Like, we got to the bottom of this in the House, but we didn't get to the bottom of everything. So could you guys please continue our investigatory work? I said this on your show earlier. I just feel like even if there are Republicans, and by their comments we think there are, who agree with the House that Trump did this and agree that Bolton could shed light on this, even more so, and just like completely erase all questions about what he did, it's unfair politically for them, they feel, to ask to have a Republican Senate dig into a Republican president. It's just like, in what universe is that going to happen? It's just not going to happen. And so I think that's where Adam Schiff fell flat.
We'll see how Republicans deal with the messiness of some of the Giuliani news and the Bolton unpublished manuscript revelations as they continue to come out. We heard only a couple of bipartisan questions yesterday, Matea, and one of them from 4 moderates talked about the Logan Act and basically asked the president's lawyers for a promise, a pledge on behalf of the president to not involve a private citizen in foreign affairs unless the State Department had sanctioned it and was aware of it. They didn't use the name Giuliani, but the president's lawyers in response did sort of say Giuliani. What is the strategy there in terms of, they're not going to get a promise, right, from Pat Cipollone or Jay Sekulow about how the president will behave, but they were trying to call attention to something.
Sure, it's a little bit of making a public mark of where we fear this could go if the president's going to walk away without getting removed from office. And I think what they're thinking of is the 24-hour period that elapsed between the time when Mueller testified in Congress, or less than 24 hours, and the time the president was on the phone with the new president of Ukraine asking for a favor. I mean, there's a sense that this president feels very emboldened by these investigations in which he is able to extract himself without any punishment. And so I thought it was interesting that the president's lawyer responded, well, I can't really speak for the president here, but of course he tends to always follow the law. Trying to make a promise about what Giuliani is going to do is very difficult, and we have not seen any sign that President Trump has sought to rein in Giuliani. And in fact, Giuliani's went over to Ukraine in the middle of all of this and continued to meet with disgruntled former Ukrainian prosecutors who he said have information to implicate the Bidens, and he's started a podcast and he's broadcasting, I think right now, more information. So I do think that will be a very hard promise to keep. And whether Giuliani is acting at the behest of the president and the U.S. government or his own interests is something that I think it remains very unclear as we go forward.
Amber, the question of how the president will react to the news that no more witnesses will be called, there is, of course, the assumption that he will be acquitted. How he reacts politically and publicly is one thing. How he reacts in terms of his actions and his affiliations is another. What kind of a position does this put Republicans in who might be a little bit wary about just what happens next?
Matea did a good job with the timeline. Mueller report, Mueller testifying, literally saying all the things his report found Trump did wrong. Trump goes ahead and does something even Senate Republicans, a number of them are saying was wrong. We talk about, with the witnesses and Bolton coming out, sharing more information through his book, could people like Lisa Murkowski, who decided not to vote for witnesses, or all of them, look kind of foolish for not deciding to bring this information to the Senate? Well, when they, same thing with the vote to convict or quit the president, do they end up, not holding the president accountable, and he takes just advantage of that in an extremely blatant way.
And that's Democrats have warned about, like, emboldening future presidents, but also, more importantly for them, this president in the moment. We've been talking about these 4 moderates who we were all watching so closely, but it's important to remember that we were watching other votes earlier this week from the likes of Cory Gardner, Martha McSally, some of these senators who faced tough re-election battles. And they early on came out and said, I'm not going to vote for witnesses. So they were sort of off the table in terms of the calculations everyone was making. But when we talk about evolving Bolton news and revelations about the president's current inner circle as well as past conversations or actions he might have had, it may put those people in particular under the microscope.
Yeah, absolutely. But they didn't budge. And I think that's a reflection of them calculating they need Trump supporters back in Colorado to help them get reelected, because Democrats are going to criticize them anyway, no matter what they do. And Gardner, I'll say real quickly, going out publicly, hasn't talked much this impeachment trial at all, going out publicly before this was even wrapped up earlier this week and saying, I don't support witnesses, I felt was a turning point for the whole caucus, because they want to protect their majority before all else, above all else.
I do wonder if now there'll be sort of an Alexander litmus test, right, facing some of these Republicans. Will they be confronted with the question on the campaign trail, did you agree with Senator Alexander that the president's actions were inappropriate? Because that is something that they have not addressed, and even if they felt like that he should not be removed from office, will they go that step to say and chastise him, however mildly, which could, as you point out, Amber, incur the wrath of Trump voters who, have followed largely the president's view, which is it was a perfect call. There was absolutely nothing wrong. And there is a spectrum there on the Republican side that so far the Alexander side is very populated by very few people, but it will be interesting as the election rolls forward to see if more Republicans who are in purple states do see some advantage in at least offering some sense of chastisement that they don't completely agree, especially if more information comes out from the Bolton book. If we see more and more accounts that the president was deeply involved in and inappropriately pressured Ukraine, will those Republicans have to say something?
We have news out in terms of this question of timing of things, not definitive news, but just a sense of more information. Our colleague Mike DeBonis heard from Senator Barrasso that while the timing is up in the air, there will be a second procedural resolution introduced tonight, and what that will introduce is closing arguments, speeches, and a final vote time. But Democrats may seek to amend that resolution, so both sides are trying to decide what kind of timing they would like to see play out over the coming hours and days.
What I hear from that is they're going to finish this debate on witnesses, 2 sides for each side. They're going to vote. I think it's 2 votes total, basically, but the sum is, do we allow witnesses? That vote will fail. And then they're going to vote on kind of the reverse of the rules to set things up. How do we wrap this up? And if you remember, the vote on the rules to set this up took an entire day, took 12 plus hours, because Democrats did use that as a vehicle to introduce these political amendments to put people like Cory Gardner in a tough spot potentially going forward. But the takeaway from that is next week, or at some possibly, thank you, thanks for catching me on that. So possibly next week, we'll have a wrap up, not today. There's no vote to convict or quit today, likely.
Well, we're still in a wait-and-see mode. We're still in a wait-and-see mode.
Yeah, I want to clarify. That's my takeaway from what John
Senator
Barrasso
has told our
colleague.
reporter. It's so fascinating because you do wonder how much information all the senators even have. It's sort of like the elephant where one senator is touching the trunk and one senator is touching the foot and getting a totally different feel of what it is. The caucuses are, they go behind closed doors, they get united, they get on the same page. But the jockeying has to happen once they see what the other side decides to do. So if Democrats threaten to slow things down and try to draw this out, Republicans may have like a counter move. So we're all watching this. But the reason why the timing is important is because it may impact the political optics and the political fates of everyone from President Trump as he goes through this series of important moments like the State of the Union, also the Democratic candidates for president who are, I'm sure, ready to wrap this up and get back to Iowa. Understatement of the year. So any sort of break or pause or wrap would help facilitate them getting back up to Iowa.
Right, yeah, that 5 a.m. Des Moines flight has never been so full as it's been this week and the last few weeks as people have been piling back and forth. It is a remarkable confluence of political events to have the Senate trial, impeachment trial of a president collide with the Iowa caucuses, collide with the State of the Union. I do wonder about regular Americans going around their business if they can possibly absorb all of this political news and what to make of it. And I do think one thing that I found really interesting as we've gone through the debate today is how much the Republicans, including Murkowski, who's so interesting, kept coming back to this being a partisan process in the House. That seemed to be sort of this poison pill for Republicans in the Senate that gave them this escape valve that they have turned back to over and over again, to mix metaphors. I mean, that idea that this was a partisan vote and so it was a partisan process and it's improper was very hard for the Democrats to overcome. And because of the fiercely polarized nature of the House, their inability to get anyone to cross over really made it hard to make that sell to Senate Republicans that this is a bipartisan effort.
You know, what's fascinating is that Justin Amash did vote with the Democrats, but he is basically no longer, you know, a member of the Republican ranks. And so it was a victory that Democrats would like to hold up, but it wasn't really a loss for Republicans, whereas they were able to get a little, like a barely a Democratic budge, so that they can say, because it was 2 Democrats who voted, one on both, one on one of the articles that did side with the Republicans, so they could say, look, you don't have a totally unified caucus, but it certainly wasn't bipartisan to vote to impeach the president. A lot of pressure now on Democrats in the Senate, Amber. We've been watching some of these moderate Democrats to see how they might come down. There wasn't a question as to where they would stand on witnesses, because that could be sort of taken out of the realm, even though it had political implications, taken out of the realm of I support the president or I don't support the president on this, and just asking for more information. But we'll be watching now to see if any Democrats, defect from this from their party on this.
If they do, and I'll talk about who they might be in a second, that would be a huge victory for Trump again to say, look, it was a bipartisan opposition to my impeachment and conviction. Huge victory for him. Again, Democrats have more nuance there, and that's their struggle. A Republican source before this all got started on the Hill told me that they predict that 3 Democrats could come over and vote to convict the president.
Acquit, right?
Thank you. I'm tired.
I don't know why. I don't know why you're tired.
They vote that 3 Democrats could basically join Republicans. Let me say that. I have my eye on Doug Jones of Alabama. He is up for re-election this year, and without a doubt, the most vulnerable senator of all of the vulnerable senators, because he is running for election in Alabama and won against a weakened candidate. But to someone like Joe Manchin, who's super in tune with his West Virginia voters, who again voted for Trump by 40 percentage points, decide to side with Trump as well. I have to see with Kristen Sinema of Arizona. Arizona is another state that has voted for Trump, even though they do have a competitive Senate race on the other side of the aisle. I think it is absolutely possible.
And then there's the question of splitting the articles up, right?
Yeah. We saw a Democrat do that.
That's
in the
right.
House.
Would there be someone who might vote for Article 1 but not Article 2? So all that is in question right now in terms of what we know. I'm curious to know what the conversations are among the Senate Democrats, especially on the leadership side of things, as they get the pulse of these moderates.
As Amber said, that would be a huge victory for President Trump and a huge blow to Democrats who want to show a unified caucus here, who want to show that we all are sending a message together that the president committed wrongdoing. And so I'm sure there are a lot of very intense conversations happening behind the scenes. I imagine one of the problems with Murkowski's statement, it doesn't give those moderate Democrats a lot of cover either. I mean, if you had more moderate Republicans actually saying that they think that there was some wrongdoing, I could imagine you could feel a little bipartisan caucus there. But so far we just have really 1.5 statements if we count Alexander and Marco Rubio, and we'll see where some of the others end up. But yeah, I mean, very intense stakes, I think, right now heading these final hours.
Mateo, why does it really matter if some Democrats defect, if it's just 1 or 2? Why are the political optics so important?
Well, I think to Amber's point, I mean, the president will declare this as a bipartisan acquittal, and he will say it was a partisan impeachment, and Democrats and Republicans came together and decided that I should stay in office. And that's it. That is a huge rhetorical coup for him. And he is going to find victory, I think, no matter what happens.
That's a great point.
But this would give him added ammunition, and I'm sure he would definitely take it.
And then to tease that apart, they would have to, Democrats on the other side, have valid arguments for why it was a partisan impeachment is the fault of the Republicans and their tribalism. But it just, even to explain that they might explain that took a while for me to say. That's very difficult for them to put on a campaign sticker.
Let's go to Rhonda Colvin, our colleague on Capitol Hill. Rhonda, we're expecting a shorter break here. The Senate's taking their time getting back into session. What's going on the Hill right now?
Yeah, that's right. Anytime a 15-minute break starts to go into 45 minutes or an hour, you wonder if something might be up. So if you look at the monitor, there aren't a lot of senators walking around near the chamber. Some are kind of trickling back, but they don't seem to be milling about that area like they typically would if this was a short break. I have talked to a senator's aide, and the thought is that perhaps both sides are kind of behind closed doors right now, discussing things, discussing messaging, discussing what the rest of the night is going to look like, but I was also told very briefly by a Democratic senior aide that we should buckle up for a long night. So again, this may not all be tied up tonight, but yeah, it may be a very long night. So back to you guys.
Okay, buckle up and caffeinate up as well. Rhonda, thanks so much. Rhonda, before we let you go, you interviewed Doug Jones a little while ago. I'd love to get your thoughts on what he and other moderate Democrats might be weighing right now as they think through their options, and also what your reflections are of the questions that Jones and others asked, because we were all listening closely to hear what kinds of questions those moderate Democrats would be asking.
Right. So far, he's asked sort of softer questions, nothing too hard. When I spoke to him it was 2 weeks ago before the trial started, he said that as a 40-year prosecutor, he would be really interested to see how this all plays out. He has also said that he has not made a decision on impeachment yet, and he likely won't until the very last minute. He said he wanted to take each day step by step, learn all the evidence that he could. He said he went through months and months of trying to prepare for this by reading the Federalist Papers, by studying impeachment codes and impeachment trial procedure. He was really well studied going into this, and he said it was because he represents a state that is very supportive of President Trump. Alabama has a high approval rating consistently of President Trump, and as a Democrat, he felt it was his job to make sure that his people got all the information that they could. So that is why he said he's taking each day at a time, trying to figure out which way he will go. Now, the others, Kristen Sinema is also somebody that we've been looking at. She asked that really tough question a couple nights ago about why was the withhold of the Ukraine aid different from and withheld from Congress and the American people, the knowledge of it, and not the other aid that came before it to the Northern Triangle or aid to Afghanistan. And so that was a very pointed question that she did not really get a straight answer from. So again, she's someone we're going to be watching. And I think we're starting to see some movement back toward the chamber.
We are, Rhonda. Thank you so much. We just saw Leader McConnell head that way. And before that, we saw Susan Collins, and before her, Lisa Murkowski. Lisa Murkowski looking pretty upbeat, pretty positive as she headed on into the chamber.
Despite maybe not getting a lot of sleep, as she intimated to us last night.
That's right. So we do have a rough schedule of what we can expect. This is from our reporting team on Capitol Hill. We'll see this vote on witnesses, and then we'll see Leader McConnell recognized and move to adopt the second organizing resolution, as you told us about. Then up to 2 hours of debate, the amendments would begin, and then that process could be up to 2 hours of debate for each one, just like we saw in the opening phase of this. They'll keep going until that process wraps up, and then the vote is called on that organizing resolution to bring closure. Then we go forward, but the question is, would all that get done tonight? And would, if we see things continue to be brought up for whatever reason by either side, it would kick us into tomorrow into next week.
Yeah, and it's up to Mitch McConnell at any point to say, why don't we all go home and get some rest? We don't know if he's going to do that. So it's kind of like him and Democrats facing off over a cliff.
Thank you so much, Amber. Let's go back to the Senate chamber.
Presentation from Counsel for the President.
Mr. Chief Justice, members of the Senate, the House managers have said throughout their presentation and throughout all of the proceedings here, again and again, that you can't have a trial without witnesses and documents, as if it's just that simple. If you're going to have a trial, there have to be new witnesses and documents. But it's not that simple. And that's really something that is a trope that's being used to disguise the real issues, the real decisions that you'd be making on this decision about witnesses. Because there's a lot more at stake there. And let me unpack that and explain what's really at stake there. The first is this idea that if you come to trial, you've always got to go to witnesses, have new witnesses come in and that. But that's not true. In every legal system, and in our legal systems on both civil and criminal sides, there's a way to decide right up front in some quick way whether there's really a triable issue, whether you really need to go to all the trouble of calling in new witnesses and having more evidence and something like that. And there's not here. There's no need for that, because these articles of impeachment on their face are defective. And we've explained that. Let me start with the second article on the obstruction charge. We've explained that that charge is really trying to say that it's an impeachable offense for the president to defend the separation of powers. That can't be right. But it's also the case that no witnesses are going to say anything that makes any difference to the second article of impeachment. That all has to do with the validity of the grounds the president asserted, the fact that he asserted longstanding constitutional prerogatives of the executive branch in specific ways to resist specific deficiencies in the subpoenas that were issued. No fact witness is going to come in and say anything that relates in any way to that. It's not going to make any difference. And on the first article of impeachment, that too is defective on its face. And we've explained, we heard it again today here, that the way they have this subjective theory of impeachment that will show abuse of power by focusing just on the president's subjective motives. And they said again today here that the way they can show the president did something wrong is that he defied the foreign policy of the United States. And I talked about that before, this theory that he defied the agencies within the executive branch. He wasn't following the policy of the executive branch. That's not a constitutionally coherent statement. The theory of abuse of power that they framed in the first article of impeachment would do grave damage to the separation of powers under our Constitution, because it would become so malleable. They can pour into it anything they want to find illicit motives for some perfectly permissible action. It becomes so malleable, it's no different than maladministration, the exact ground that the framers rejected during the Constitutional Convention. The Constitution defines specific offenses. It limits and constrains the impeachment power. Now, there's also the fact that we actually heard from a lot of witnesses. We heard from a lot of witnesses in the proceedings so far. You've heard 192 video clips by our count from 13 different witnesses. There were 17 witnesses deposed in closed hearings in the House, and 12 of them testified again in open hearings. You've got all of those transcripts, so you can see the witnesses' testimony there. The key portions have been played for you on the screens. And you've got over 28,000 pages of documents and transcripts. You've got a lot of evidence already. But there's another principle that they overlook when they say, well, if you're going to have a trial, there just have to be witnesses, as if the most ordinary thing is you get to trial and then start subpoenaing new witnesses and documents. That's not true either. And we pointed this out. In the regular courts, the way things work is you've got to do a lot of work preparing a trial called discovery to find out about witnesses and depose them and find out about documents before you get to trial. You can't show up the day of trial and say, oh, Your Honor, actually, we're not ready. We didn't subpoena John Bolton or witness X or witness Y. And now we want to subpoena that witness. Now we want to do discovery. And why does that matter here? Because here, to show up not having done the work and to expect that work to be done in the Senate by this body has grave consequences for the institutional interests of this body, and it sets a precedent. Really, it sets an important precedent for two bodies, for the Senate and for the House. Because what the Senate accepts as an impeachment coming from the House determines not just precedent for the Senate, but really precedent for the House in the future as well. If the procedures used in the House to bring this proceeding here to this stage are accepted, if the Senate says, yes, we'll start calling new witnesses because you didn't get the job done, and whatever process you used to get it here, then that becomes the new normal. And that's important in a couple of ways. One is, as we've pointed out, the totally unprecedented process that was used in the House that violated all notions of due process. There are precedents going back 150 years in the House ensuring that someone accused in an impeachment hearing in the House has due process rights to be represented by counsel, to cross-examine witnesses, to be able to present evidence. They didn't allow the president to do that here. And if this body says that's okay, then that becomes the new normal. And they stand up here, the House managers, and say, this body would be unfair if this body doesn't call the witnesses. They talk about fairness. Where was the fairness in that proceeding in the House? And Manager Schiff says things would be arbitrary if you don't do what they say and call the witnesses they want. Well, wasn't it arbitrary in the House when they wouldn't allow the president to be represented by counsel, wouldn't allow the president to call witnesses? There was no precedent in a presidential impeachment inquiry to have open hearings where the president and his counsel were excluded. It also would set a precedent to allow a package, a proceeding from the House to come here that the House managers say, well, now we need new witnesses. We haven't done all the work. And it's witnesses they didn't even try to get. They didn't subpoena John Bolton. And they didn't go through the process when other witnesses were subpoenaed. When Dr. Kupperman, Charlie Kupperman, went to court, they withdrew the subpoena. And now to say that, well, fairness demands that this body has to do all that work, that sets a new precedent as well. And it would change for all the future the relationship between the House and the Senate in impeachment inquiries. It would mean that the Senate has to become the investigatory body. And the principles that they assert, they did a process that wasn't fair. They did a process that was arbitrary, that arbitrarily denied the president rights. They did a process that wouldn't allow witnesses. And then they came here on the first night. Remember when we were all here until 2 o'clock? And in very belligerent terms said to the members of this body, you're on trial. It will be treachery if you don't do what the House managers say. That's not right. When it was their errors, when they were arbitrary and they didn't provide fairness, they can't project that onto this body to try to say that you have to make up for their errors, and if you don't, the fault lies here. Now, they also suggest that it's not going to take a long time, that they only want a few witnesses. But of course, if things are opened up to witnesses, and it is going to be fair, it's not just one side, it's not just the witnesses that they would want. The president would have to be permitted to have witnesses. And with all respect, Mr. Chief Justice, the idea that if a subpoena is sent to a senior advisor to the president, and the president determines that he will stand by the principle of immunity that's been asserted by virtually every president since Nixon, that'll just be resolved by the Senate right here, whether or not that privilege exists, by the Chief Justice sitting as presiding officer. That doesn't make sense. That's not the way it works. The Senate, even when the Chief Justice is the presiding officer here, can't unilaterally decide the privileges of the executive branch. That dispute would have to be resolved in another way, and it could involve litigation, and it could take a lot of time. So the idea that this will all be done quickly, if everyone just does what the House managers say, is not realistic. It's not the way that the process would actually have to play out in accord with the Constitution. And that has another significant consequence. Again, affecting this institution as a precedent going forward. Because what it suggests, the new normal that would be created then is kind of an express path for precisely the sort of impeachments that the framers most feared. The framers recognized that impeachments could be done for illegitimate reasons. They recognized that there could be partisan impeachments. And if this is the new normal, this is the very epitome of a partisan impeachment. There was bipartisan opposition to it in the House, and it was rushed through with unfair procedures, 78 days total of inquiry. Think about that. In Nixon, there had been investigating committees, and there was a special prosecutor long before the House Judiciary Committee started its investigation. In Clinton, there was a special counsel, an independent counsel, for the better part of a year before the House Judiciary Committee even started hearings. Everything from start to finish, in this case, from September 24th to the articles of impeachment were considered in the Judiciary Committee, was done in 78 days. In 78 days, and for the 71 of them, the president was entirely locked out. So the new normal would be slapdash, get it done quickly, unfair procedures in the House to impeach a president, then bring it to the Senate, and then all the real work of investigation and discovery is going to have to take place with that impeachment hanging over the president's head. And that's a particular thing that the framers also were concerned about. And I mentioned this the other day. In Federalist Number 65, Hamilton warned specifically about what he called, and I'm quoting, the injury to the innocent from the procrastinated determination of the charges which might be brought against them. Because he understood that if an impeachment charge from the House wasn't resolved quickly, if it was hanging over the president's head, that in itself would be a problem. And that's why they structured the impeachment process so that the Senate could be able to swiftly determine impeachments that were brought. That also suggests that's why there is a system for having thorough investigation, thorough process done in the House. And Hamilton explained that delay after the impeachment would afford an opportunity for intrigue and corruption. And it would also be, as he put it, a detriment to the state from the prolonged inaction of men whose firm and faithful execution of their duty might have exposed them to the persecution of an intemperate or designing majority in the House of Representatives. And that's what's happened here. And if you create a system now that makes the new normal a half-baked slapdash process in the House, just get the impeachment done and get it over to the Senate, and then once the president's impeached, and you have the head of the executive branch, the leader of the free world, having something like that hanging over his head, then we'll slow everything down, and then we'll start doing the investigation and just drag it out. That's all part of what makes this even more political, especially in an election year. It's not the process that the framers had in mind, and it's not something the Senate should condone in this case. The Senate is not here to do the investigatory work that the House didn't do, where there's been a process that denied all due process, that produced a record that can't be relied upon. The reaction from this body should be to reject the articles of impeachment, not to condone and put its imprimatur on the way the proceedings were handled in the House, and not to prolong matters further by trying to redo work that the House failed to do, by not seeking evidence and not doing a fair and legitimate process to bring the articles of impeachment here. Thank you.
Mr. Sekulow.
Chief Justice, members of the Senate, over a 7-day period, you did hear evidence. You heard evidence from 13 different witnesses, 192 video clips, and as my colleague, the Deputy White House Counsel said, over 28,000 pages of documents. You heard testimony from Gordon Sondland. He's the United States Ambassador to the European Union. You heard that testimony. He testified in the House proceedings. I did not have an opportunity to cross-examine him. If we get witnesses, I have to have that opportunity. William Taylor, former acting United States Ambassador to the Ukraine, testified. You heard his testimony. We didn't get the opportunity to cross-examine him. He would be called. Tim Morrison, the former senior director for Europe and Russia of the National Security Council. You saw his testimony. They put it up. We didn't get an opportunity. We did not have an opportunity to cross-examine him. Jennifer Williams, special advisor on Europe and Russia for Vice President Mike Pence. You saw her testimony. They put it up. I did not have the opportunity to cross-examine her. If we call witnesses, we would have to have that opportunity. David Holmes, the political counsel at the United States Embassy in Ukraine, saw testimony from him. We're not able to cross-examine. If he's called, or if we get witnesses, we will call the ambassador and we will cross-examine. Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, you saw his testimony, appear before the House. We didn't have the opportunity to cross-examine him. If we call witnesses, we will, of course, have that right to cross-examine him. Fiona Hill, she is the former Senior Director for Europe and Russia on the National Security Council. She testified before the House. If we have witnesses, we have the opportunity to call her then and cross-examine Fiona Hill. Kurt Volker, former United States Special Representative for Ukraine negotiations. They called him. We did not have the opportunity to cross-examine. If we're calling witnesses, these are witnesses you've heard from, we would have the right to call witnesses and to cross-examine Mr. Volker. George Kent, the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for the Bureau of European and Eurasian Affairs. You saw his testimony. They called him. If we have witnesses, we have the right to call that witness and to cross-examine Deputy Assistant Secretary Kent. The former United States Ambassador to Ukraine, Ambassador Yovanovitch, they called her. You saw that testimony. We did not have the opportunity to cross-examine her. If we have witnesses, we would have to call her. Laura Cooper, Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Russia, Ukraine, and Eurasia. They called her. You saw her witness testimony right here. We did not have the opportunity to cross-examine her. We would have to be given that opportunity. These are witnesses against the President. Laura Cooper, Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Russia, Ukraine, and Eurasia. Again, same thing. David Hale, Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs. He was called by the House. You saw his testimony. We never had the opportunity to cross-examine. If we have witnesses, we have to have the opportunity to do that. There were other witnesses that were called, or you saw their testimony or heard their testimony, where it was referred to: Catherine Croft, the Special Advisor for Ukraine Negotiations, Department of the State; Mark Sandy, the Deputy Associate Director for National Security Programs; and Christopher Anderson, Special Advisor for Ukraine Negotiation, Department of State. You heard their testimony referred to. We did not have the opportunity to cross-examine them. So this isn't going to happen if witnesses are called in a week. Now, that's just the witnesses that have been produced that you have seen by the House managers. You are being called upon to make consequential constitutional decisions. Consequential decisions for our Constitution. We talk about the burden of proof. I've said this before, I'll say it again. 31 times the manager said they proved their case. 29 times they said the evidence was overwhelming. Manager Nadler, he didn't only say it was overwhelming in his view. On page 739 of the congressional record, he's very clear. He says, not only is it strong, there is no doubt. That's what he says. The one thing that the House managers think the President and Council's got right is quoting me, talking about Mr. Nadler, Manager Nadler, as saying, beyond any doubt, it is indeed beyond any doubt. Now, of course, we think that they have not proven their case by any stretch of any proper constitutional analysis. In the Clinton investigation, they talk about witnesses being called, but the 3 witnesses that were called had either testified before the grand jury or before the House committees. These weren't new witnesses. What Mr. Philbin said is correct. Under our constitutional design, they're supposed to investigate. You are to deliberate. But what they're asking you to do is now become the investigative agency, the investigative body. If they needed all this additional evidence, which they said they don't need, and by the way, not only did they say it in the record, this is House Manager Nadler, quote, this is on, when he was on CNN back on the 15th of this month, we brought the articles of impeachment because despite the fact that we didn't hear from many witnesses, we heard from enough witnesses to prove the case beyond any doubt at all. The same can be said of Representative Lofgren. You know, we have evidence proving the case through, for example, at the meeting when Bolton said it was a drug deal. Well, we have fact witnesses. Hill was there, Vindman was there, Sondland was there. So this idea that they haven't had witnesses, that's the smokescreen. You've heard from a lot of witnesses. The problem with the case, the problem with their position is, even with all of those witnesses, it doesn't prove up an impeachable offense. The articles fail. I think it's very dangerous if the House runs up, which they did, articles of impeachment quickly, so quickly that they are clamoring for evidence, despite the fact that they put all of this evidence forward. They got their wish of an impeachment by Christmas. That was the goal. But now they want you to do the work they failed to do. But as I said, time and time again we heard, you didn't hear from witnesses, you didn't hear from many witnesses. Mr. Schiff modified that a little bit today. A little bit. You heard from a lot of witnesses. But if we go down the road of witnesses, this is not a one-week process. Remember I talked about the waving the wand and Ukrainian corruption in Ukraine was gone. You're not going to have a witness wand here where we just say, okay, you got a week to do this and get it done. There's no way that would be proper under due process. But you know, due process is supposed to be for the person accused. And they are turning it on its head. They brought the articles before you. They're the ones that rushed the case up and then held it before you could actually start the proceedings. But they're the ones that passed the articles before Christmas. You know, we talked a lot about the court system and the fact that they were seeking witnesses. And when it got close to actually having a court proceeding, they decided that they didn't want to have that witness go through that proceeding. They actually withdrew the subpoena to moot the case out. How many constitutional challenges will we have in this body because they placed a burden on you that they wouldn't take themselves in putting their case forward? If we look at our constitutional framework and our constitutional structure, that's not the way it's supposed to work. Now, our opposition to this motion is rather straightforward, as I've said. We came here ready to try the case on the record that they presented. The record that the managers told us was overwhelming and complete. Mr. Schiff went through every sentence of the articles of impeachment just a few days ago and said, proved, proved, proved. The problem is what it proved is not an impeachable offense. You could have witnesses that prove a lot of things, but if there's not a violation of a law, if it doesn't meet the constitutional required process, the constitutional required substantive issues of do these allegations rise to the level of a sufficient for a removal of office for a duly elected president of the United States? It doesn't. And especially so when we are in an election year. I am not going to take the time, your time, which is precious, to go over in each and every allegation about witnesses that I could. I could do it. I could stand here for a long time. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to say this. They created the record. Do not allow them to penalize the country and the Constitution because they failed to do their job. With that, Mr. Chief Justice, we yield our time.
Thank you, counsel. The House managers have 30 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. Senators, I want to walk through some of the arguments that you've just heard from the President's counsel. The first were arguments made by Mr. Philbin. Mr. Philbin began by saying the House managers assert that you can't have a trial without witnesses. And he said it's not that simple. Actually, it is. It is pretty simple. It is pretty simple. In every courthouse, in every state, in every county in the country where they have trials, they have witnesses. And I think you heard Mr. Philbin tie himself into knots as to why this should be the first trial in which witnesses are not necessary. But you know, some things are just as simple as they appear. A trial without witnesses is simply not a trial. You can call it something else, but it's not a trial. Now, Mr. Sekulow said something very interesting. He said, the House investigates and the Senate deliberates. Well, he would rewrite our Constitution with that argument, because the last time I checked the Constitution, it said that the House shall have the sole power of impeachment and the Senate shall try the impeachment, not merely deliberate about it, not merely think about it, not merely wonder about it. I know you're the greatest deliberative body in the world, but not even you can deliberate in a trial without witnesses. But Mr. Sekulow would rewrite the Constitution. Your job is not to try the case, he says. Your job is merely to deliberate. That is not what the founders had in mind, not by a long shot. Now, Mr. Philbin says none of these witnesses would have relevance on Article 2, I guess conceding that they would have relevant evidence on Article 1. But that's not true either. Imagine what you will see when you hear from the witnesses who ran the Office of Management and Budget, or imagine what you will see when you read the documents from the Office of Management and Budget. What you will see is what they have covered up. What you will see is the motive for their complete obstruction of Congress. When you see not the redacted emails, not the fully blacked out emails that they deigned to give in the litigation under the Freedom of Information Act, but when you see what is under those redactions, you will have proof of motive. When you see those documents, you will see just how fallacious these non-assertions of executive privilege are. You will see, in essence, what they have covered up. It could not be more relevant to whether their panoply of legal argumentation to justify we shall fight all subpoenas is merely a cover-up and legal window dressing. So these witnesses and documents are critical on both articles. Now, you also heard Mr. Philbin argue, and again, this is where we expected we'd be at the end of the proceeding, which is Essentially, they proved their case. They proved their case. We pretty much all know what's gone on here. We all understand just what this president did. No one really disputes that anymore. So what? So what? It's a version of the Dershowitz defense. So what? The president could do no wrong. The president is the state. If the president believes that corrupt conduct would help him get reelected, if he believes shaking down an ally and withholding military aid, if he believes soliciting foreign interference in our election, whether it be from the Ukrainians or the Russians or the Israeli prime minister or anyone else in any form that it may take, so what? He has a God-given right to abuse his power. And there's nothing you can do about it. It's the Dershowitz principle of constitutional lawlessness. That's the end-all argument for them. You don't need to hear witnesses who will prove the president's misconduct because he has a right to be as corrupt as he chooses under our Constitution. And there's nothing you can do about it. God help us if that argument succeeds. Now, they say that these witnesses already testified, and so you don't need to hear from anybody. There were witnesses who already testified, and so the House doesn't get to call witnesses in the Senate. That would be like a criminal trial in any courthouse in America where the defendant, if he's rich and powerful enough, can say to the judge, "Hey, judge, the prosecution got to have witnesses in the grand jury. They don't get to call anyone here. They had their chance in the grand jury. They called witnesses in the grand jury. They don't get to call witnesses here." That's not how it works in any courtroom in America, and it's not how it should work in this courtroom. Of course, you heard the argument again, repeated time and time again. The House is saying they're not ready for trial. Of course, we've never said we weren't ready for trial. We came here very prepared for trial. I would submit to you the president's team came here unprepared for trial, unprepared for the fact that there would be, as we all anticipated, a daily drip of new disclosures that would send them back on their heels. We came here to try a case, prepared to try a case, and yes, we had, I hope, the not unreasonable expectation that in trying that case, like in every courtroom in America, we could call witnesses. That is not a lack of preparation, that is the presence of common sense. They didn't try to get Bolton, they argued. Mr. Philbin said they didn't even try to get Bolton. Now, of course, we did try to get Bolton. And what he said when he refused to show up voluntarily is, if you subpoena me, I will sue you. I will sue you. He said basically what Don McGahn told us 9 months ago. I will sue you. Good luck with that. Now, the public argument that was made by his counsel was that he and Dr. Kupperman, out of just due diligence, they just want a court to opine that it's okay for them to come forward and testify. As soon as the court blesses their testimony, they're more than willing to come in. They just are going to court to get a court opinion saying they could do it. And so, of course, we said to them, if that's your real motivation, there's a court about to rule on this very issue of absolute immunity. And very shortly thereafter, that court did. That was the court, Judge Jackson in the McGahn case, and the judge said this argument about absolute immunity, which, yes, presidents have always dreamed about and asserted, but which has never succeeded in any court in the land. It was ridiculed in the case of Harriet Miers. It was made short shrift in the case of Don McGahn, where the judge said, no, we don't have kings here. In the 250 years of jurisprudence, there is not a single case to support the proposition that the president can simply say that my advisors are absolutely immune from process. And of course, in every other non-impeachment context where the courts have looked at the issue of a Congress's power to enforce its subpoenas against witnesses or documents, the courts have said the power to compel compliance to a subpoena is co-equal, coextensive with the power to legislate, because you can't do one without the other. If we can't find out whether the president is breaking the law, violating the Impoundment Control Act or any other when he is withholding aid we appropriated from an ally, how can we legislate a fix to make sure that this never happens again? We can't. If we can't get answers, we can't legislate. That is a proposition vindicated by every court in the land, and of course, in the context of impeachment, the courts have said that is never more important. Never more important. Now, I don't know why, after saying he would sue us, and we had to expect that, like Don McGahn, where we are still in court 9 months later, I don't know why he's changed his mind. But I suspect it's for the reason that if this trial goes forward and he keeps this to himself, it will be very difficult to explain to the country why he saved it for the book. When he knew information of direct relevance and consequence to a decision that you have to make about whether a president of the United States should be removed from office, it would be very difficult to explain why that was saved for a book. Well, I would submit to you it will be equally difficult for you to explain as it would be for him. But you can ask him that question. Why are you willing to testify before the Senate but not the House? And you should ask him that question. Now, it was said, and it has the character of, you should have fought harder to overcome our obstruction. The House should have fought harder to overcome our stonewalling. Shame on the House for not fighting harder to overcome our stonewalling. If only they had fought harder to overcome our stonewalling, maybe they could have gotten these witnesses earlier. That's a really hard argument to make while they're stonewalling. You should have tried harder. You should have taken the years that would be necessary to overcome our stonewalling. And the reason why that argument is in such bad faith, as I pointed out to you yesterday, that while they're in this body arguing the House was derelict, slapdash, they should have fought harder and longer and endlessly to overcome our stonewalling, while they're making that argument to you, the House should have fought up and down the courts, from the district to the Court of Appeals, the Supreme Court, and back again. They're in the courthouse arguing the opposite. They're in the courthouse saying, Judge, they're trying to enforce a subpoena on Don McGahn. You need to throw it out. They don't have the jurisdiction. This is non-justiciable. You can't hear this case. That is a really hard argument to make. I credit them for making it with a straight face. But that's the character of it. You should have fought harder to overcome our stonewalling and obstruction. Now, they also say the Chief Justice cannot decide issues of privilege. No, the Chief Justice can't make those decisions. You need to let us litigate this up and down the court system. That's a pretty remarkable argument, because the Senate rules allow the presiding officer to make judgments, to rule on issues of evidence, materiality, and privilege. That is permitted under your own rules. We don't need to go up and down the courts. We've got a perfectly good judge right here. Now, you heard our proposal yesterday that we take a week, just a week, to depose the witnesses that we feel are relevant, that they feel are relevant, and that the justice rules are relevant. Just 1 week. Now, they can say that the Constitution requires them to go to court, but of course it doesn't. There is absolutely no constitutional impediment from these fine lawyers saying, you know, that's eminently reasonable. We will allow a neutral party, the Chief Justice of the United States of America, to rule on whether a witness is material or immaterial, whether they're being called for purposes of probative evidence or harassment, and whether you're making a proper claim of privilege or merely trying to hide crime or fraud. The concern they have is not that this Chief Justice will be unfair, but rather that he will be fair. But do not make any mistake about it. Do not let them suggest that there is something constitutionally impermissible, or it would violate the President's rights to allow the Chief Justice of the United States to make those decisions in this court, because he is empowered to do so by your rules and by the Constitution, which gives you the sole power to try impeachments. In the sole exercise of your power to try impeachments, you can say, we will allow the Chief Justice to make those decisions. Now, Mr. Sekulow said that you've heard the testimony of 13 witnesses. And I think the impression is meant to be given, if not to you who know otherwise, then maybe to the people watching at home, that they must have been in between errands while watching the Senate trial and missed where those 13 witnesses came before the Senate and testified. But of course, you heard no live testimony in this body. There wasn't any live testimony before this body, and I don't recall any of you in that super secret basement bunker they've been talking about. Now, I'll admit there were 100 members eligible to be there, so maybe I missed one of you. But I don't think you were there for the live testimony in the House. Now, Mr. Sekulow says the President was deprived of his right of calling these witnesses himself and cross-examining these witnesses in the House, but that's not true either, because the President was eligible to call witnesses in his defense in the Judiciary Committee and chose not to do so. If the President's counsel felt that, you know, Bill Taylor says that he spoke with Sondland right after this phone call with the President, and Sondland talked about how the military aid was conditioned on these investigations. The President wanted Zelensky in a public box. And I'd really like to cross-examine that West Point grad, Vietnam vet, because I don't believe him. You know, they could have called Bill Taylor in the Judiciary Committee and cross-examined him. Or they could have called Mick Mulvaney and put him under oath and let him contradict what we now John Bolton would say. But of course they didn't do that. No, they said merely, just get it over with in the House. For all there was too quick, too slapdash, get it over with in the House. Because as the President said, when it comes to the Senate, we'll have a real trial where he gets to call witnesses. But they've changed their tune, because now they know what they really have known all along, which is those witnesses would deeply incriminate this President. And so, instead, they have fallen back on the argument that if we're going to go down the road to having a real trial, if we're going to go down the road into having a real trial, we, the President's lawyers, are going to make you pay. And the form of this argument is we are going to call every witness under the sun. We're going to call every witness that testified before the House. We're going to call every witness that we can think of that would help smear the Bidens. We are going to keep you here until kingdom come. That's essentially the argument that they're making when Mr. Sekulow says we're going to bring in Fiona Hill and we're going to bring in Tim Morrison, we're going to bring in this witness and bring in that witness. You have the sole power to try this case. You do not have to allow the president's lawyers to abuse your time or this process. You have the power to decide, no, we gave each side 24 hours to make their arguments. We're going to give each side a shared week to call their witnesses. You have that power. If you didn't, you couldn't have constricted the amount of time for our argument. You can likewise determine how much time should be taken with witness testimony. Now, Mr. Sekulow ended his argument against witnesses with where Mr. Philbin essentially began. It all comes back to the Dershowitz principle. What's the point of witnesses if the president can do whatever he wants under Article 2? What's the point of calling witnesses? What's the point of having a trial if the president can do whatever he wants under Article 2? The only constraining principle, and I think that one of the senators asked yesterday, what's the limiting principle in the Dershowitz argument? If a president can corruptly seek foreign interference in his election because he believes that his election is in the national interest, then you cannot impeach him for it, no matter how damaging it may be to our national security. What is the limiting principle? And I suppose the limiting principle is only this. It only requires the president to believe that his reelection is in the national interest. Well, it would require an extraordinary level of self-reflection and insight for a president of the United States to conclude that his own reelection was not in the national interest. Not unprecedented, mind you. I think that was the decision that LBJ ultimately arrived at. But I would not want to consider that a meaningful limitation on presidential power, and neither should you. Finally, counsel expressed some indignance that we should suggest that it's not just the Senate, it's not just the president, rather, who is on trial here, but it is also the Senate. How dare the House manager suggest that your decisions should reflect on this body? That's just such a calumny. Well, let me read you a statement made by one of your former colleagues. This is what former U.S. Senator John Warner, a Republican of Virginia, had to say. As conscientious citizens from all walks of life are trying their best to understand the complex impeachment issues now being deliberated in the U.S. Senate, the rules of evidence are central to the matter. Should the Senate allow additional sworn testimony from fact witnesses with firsthand knowledge and include relevant documents, he asks. As a lifelong Republican and a retired member of the U.S. Senate, who once served as a juror in a presidential impeachment trial, I am mindful of the difficult responsibilities those currently serving now shoulder. I believe, as I'm sure you do, that not only is the president on trial, but in many ways, so is the Senate itself. As such, I am strongly supportive of the efforts of my former Republican Senate colleagues who are considering that the Senate accept the introduction of additional evidence that they deem relevant. Not long ago, senators of both major parties always worked to accommodate fellow colleagues with differing points of view to arrive at outcomes that would best serve the nation's interests. If witnesses are suppressed in this trial, and a majority of Americans are left believing the trial was a sham, I can only imagine the lasting damage done to the Senate and to our fragile national consensus. The Senate embraces its legacy and delivers for the American people by avoiding the risk. Throughout the long life of our nation, federal and state judicial systems have largely supported the judicial norms of evidence, witnesses, and relevant documents. I respectfully urge the Senate to be guided by the rules of evidence and follow our nation's judicial norms, precedents, and institutions, to uphold the Constitution and the rule of law by welcoming relevant witnesses and documents as part of this impeachment trial. That is your colleague, former Senator John Warner. Senators, there is a storm blowing through this Capitol. Its winds are strong, and they move us in uncertain and dangerous directions. Jefferson once said, "I consider trial by jury as the only anchor yet imagined by man by which a government can be held to the principles of its Constitution." The only anchor ever imagined, yet imagined by man, by which a government can be held to the principles of its Constitution. I would submit to you, remove that anchor, and we are adrift. But if we hold true, if we have faith that the ship of state can survive the truth, this storm shall pass. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Mr. Chief Justice.
The Majority Leader
I
is
suggest
recognized.
the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
You're watching live coverage of the impeachment trial of President Donald Trump. I'm Libby Casey, and I'm with Amber Phillips in the studio as we look over the chamber of the Senate. Amber, both sides making this argument on whether or not to call witnesses, but the end result is already done because we know the votes. We have the vote count.
Exactly, yeah. The Democrats are put in a rather difficult, if not awkward, position today of trying to, pretend like a decision hadn't been made and convince a majority of senators to agree to call John Bolton, among other witnesses. Adam Schiff, we saw using really soaring rhetoric, as he has become known for in this impeachment proceeding, appealing to senators' sense of history and, what will people say about these senators today in 20 years from now. But it's all for naught, like you mentioned, Libby. We knew as this day got started that it would be very difficult for Democrats to get 4 Republicans to defect from them and to be able to call witnesses like Democrats want. That's because one of those 4 already said no as early as Thursday night. I mean, Lamar Alexander barely waited until the last day of question and answer sessions was done to issue a statement saying, essentially, I think Trump did it, but I don't think we should call witnesses. From there, Susan Collins said she would call witnesses, which is a notable victory for Democrats, but it's not enough, especially with the second of those 4, Lisa Murkowski, saying the second, basically, that they started this trial today and Democrats had to make their arguments for witnesses. Nope, I'm not doing it either.
We were all still watching to see what would happen, but as soon as Alexander put out that statement, it showed us that they couldn't have 4 Republicans cross over. They wouldn't hit that magic number of 4, which is so significant. Because we weren't watching other Republicans because we'd already had statements earlier in the week from some of these Republicans who are running for re-election, who might have been watched earlier, like the Cory Gardners, to see how they would weigh in. They got off our radar pretty fast by saying, no, I'm not going to call for witnesses. So it was just those 4 that we were looking toward. Now, as you pointed out, a big question is going to be, how will the Republicans who voted against witnesses talk about not just the need for witnesses, but also their decision to acquit the president? And will they chastise him? Will they say, I'm not voting to remove the president from office, but I'm also not saying he did nothing wrong?
Yeah.
And they've got a little time to work on that messaging because we are watching to see how long this process will play out. Now, what's happening at this moment is the question of witnesses, but that's not it. Then they've still got to go through more process.
Yeah, for 2 weeks now, we've been thinking today in this moment that they might be taking any minute now. This vote on whether to call witnesses was the big moment in the impeachment trial. Now we know almost certainly how things are going to turn out, so it's kind of anticlimactic in that sense. But they're not done after this, though. This vote, a no vote to call witnesses, starts the process of ending the trial. That could take a couple days. The question on everyone's mind from there is this going to overlap with the Iowa caucuses for number of Senate Democrats, 4 actually, who need to get back to Iowa? Is this going to overlap with Trump's State of the Union? It's quite possible that could happen.
Well, let's take a look at what's ahead tonight. So first, the Senate will vote on evidence and witnesses, and we know where that's going. That will not move forward. Then Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell will propose a new organizing resolution, which the Senate will debate. Then amendments may be offered with up to 2 hours of debate on each of those. After that, the Senate will vote on the organizing resolution, and that'll determine when we will see this trial continue. And I'm so glad, Amber, that you pointed out that this organizing resolution process is what we saw at the very beginning of this trial phase, and now we see it here at the end.
It's like the beginning of the end.
Yeah,
This
it is
organizing
the
resolution.
End. Let's go to our colleague Rhonda Colvin on Capitol Hill. Rhonda, what is the scene on Capitol Hill today? We were all watching today to be such a newsworthy moment. What's it like there this evening?
Yeah, we've all been waiting sort of all this week to know what is going to happen today. There was a lot of anticipation surrounding today's vote. The mood here is kind of calm. We haven't seen much in the media area here in the rotunda in Russell, the Senate building. However, behind me for like the last hour, I would say, there are protesters. They're doing a very quiet demonstration, but closer to this vote, they all gathered and they're doing circles around the rotunda. They're wearing black shirts that say "Remove Trump," and they are giving speeches of why they feel the president needs to be removed and adding pressure to senators, telling them to do their job. So there is a growing group behind me. There's a police presence. They are fairly quiet and not doing much, but they are here to express their concerns of what the Senate is possibly about to do. That's been the mood here. We know that there are still unknowns for the remainder of this day. As you just pointed out, the schedule. We don't know how many amendments Democrats might bring up. So I've been told by a Democratic aide that this is likely going to be a long night. If you remember the last time they had an organizing resolution, that was the night they went to 2 a.m. So I don't know if it's going to go that long, but that was the day that Chuck Schumer, the minority leader, brought 11 amendments. So I don't know if that's going to be the tactic we see today, but be prepared for some amendments.
Thanks, Rhonda. You know, I'm interested in hearing from you what you're watching for, what drama may play out, if any, now that we know the witness count vote. What are you watching that's yet unresolved, Rhonda?
It's definitely those amendments, the Democratic amendments. What are they going to try to add to that organizing resolution? What are they going to try somehow to work in language about witnesses and evidence somehow? That's really what remains to be seen here. So definitely we should all be watching, even though it is going to be a long night, watching what those amendments say, what Chuck Schumer and Democrats want to accomplish by bringing up amendments that will likely not pass.
The other question we're wondering, Rhonda, is what the ultimate vote will be on acquittal, right?
That's right. We don't know exactly when that vote will be taken, possibly next week. But yeah, that vote to acquit, we are watching, some of the moderate Democrats who have pressure because of the states they represent, someone like Kyrsten Sinema, someone like Doug Jones. Those are two people definitely being watched today. And Joe Manchin as well from West Virginia. When we have that final vote, those will be the three that everybody is watching. So yeah, stay tuned.
Now you can see there as we look at the Senate, and we'll go back to it in just a moment. Now we're seeing lots of me and you, Rhonda, but as we look at the floor of the Senate, you can see some huddles there, some conversations taking place. The conversations are, of course, relevant and of interest, perhaps less so than they might have been, honestly, a couple of days ago as we were trying to figure out who was going to be appealing to these moderate Republicans. But we can see there Leader Schumer talking with some other senators. Leader McConnell talking with some other senators. Leader McConnell and Leader Schumer are the ones who hold a lot of power here to determine just what steps happen next. It is less, Rhonda, in the hands of Adam Schiff and President Trump's legal team.
Yeah, that's really true. The utility of the House managers as well as the White House counsel is just to argue the points for both of their sides. But really, the power is in the hands of both of those leaders, the leader of the Democratic caucus and the majority leader, McConnell. So they hold and determine what the rest of this process is going to look like. That is no longer up to any House member or anybody on the president's team. It's all in the hands of those who hold the reins of procedure here.
Indeed, Schumer and McConnell, who were there together. They may have some work to do, some work to figure out. One criticism that we heard from Lisa Murkowski was a complaint about the partisanship of this moment. Let's bring back into the conversation Amber. We will be looking for partisanship, but also Democrats trying to use this final moment to hit some of their points home.
Yeah, beyond closing arguments, which they will have a chance to do, this is their last moment to, like you said, whack Republicans with an eye toward November and trying to take back the Senate chamber. That is an uphill-ish battle, I'll phrase it that way, for Senate Democrats. We don't know how impeachment's going to play into this. We've talked a lot about moderate Republicans and people like Cory Gardner and his vote to not hold witnesses and unlikely to acquit the president. What does that do? But I imagine what Senate Democrats, I don't have inside reporting, are going to try to do is similar to what they did on Tuesday with this resolution to set up everything. I see Chief Justice getting back in his chair, so we'll see if
we're just watching
things get started.
To see if
he does, I think I imagine that they could have the vote on whether to call witnesses within the next couple hours, and then after that, like we said, the beginning and the end resolution that McConnell's putting forward, how closing arguments will go, is going to be used as a political vehicle for Democrats. I'm not sure what kind of amendments, but I imagine it's stuff like do you want John Bolton to testify, similar to what we saw on Tuesday? Do you want X and X documents from the State Department? No, why not? In ways that they can go home and use as a campaign advertisement against these Senate Republicans.
And we'll see if Chuck Schumer, the top Democrat, decides that that is an avenue they want to go down. So Jerry Nadler's not here today. He put out a statement saying that he's back home helping to care for his wife, who is ill. The rest of the House impeachment managers are on hand to help make these closing arguments, but really Adam Schiff is the one who we're all watching at this point.
He's their opener, their closer, the middle person. I mean, we knew when Nancy Pelosi, way back in September, announced this impeachment inquiry, she was going to lean heavily on Adam Schiff. He'd kind of become the face for House Democrats of opposing Trump on Russia. It's even knowing that, and even knowing she made him his lead impeachment manager, it's been notable to see how much he's been talking. He, I think, whatever you think of his politics, has a gift, objectively, for being able to synthesize information in a way that fits his party's narrative and do it quickly and eloquently. His closing argument to their opening arguments was an hour-long speech where he talked about everything from Russia and Vladimir Putin to his own father and his military service, the late Senator John McCain. I mean, we expect him to take center stage going forward for Democrats, but tonight will probably be Chuck Schumer's moment in terms of calling these amendments.
We were watching to see if any Republicans would have their Maverick moment, their John McCain moment. So memorable to see him when he did the thumbs down.
Literally like that, yeah.
On the Senate floor for the health care vote. Not going to happen. Not going to happen for these moderate Republican senators. But now we're wondering if there'll be a Maverick-y type Democrat moment. Now, Democrats don't hold the power to tip the scales on removal from office or no removal from office, but they could give the president some winning talking points. And if any Democrats side with Republicans and vote to acquit, it would allow the president to say he was acquitted on bipartisan terms, Amber.
Yeah, in both the House and the Senate. And I think that's the fact that we're talking about that right now is reflective of how much the conversation has changed in these short days since Senate Republicans closed ranks around McConnell and Trump. A couple days ago, we were saying who would be the defection on the Republican side to help Democrats, and now we're at this point we're thinking, okay, what could change? What could surprise us? It might be Democrats deflecting to the Republican side to help President Trump.
We've seen the House impeachment lead, Adam Schiff, and the rest of his team choose to use almost all the time they've been given, right? In those opening 24 hours, split over 3 days. They used just about all of it. Not all of it, but they went over the 20-hour mark. We saw the president's team go far short of that, right? Basically use half the time.
Yeah.
And I'm interested in this strategy of the House impeachment managers of wringing a lot of time out of what they've been given versus the president's team who's opted to go for on the shorter end of things.
Right, they've opted to kind of be a little nicer to the senators and recognize their board is sitting there. I think Democrats had a lot more to lose in the beginning on that strategy of this trial, of taking all this time, because it risked playing into McConnell's hands that when we got to this point, majority of senators would say, I really don't want this thing to keep going, whatever I think of John Bolton and what Trump did. Now, if, Democrats want to take up however much time they're allotted for closing arguments, what do they have left to lose? At this point, Adam Schiff is only talking to the American people, not this dual audience he had earlier, which was Senate Republicans and Americans and popular public opinion.
I think what Democrats also wanted to show was the president's team isn't using as much time because they don't have as much to bolster their case. So that was part of their thing of we have a lot to show you, we have a lot to say, and they were looking at that as a sign of almost having the big document, right? And saying that the lack of time on the Republican side of the aisle might be for lack of information.
Yeah.
Not what the president's team would certainly say, but I appreciate what you're saying, and that's such a good point of what is the benefit now, right? What is the benefit or the harm now of using more time? We'll see. There's also the question of optics when an ultimate acquittal vote is taken? Is it in the middle of the night, quote unquote?
Yep.
Is it during the day? Is it on a weekend? And how does that play into Democrats' talking points versus Republicans' talking points in terms of what that looks like, what the optics are?
I would imagine that's another question mark right now. I'd imagine that is, to the extent there are negotiations between Senate Democratic leaders and Senate Republicans, something they are working together on. Like, I could see Chuck Schumer saying, listen, my senators have an Iowa caucus coming on Monday. Can we somehow not interfere with that? And Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell saying, the president has State of the Union Tuesday night. Can we somehow not interfere with that? So it's a little sliver maybe of an opportunity for bipartisan negotiation on how this trial ends, even if both sides vehemently disagree on the allegations.
Let's bring our colleague Philip Bump into the conversation, national correspondent. He joins us now by phone. Philip, let's talk about the latest reporting about John Bolton and this unpublished manuscript. We saw Adam Schiff pivot to it right away as he started talking about witnesses today. He cited the New York Times reporting and brought it into the conversation immediately. What is the reverberation of the latest Bolton news?
So the news itself is that at some point in early May of 2019, John Bolton was in a meeting with President's attorney Rudy Giuliani, the president, White House acting chief of staff Mick Mulvaney, and White House counsel Pat Cipollone, who is also leading the Trump's impeachment defense. And Trump asked Bolton to call Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and ask him to sit down for a meeting with Rudy Giuliani. There's a lot that's happening at this point in early May, which I wrote about, and I'm happy to get into. But the broad effect in this moment in terms of the impeachment trial is that it serves as a very potent reminder of how much still isn't known by these senators as they prepare to take these votes. It's yet another second time this week that we've seen what could be a potentially largely significant revelation stemming from this unpublished book by John Bolton, who said he's willing to testify before the Senate if they call him. And it is a reminder to the senators that there's going to be a lot more that comes out even after the impeachment vote is taken, which then the Democrats are using to say, so why don't we interview Bolton now?
So let's talk about how the Republicans have defended their decision not to call for more witnesses, Philip, especially some of these moderates who we've heard come out over the last 24 hours and say they just don't see that calling more witnesses would change their opinion on acquittal or conviction.
Right. So we've heard a small range of rationalizations for that. Lamar Alexander, who everyone was watching closely yesterday evening, essentially said that the House had proven its case that President Trump had acted inappropriately, but that he nonetheless wasn't going to support a call for more information. We saw Lisa Murkowski, senator from Alaska, who said essentially that because the process she didn't agree with broadly, she wasn't going to agree for a call for more witnesses either. So there's sort of different rationalizations, but they get to the same point, which is that a lot of Republicans are arguing essentially that the results of this aren't going to change. No one expects Donald Trump to be removed from office, particularly given there's a two-thirds threshold. And so it is in the interest of the Senate to just sort of move on and take that vote. I mean, that's sort of the subtext to it, if not stated overtly. And I think that, these senators are trying to, in these messages, Alexander and Murkowski, Alexander's retiring, so it's less important for him, but there is a lot of sort of trying to negotiate how you talk about this in a way that meets all of your political needs, even though everyone knows that the end result is going to be the same.
Philip, Pat Cipollone, let's talk about his role. He's a voice that's really emerged in this moment in a very public way, as he's been a defender of President Trump, but he may complicate things a little bit here, and certainly the Democrats have been invoking him. I want to also point out we're watching the President and the First Lady in the lower part of our screen, but Philip, let's talk about Pat Cipollone.
So Cipollone has, as I said, he's been one of the leads of the president's impeachment team along with Jay Sekulow. Cipollone yesterday was making the case in front of the senators for why it didn't make sense to call additional witnesses, that the Democrats said that they could prove their case even without those additional witnesses, so on and so forth. And now we find out that Cipollone is potentially a fact witness himself, having allegedly sat in on this phone call or on this conversation between President Trump and John Bolton. And part of it, we've known for a while that there may be some weird overlap by having the White House counsel engaged in the impeachment trial itself, since obviously he was with President Trump when President Trump was making various decisions. But this really also allowed the Democrats again to say, and they, to your point, raised this right off the bat today, it allowed the Democrats to say, look, even this guy who's been talking to you is someone who's been named as having potentially important information about this stuff, and yet we're not going to hear from him unless we allow more witnesses and evidence to come into play.
Philip, joining our conversation right now is Natalie Jennings, editor for The Fix. Also, of course, Amber Phillips. I want to turn this to two of you and keep Philip on the phone. Democrats are saying, as we just heard from Philip, the way to get answers, the way to figure out who was quote unquote in the loop is to call more witnesses, especially to get John Bolton to testify, Amber.
I've said this 100 times and I'll say it again. That's so true, but how can you expect Senate Republicans to say, yeah, go ahead, yeah, sure, why don't we dig into difficult questions about our Republican president that might unravel this whole situation we built up with each other, which is to protect the president, not impeach him.
Yeah, and we know there's a lot of talking past each other that goes on in both sides of politics, but now we really are. These
truly talking past each
there
other.
are statements on the record, short of something very unusual happen. These senators have said, this is how I'm going to vote regardless of whether we hear from these people and regardless of what they tell us. Several senators have come out, including crucially Lamar Alexander, and said, whether or not these witnesses come in and whether or not they tell us what we already think probably happened, we don't think this merits impeachment, so what's the point?
Amy Klobuchar was talking to reporters earlier when the question of whether Republicans would join with Democrats in a meaningful way to call for witnesses was still on the table. And Senator Klobuchar said, look, more news will come out, not just in a matter of weeks, but even in a matter of days, possibly. We might find out more. Of course, signaling the John Bolton manuscript, but other reporting that's being done, other information that could leak out. So, Natalie, what position does this put Republicans in who are taking a vote today, presumably not to call for witnesses, and then we'll be moving into the phase of acquittal? What position does John Bolton put them in?
I mean, I guess it depends on who they are looking to be in a good position with, right? They know that this is a risk. Just today, we've had more news come out. They knew that yesterday when they were making these statements. They've baked that into the cake of their calculation that more is going to come out, but that they, for their political future or their constituents or what they think of the right course of action, is to stick with not learning more officially on the record in this Senate trial and just to move forward and to let voters make the decision in November.
Philip, we're definitely hearing the Republicans who are talking about why they're not voting to call witnesses, not hang it on John Bolton and not hang it on, I don't think there's anything new that would come out or more that we'd find. They're really focused more on things like process or more like what the bar for impeachment should be. What is your take, though, on how potentially damaging or concerning more Bolton revelations could be to them?
Well, this is the thing that I think is really remarkable, and I wrote about this today too, is that the way that this impeachment trial will be judged over the long term is really in what it was able to accomplish before it wrapped up, right? There are absolutely going to be more revelations that come out. Some of those may be in 40 years in people's books or once, files are opened up by the U.S. government after the period in which they are kept secret. Some of them may be in March when Bolton's book comes out. Some may be in 24 hours. So it's hard to say. But there will absolutely be more revelations. We'll have a fuller sense of what happened here. And that's the lens through which their decision today is going to be evaluated, particularly if we have new revelations from some of the witnesses the Democrats have been particularly eager to call: John Bolton, Mick Mulvaney, Mike Duffy, who worked at the Office of Management and Budget. If there are new revelations that come out related to those people, it's going to look very bad for the senators that they move forward so quickly on this vote. Now, what they've been doing is they've really been echoing the arguments from Trump's impeachment defenders, his defense team, where they've been saying that they've used repeatedly this phrase, fruit of the poison tree. They're saying that because this process itself was problematic from the outset, not handled properly in their view, that the entire impeachment trial itself should be made to essentially go away. Republicans are, whether or not they believe that is one thing, but they're echoing that rhetoric to argue for moving on from this thing fairly quickly, and it just seems to me as an outside observer to be pretty politically risky.
National correspondent, thank you so much for joining us by phone. Let's listen to Jay Sekulo's closing argument today against witnesses and additional evidence.
Our opposition to this motion is rather straightforward, as I've said. We came here ready to try the case on the record that they presented. The record that the managers told us was overwhelming and complete. Mr. Schiff went through every sentence of the articles of impeachment just a few days ago and said, proved, proved, proved. The problem is what it prove is not an impeachable offense. You could have witnesses that prove a lot of things, but if there's not a violation of a law, if it doesn't meet the constitutional required process, the constitutional required substantive issues of do these allegations rise to the level of a sufficient for a removal of office for a duly elected president of the United States? It doesn't. And especially so when we are in an election year.
Jay Sekulow making the case for why no witnesses should be called. Much of his argument was echoed in what we saw Lamar Alexander point to, saying that yes, the people should basically decide what happens next. Amber.
Right. No matter what you think, if you're on Trump, who said read the transcripts, I did nothing wrong. If you're Lamar Alexander, who said I kind of think you did, they can all unite under this umbrella Jay Sekulow just gave them, which is, and I heard Pat Cipollone and Patrick Philbin say this as well repeatedly. In an election year, really, guys? In addition to that, I heard Jay Sekulow say, it's not impeachable. Whatever you want to say of his crimes, it's not impeachable. Constitutional scholars I've talked to, and this is in the mainstream, would say, well, impeachable is subjective. It's up to Congress. There does not have to be a crime. Of course, Alan Dershowitz was very good at injecting this doubt about whether there needs to be a crime or whether it's like better to impeach a president because of a crime. But Jay Sekulow was able to give them something else to hang on to, which is like this nebulous term impeachable. Just trust me, it didn't, in my legal analysis of this, it didn't meet that standard.
Lamar Alexander's statement was fascinating because he didn't say the president was guilt-free. I mean, he really had criticisms about President Trump, but ultimately, in his view, found that it didn't warrant not only removal from office, Natalie, but didn't warrant calling for more witnesses.
Yes, I mean, we're at a point right now where the outcome of this is not an if, it's a when. But, the notable thing going forward is how these senators characterize their decisions. I think we saw a lot over the course of this trial, starting back in the House and certainly heavily in the Senate, arguments over who was going to do greater damage to the long term, setting precedent, setting the stage for what might happen next if power is on the other foot. And I think what we're seeing in some of these senator statements who are saying this was not acceptable is still leaving some room for future senators who find themselves deciding the fate of a president to say, you can maybe draw a line around some things. This is where I'm drawing this line for these reasons, but we're not locking in to saying this sort of thing is acceptable for anybody to go ahead and go and do going forward.
Both sides have been warning about setting precedents, and we've heard this from both the House impeachment managers as well as President Trump's legal team, Amber.
It's a slippery slope argument on both sides. Like, if you do this or if you don't do this, look what's going to happen. Slippery slope arguments I find in politics, the short time I've been watching it, it just like resonates with the people who want to hear it.
Yeah, and it gives everybody a little bit of something to grab on to.
Yeah.
And we knew sort of all along, and it appears like it's going to bear out, that it's going to give their partisans, think that the other side has the slipperier slope.
More slippery slope. I will point out that we just played that tape from Jay Sekulow making his closing arguments for why they do not need to hear from more witnesses. We also heard from Adam Schiff, the lead House impeachment manager, about why they should call for more witnesses. And he said this: the facts will come out. In all of their horror, they will come out. Adam Schiff sort of swinging for the fences here in these last moments, his last opportunity to try to hammer home what he has put so much of his focus on in these past 2 weeks, the call to bring John Bolton before the Senate, to get him on the record as part of this process, and warning them that the facts will ultimately come out, he believes, in the favor of the Democrats.
Yeah, we're not going to see, yes, they know what the outcome is going to be, most likely. Adam Schiff knows that. But just because we know that, we're obviously not going to see them sort of phone it in these last hours, whatever happens in the next couple hours, to lay out what we're going to see next. The more time they've seen, as we've seen developments outside the trial in the last couple of weeks, the more time that this goes on, the more we learn, the worse a position they think that puts Republicans in, who have to go ahead and still take the votes that they've committed to taking.
Yeah, I feel like Adam Schiff can be rather confident in what he was saying today. Like, it's going to come out because not only did we have two events, separate leaks of John Bolton's manuscript, we also had John Kelly, a former White House chief of staff, say not once, but twice that he thinks he sides with Bolton, essentially, and the Senate should have a fair trial. A caveat, John Kelly was not part of the White House during this Ukraine saga, but I think it speaks to some kind of willingness among like really, really senior people in Trump's orbit to turn on him as this impeachment trial is going on.
That's right. John Kelly hasn't said a lot since he left the White House. He hasn't, didn't go on a book, write a book immediately after he left, but it is important that he can speak up and vouch for things here and there, and there's a lot of people out there who could do similar things.
We're certainly watching these 4 Democrats in the Senate who are running for president, who are antsy to get back to Iowa. Well, in the meantime, the former Vice President Joe Biden is there, and of course, stumping and traveling around the state looking for votes.
Has he even left Iowa since this whole trial?
I mean, it's like the home away from home, right? Iowa, New Hampshire become the home away from home right now. Let's look at some tape from the former Vice President Joe Biden. This is yesterday. Before going into his stump speech, he took aim at President Trump.
But I ask myself a lot, and I think you've asked yourself as well, does it matter if a president lies? Does it matter if a president has no moral compass? Does it matter if a president believes he or she is above the law? Does it matter if the president is petty or mean or spiteful? Does it matter what the character of the president is? Well, I believe the answer to each and every one of these questions is what you think as well, is yes. Over the course of this presidency, Donald Trump has proved he believes the answer to each and every one of these questions is no. Ladies and gentlemen, in November, America will have a chance to answer the question, does the character of a president matter? Yes or no?
Joe Biden on the campaign trail. Let's go to Rhonda Colvin and bring her into this conversation about the 2020 candidates. Rhonda, we've been watching the senators who are running for president try to do double duty here, being attentive in the chamber, asking questions when they had the opportunity to, but also trying to make sure that their ground game in Iowa is strong. What are you going to be watching as they try to get out of there and head to Iowa?
Yeah, you know what, to that question, I just want to touch on my observations from the last week of this trial. I believe Amy Klobuchar has been one of the most active in talking to the media during this whole phase. She has definitely found the cameras downstairs in the subway area and telling voters that she can do her job here as a senator and also speak to the people of Iowa and campaign that way, have surrogates out that way. And even her questioning, too, it shows that she is trying to use this opportunity to her advantage. And that makes you wonder, if you were running for the presidency, how you can, utilize something as serious and divisive as an impeachment. And I think all of them have, in some way or form, have shown that and shown their competency of being senators here and being able to be on the campaign trail. And it's so interesting, too, to hear that clip from Joe Biden, who, his name has been mentioned probably as much or maybe a little less than Bolton in this whole week, in this trial. So it's interesting to hear that he has been using his time in Iowa apparently giving speeches and talking about his ability to be president, while his name has been used a lot throughout this week in this trial. So again, a lot of these candidates, we've been watching them the last week and seeing how they were going to handle this, and most of them have been able to walk and chew gum at the same time, as they say.
All right, Rhonda, we'll be seeing how fast they can get out of there once we know the timing of things. Rhonda, remind us of what we're all watching here and why the timing is so important.
Yeah, so they're taking a roll call for a quorum vote. After this, they're going to vote on that witness vote and bringing in extra evidence. And as we have said time and time again today, that is likely to fail. Then after that, McConnell will submit an organizing resolution. That is somewhat like the rules package that we saw last week when they were in until about 2 a.m., discussing the rules and how the rest of this trial will proceed. So that's what we are waiting on for the rest of the night. We are expecting Democrats to come with at least a few amendments to that organizing resolution. So it should be a long night with that.
All right, Rhonda, thank you so much. Well, as we started things off this morning, news was breaking. The New York Times reported on more from John Bolton's unpublished manuscript. And so right out of the gate, Adam Schiff, the lead impeachment manager, pivoted his remarks to address that as he called for witnesses.
Today, we were greeted to yet another development in the case when the New York Times reported with a headline that says, "Trump told Bolton to help his Ukraine pressure campaign," book says. The president asked his national security advisor last spring in front of other senior advisors to pave the way for a meeting between Rudolph Giuliani and Ukraine's new leader. According to the New York Times, more than 2 months before he asked Ukraine's president to investigate his political opponents, President Trump directed John R. Bolton, then his national security advisor, to help with his pressure campaign to extract damaging information on Democrats from Ukrainian officials, according to an unpublished manuscript by Mr. Bolton. Mr. Trump gave the instruction, Mr. Bolton wrote, during an Oval Office conversation in early May that included the acting White House Chief of Staff, Mick Mulvaney, the president's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, and the White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, who is now leading the president's impeachment defense. Now, you will see in a few moments, and you will recall Mr. Cipollone suggesting that the House managers were concealing facts from this body. He said all the facts should come out. Well, there's a new fact which indicates that Mr. Cipollone was among those who were in the loop. Yet another reason why we ought to hear from witnesses. Just as we predicted, and it didn't require any great act of clairvoyance, the facts will come out. They will continue to come out. And the question before you today is whether they will come out in time for you to make a complete and informed judgment as to the guilt or innocence of the president. Let's find out. Let's put John Bolton under oath. Let's find out who's telling the truth. The trial is supposed to be a quest for the truth. Let's not fear what we will learn.
It's the lead impeachment manager, Adam Schiff, beginning his case this afternoon as to why witnesses should be called, pivoting right away off the news from the New York Times about John Bolton's unpublished manuscript. Welcome, Matt Zapotosky, to the table. Matt, I want you to break down the news for us about the Bolton manuscript, and let's talk about why it continues to be of focus and importance.
So the news today was that the president apparently told John Bolton he wanted John Bolton to be a part of this pressure campaign on the Ukrainian government. And keep in mind, we've had a couple of other revelations from John Bolton, arguably one that is more explosive, that he told John Bolton more explicitly about the quid pro quo. This is just kind of one end of it, the pressure campaign. But still very important, and also still very important for who it puts in the room. Rudy Giuliani, no surprise there. He was sort of publicly running this pressure campaign. But also Pat Cipollone, the president's lawyer, who's a part of this impeachment process. And it's also just a demonstration, again, that there are going to be so many drips and drabs from Bolton's book. I mean, we've seen 3 of them so far. Who knows what else is in that book, and who knows what else is going to come out when the impeachment process is over. So I think what Adam Schiff there is trying to do is put Republicans on notice. Hey, be aware of what you're voting for here, because after this is over, if John Bolton's book comes out, there could be more revelations like this.
We've all been wondering if John Bolton would make a public statement. Would he do a television interview? You know, what is holding John Bolton back from speaking?
There's a couple of things. One, the White House has said of his book that there's a lot of classified information in it. So if he were to come out and give a TV interview and reveal classified information, he could potentially face criminal liability. Now, if he were to reveal privileged information, there's not much that the White House could really do about it. But
is privileged information, Matt, sorry to interrupt, is that it's more like a conversation he and Trump had, but it's not classified.
Exactly. So there are criminal penalties with classified information, information that the president deems as like in the national security interest. Privileged information is just like the president asserts, hey, this is a private conversation between me and you. I don't think you should reveal this. And advisors are supposed to respect that, but there's kind of no legal remedy. There's no crime that says revealing privileged information is a felony punishable by 10 years in prison, as there is with classified information. So that's the difference there. But Bolton has to be worried because the National Security Council says your book has classified information in it. If he went and talked about that in a television interview, he'd have to worry about criminal exposure.
Okay, but Bolton's attorney is pushing back on this assertion.
That's right. Bolton's attorney has said multiple times there isn't any classified information in this book. The White House is kind of wrongly asserting this. And I would say that everybody who kind of goes through this pre-pub review process runs into this. Even before Trump, they want to get out kind of their tell-all. Even much lower people in the FBI or the CIA, or in this case the National Security Council, says, whoa, you can't have this, you can't have this. And there's always kind of this dance between the government that seems to want to classify everything and people who actually work in the government saying, well, I don't know about that. We'll see how that plays out. In most cases, there's kind of a negotiation and a dance, and eventually, material is gotten out.
Yeah, the question that comes to mind certainly, though, is could John Bolton speak and just deflect on some questions that might touch on national security? Does he have to wait for sort of a clear delineation of what's allowable and what's not allowable before he opens his mouth?
He could, he definitely could right now sit for a TV interview. I would love to talk to him. I'm sure a lot of my colleagues would love to talk to him. He could do that. There might be some risk, but presumably he was the national security advisor. He should know what's classified and what's not and what actually could subject him to criminal exposure or not. And he has a little bit of a stronger case because some material is leaking out there, right? That would make it harder for the government to really go after him in a legal way. So he certainly could do that. I don't really know what game he's playing. I mean, let's say impeachment wraps up. Could the House call him to testify? Why wouldn't they call him to testify? It seems like there are so many more interests here rather than impeachment that they would want to get at, and he could speak to those. So, we'll see what happens, no matter what happens with impeachment.
Being a cynic here, though, if he speaks and he's like, X, Y, and Z happened between me and Trump and Ukraine, who's going to buy his book?
Yeah, I mean, we know he has at least one speaking engagement scheduled. As of a couple of days ago, he had one on the books. And like Matt said, I think there's reason to believe that John Bolton has a pretty good handle on legally what he can and cannot say. This is a person who's been in government and working at very high level for a very long time. So yes, probably a lot of risk, but he is probably one of the most attuned to those of anyone.
So the question of John Bolton and what he may reveal is a moot point, according to many of these Republican senators, who say that they do not need to hear witnesses. Let's go through some of the reasons that the Republican senators have said they do not need to hear from more witnesses, Amber.
How much time do you have? It runs the gamut. It really does. Let's start on the right side of the aisle. And I think Lisa Murkowski, of all people, a moderate Republican, actually echoed a lot of those arguments, which is the fundamental process was flawed. I'm not even going to consider the evidence you guys brought me because I think you rushed things. Implicit in that is, I'm a Senate Republican. How could you expect me to dig into allegations against a Republican president? Way over here on the left side of the aisle, but still Republicans, are the Lamar Alexanders, who we've been talking about all day, saying, he did it. I actually agree with House Democrats, but I don't think it's impeachable. I actually think Marco Rubio, even though he didn't outright say Trump did it, I think he took things a step further than Lamar Alexander by saying it could be impeachable conduct, what Trump is accused of, but it's just too divisive in an election year. Yeah, I feel like I covered a decent amount. I feel like there's some...
And one thing that they're not doing is saying John Bolton's irrelevant to this, right? There hasn't been a lot of people saying that John Bolton's totally irrelevant. Now, outside the Senate chambers, though, there has been a concerted effort by President Trump and his allies to diminish John Bolton's credibility, which has been one of these head-swiveling things. If you if you've been in a deep freeze for the last year and suddenly woke up, you would be shocked to turn on Fox News right now and see John Bolton as like public enemy number one, Republicans' enemy number one, Matt.
I wonder where he fits into his social circle when this is all over, because it's not just like he's taking on Trump and Giuliani. He said things about Bill Barr, that Bill Barr disputes. Bill Barr is still viewed by a lot of conservatives as relatively mainstream. These are the friends he goes to cocktail parties with. He was a regular on Fox News. Is Fox going to have him on after this? And especially after his book comes out. So here he has sort of played it in a way that is still very favorable to Trump. He didn't go before the House or the Senate and tell his story. He's just sort of saved it for his book, and it's leaked out of his book in dribs and drabs. But when that book comes out, if he's really aired it out, as all the leaks suggest he has, where is that going to put him in the world that he was once sort of a star? I'm curious about that, and I'm curious about how much that is informing his thinking, because would he have a place on the left? Would he even have a place on the center given his past? I'm not so sure.
It's, I think, important to point out that there's no indication that John Bolton's views of domestic policy and foreign policy have changed at all, right? This is about political loyalty. And so couldn't a character, let's call him John Smith, say, I do not agree with the actions that I witnessed. I have concerns about the legality of what was taking place, and yet I still support X, Y, and Z policy.
Of course, if we didn't live in this super hyper-partisan world where the party is defined by loyalty to Trump and support of President Trump, I think of course someone could say, well, my policy views on this question or X, I'm sort of hawkish on war, I have very conservative views, but I didn't like this thing that was going on. I thought it was a drug deal, I thought it was illegal. Of course that's a consistent view, but I think there's still a question about where it puts you among your peers who have all decided President Trump is the party, we're behind him, and suddenly you're not.
It is a question to see where John Bolton's political future lies, and just what the outcome of this impeachment trial process means for him. Has he been able to walk a line of seeming like he's not totally playing along with what House Democrats want him to do, which is testify and come forward, and yet being forthright about what he thinks was not proper behavior, according to the manuscript that he witnessed inside the White House. A reminder that House Democrats did call him to testify. They even had it on the calendar, and he backed out of doing it voluntarily, and it looked like there was going to be a protracted legal battle over that. Now, what the president's team has said and what some senators have pointed to is like, well, if you really wanted to hear from him, House Democrats, why didn't you work harder to get access to him as a witness?
Yeah, and Adam Schiff's response to that, he said it multiple times, is it would just take too long, and we would risk being in a position where it's November 2020, and we still haven't heard from John Bolton, and who knows, that's what Democrats say, what kind of other conversations Trump has had with foreign leaders to influence the election. He has a data point to back that up, though, and that's their lawsuit against Don McGahn to try to have Don McGahn come testify. It's 9 months in and no answer.
I will point out that we are seeing some movement here in the Senate chambers. We're watching for the next step of the process to get underway. We do expect to see a vote on witnesses and evidence. The outcome is not in question, but we've still got to go through the process and see how both sides use the time left this evening, and perhaps more time after tonight yet to be seen as they try to wrap this up and give their final pitch to the American people as to why they've either supported or been against this process. I'm listening in to see if we hear anything from the chamber. Natalie, this question of John Bolton trying to walk a fine line is important too, because it did not look good for him to resist talking to the House and the Senate, bodies of government, and then go out and sell a book, make money off of it, and spill his guts in there.
Yes. Well, one thing we know about John Bolton going back decades is he is not, this is not his first time being in a politically difficult position or being willing to have people, find him controversial. So that is sort of kind of his character. I mean, I don't know his personal character, but this is something that he is, he's never been someone that everyone adores in both parties. He, after his time in the Bush years, he came out of that very controversial and is willing to say things about members of his party that weren't super kind. So You know, maybe it's a situation where he thrives in something like this. Maybe he sees this as he's been very principled and he, you know, has a line in his head for where he will and won't go. But there is going to be several months of watching what John Bolton does and says, whether or not he comes before an official hearing here or in other types of oversight.
So he said that the House would have to, you know, fight to get him before them. He did say that he would respond to a subpoena from the Senate, Matt, and that was in January. So that was after the House had wrapped up its work, after the articles of impeachment had been voted on in the House. And then Bolton comes out and indicates that he would respond to the Senate asking him to come before them.
I thought the timing of that statement was bizarre because the House had wanted him to go. He had said no. The House finishes. Suddenly he's willing to testify before the Senate. And then the content of that statement was bizarre. It was very specific to the Senate. It's not like I'm now willing to testify before any lawmakers because I've considered this. It's like I'm willing to testify before the Senate. And it's like, well, John, you know that there's a very low chance that the Republican Senate is going to call you. Is this a sort of completely hollow gesture just to sort of put out in the public, hey, I was willing to testify, but they ended up not wanting me, so here, just read it all in my book. I mean, that really does open up the legitimate questions about his credibility. Why won't you go under oath when he sells his book? And I'm sure it will sell sensationally well, but when he goes to sell that, will Trump and his allies be able to somewhat fairly say, you weren't willing to say this under oath, how can we really believe you?
Well, let's listen back to what the Democratic leader in the Senate, Chuck Schumer, was saying this morning. This is at a press conference today before everything got underway in the Senate and when we were still wondering just how today's vote might go. Chuck Schumer tried to put the weight of history on today.
If my Republican colleagues refuse to even consider witnesses and documents in this trial, this country is headed towards the greatest cover-up since Watergate. Senate Republicans face a choice today between seeking the truth and covering it up, between a fair trial and a farce, between country and party.
Senator Schumer putting the weight of history on this, as Republicans have been trying to do as well, and as the president's team has also been trying to do.
We talked about each side having a slippery slope argument. If you do or don't do this, you're responsible for the wrecking of the institution of Congress, and sometimes they talk that hyperbolically. And I think both sides are trying to frame this as a historical argument as well. You know, Trump's team say, if you impeach this president, you'll be remembered. They use a line from a constitutional scholar who testified in the House as the thinnest impeachment in history, the most partisan, and technically that is true. It is the most partisan. Democrats see things completely oppositely.
So we did see the Supreme Court justice get out of what could have been a very sticky situation when Lisa Murkowski announced that she was a no vote on witnesses, because if she had been a yes vote, that would have left us with a 50-50 tie, and Democrats were pushing for the Chief Justice to break that tie. In Lisa Murkowski's statement, she actually mentioned the Chief Justice. She didn't mention Donald Trump, but she mentioned the Chief Justice and said that as her colleagues politicize this process, they're dragging the Supreme Court into the fray while attacking the Chief Justice. She said in her statement, "I will not stand for nor support that effort." Protecting him and defending him, but also pushing back on perhaps Elizabeth Warren, who we saw send a question up for the Chief Justice to read last night, Amber, that he had to read in his own words that sort of questioned the validity or the role of the Chief Justice in this partisan environment.
Yeah, everyone's putting him in an awkward position.
Yeah, it's like he's spoken so little and tried to play such a small role that he's a little bit become a pawn himself in these things. I mean, Lisa Murkowski did mention him in his statement, but it's not even clear that he would have been, we would have been in a little bit of a, we don't really know what's going to happen. He could have not even come down on that. There could have been some maneuvering with the Senate leadership. So yeah, it's easy to name that.
On the phone now, congressional reporter Paul Kane joining us. Paul, what is happening right now in the Senate? Do you have a sense of what's going on both on the floor and behind the scenes?
Sure. We are in one of those amazingly, wonderfully, completely opaque things, a great institution known as a quorum call. A quorum call is basically the device that Senate leaders use to say, okay, we need a timeout. We need a timeout. We need a break, and it's not one of these dinner breaks or something where everybody goes their separate ways. They need to stay on the floor. They need to talk. They need to negotiate. They need to figure out how to end this trial. And in order to do that, they actually just need a pause so that some of their parliamentary experts can talk back and forth. Everybody understands right now what's going to happen. They're not going to have more witnesses. There's eventually going to be a vote, and Trump will be acquitted. But to do that, they have to do a whole separate resolution. Sort of, there was that long fight at over the 33 days, whereas Pelosi held the impeachment articles were about what to do at the start of the trial, the process, would there be witnesses and such. They need to have a secondary vote here that sets up the final steps of how to have the final days of debate and also a final vote. And that is one of these things that, if not done with some care, could turn into a long partisan vote-orama, or you'd be going deep into tonight, possibly over Saturday, or they could figure out a way. Some people are talking about trying to let senators go for the weekend and come back early next week to finish the actual trial. But there is a lot of uncertainty. There's also, in the president's camp, there are people that really are just of the mindset of barrel down and finish this thing before John Bolton's next chapter gets leaked. So there's a lot of competing fights and interests right now about what to do next. And for the most part, you're just watching a timeout, like you're in kindergarten or something, and everybody gets a break, and that's what's happening. We don't know when they're going to come back on the floor, but these are the things that happen all the time in the Senate when they're debating something important. It just so happens that this is an impeachment trial, and it's being covered on live national TV and live national World Wide Web. So it is a strange moment to see.
We're seeing the greatest deliberative body, as the Chief Justice calls it, in action. Paul, who benefits, who loses from drawing this out? I mean, as we're thinking about how this extends to tomorrow and then possibly into next week, what are the pros and cons for both sides?
Well, look, there has been a strange convergence of interest between Trump himself and the 4 Senate Democrats who are running for president to try to finish this trial as soon as possible. They have what is right now, let's think, 24th is 72 hours before the Iowa caucus. If the Bernie Sanders...
Paul, I hate to interrupt you, but it looks like they're taking their seats, so you and I may both have to get back to work here and see what's happening in the Senate. Let's go to Leader McConnell.
Great discussion, and it leads to the following. We'll now cast a vote on the witness question, and once that vote is complete, I would ask that the Senate stand in recess, subject to call of the chair.
Thank you. Without objection, so ordered. The question is, shall it be in order to consider and debate under the impeachment rules any motion to subpoena witnesses or documents? The yeas and nays are required under Senate Resolution 483. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander? No. Ms. Baldwin? Aye. Mr. Barrasso? No. Mr. Bennett? Aye. Mrs. Blackburn? No. Mr. Blumenthal? Mr. Blunt? No. Mr. Booker? Aye. Mr. Bozeman? No. Mr. Braun? No. Mr. Brown? Aye. Mr. Burr? No. Ms. Cantwell? Aye. Mrs. Capito? No. Mr. Cardin? Aye. Mr. Carper? Aye. Mr. Casey? Aye. Mr. Cassidy? No. Ms. Collins? Aye. Mr. Coons? Aye. Mr. Cornyn? No. Ms. Cortez Masto? Aye. Mr. Cotton? No. Mr. Kramer? No. Mr. Crapo? No. Mr. Cruz? No. Mr. Daines? No. Ms. Duckworth? Aye. Mr. Durbin? Aye. Mr. Enzi? No. Ms. Ernst? Mrs. Feinstein? Aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mrs. Fisher? No. Mr. Gardner? No. Mrs. Gillibrand? Aye. Mr. Graham? No. Mr. Grassley? No. Ms. Harris? Aye. Ms. Hassan? Aye. Mr. Hawley? No. Mr. Heinrich? Aye. Ms. Hirono? Aye. Mr. Hoven? No. Mrs. Hyde-Smith? No. Mr. Inhofe? No. Mr. Johnson? No. Mr. Jones? Aye. Mr. Kane? Aye. Mr. Kennedy? No. Mr. King? Aye. Ms. Klobuchar? Aye. Mr. Langford? No. Mr. Leahy? Aye. Mr. Lee? No. Mrs. Loeffler? No. Mr. Manchin? Aye. Mr. Markey? Aye. Mr. McConnell? No. Ms. McSally? No. Mr. Menendez? Aye. Mr. Merkley? Aye. Mr. Moran? No. Ms. Murkowski? No. Mr. Murphy? Aye. Mrs. Murray? Aye. Mr. Paul? No. Mr. Perdue? No. Mr. Peters? Aye. Mr. Portman? No. Mr. Reed? Aye. Mr. Risch? No. Mr. Roberts? No. Mr. Romney? Aye. Ms. Rosen? Aye. Mr. Rounds? No. Mr. Rubio? No. Mr. Sanders? Aye. Mr. Sass? No. Mr. Schatz? Aye. Mr. Schumer? Aye. Mr. Scott of Florida? No. Mr. Scott of South Carolina? No. Mrs. Shaheen? Aye. Mr. Shelby? No. Ms. Sinema? Aye. Ms. Smith? Aye. Ms. Stabenow? Aye. Mr. Sullivan? No. Mr. Tester? Aye. Mr. Thune? No. Mr. Tillis? No. Mr. Toomey? No. Mr. Udall? Aye. Mr. Van Hollen? Aye. Mr. Warner? Aye. Ms. Warren? Aye. Mr. Whitehouse? Aye. Mr. Wicker? No. Mr. Wyden? Aye. Mr. Young? No. Mr. Blumenthal? Aye.
Are there any senators in the chamber wishing to change his or her vote? If not, the yeas are 49, the nays are 51. The motion is not agreed to. Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
And with that, along the vote of 49 to 51, the motion to subpoena witnesses fails and witnesses will not be called. A crucial moment here, really a turning point in the impeachment trial of President Donald Trump. This is live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey, and I'm joined here in the studio by my colleagues Natalie Jennings and Matt Zapotosky. We've known for a few hours, Natalie, that this would be the outcome, but it really is a newsworthy moment here as we see the vote take place.
Yes, it is. And we know this is not the final vote on whether to remove President Trump from office, but the entirety of the Senate trial, this has been the question. And so now we know the answer. There will not be additional witnesses called to add evidence to the Senate trial. Senators will be making their decision based on what we know, and we are pretty sure how that's going to go.
It would take 2/3 of the Senate to remove the president from office, but it only needed to be a simple majority, Matt, to allow for witnesses, to bring more witnesses in. Democrats couldn't hit that threshold.
Yeah, acquittal is almost a foregone conclusion at this point, but this was the actual ball game. This was actually something that people speculated on, that earlier this week, just days ago, Mitch McConnell said, well, gosh, we might be calling witnesses, or was telling allies we might be calling witnesses because he wasn't sure he had the votes. And here we are, 51-49. They could not move enough. The Democrats could not move enough moderate Republicans over to their side. We'll see what happens now with acquittal. Again, it's a sort of foregone conclusion, but will Democrats come over to that, I guess, is another thing to wonder about. But we won't be hearing from any more witnesses, which is important.
Let's go to Rhonda Colvin, our colleague on Capitol Hill, who's been following all of these developments. Rhonda, the significance of this vote at this moment.
Yeah, it's fairly significant, even though we knew the outcome hours ago. And I'd also like to point out that, yes, we've been concentrating a lot on this means that no new witnesses will be brought in, but it's also evidence, too. There's a lot of evidence that, the House manager said could be coming out at any moment. Okay, I think we're going to go, we're going to hear from Schumer.
A witness, a document. No witnesses, no documents in an impeachment trial is a perfidy. It's a grand tragedy, one of the worst tragedies that the Senate has ever overcome. America will remember this day, unfortunately, where the Senate did not live up to its responsibilities, where the Senate turned away from truth and went along with a sham trial. If the president is acquitted with no witnesses, no documents, the acquittal will have no value, because Americans will know that this trial was not a real trial. It had no witnesses, no documents. It is a tragedy on a very large scale. I will be now going up to my caucus to discuss what we're doing next. I will not talk about it here. Okay? Thanks.
Okay, that was Minority Leader Chuck Schumer saying his feelings after this crucial vote now is in the record. So as he mentioned, as I had just also mentioned before he came on, this doesn't only mean witnesses. We've been talking a lot about Bolton and Mulvaney, but this means documents. This means any evidence that could be forthcoming can now not be entered as part of this trial proceeding. So that's really significant. Just a few hours ago, the lawyers for Lev Parnas, they even submitted a letter to Mitch McConnell saying, we have evidence, we have more we could come with, so please let us. So yeah, there may be something more to come out in the next few days, next few hours, but because of this vote, it will not be entered into the record or be a part of these proceedings.
Thanks so much, Rhonda. The Minority Leader is saying a tragedy on a large scale. What else stood out to you in his remarks, Natalie?
Yeah, that tragedy comment was big. We have seen throughout the course of this trial, each side try to wield history and precedent as something to threaten the other side with. And now with Schumer's response then, you see that that's going to continue to be the case. They're going to continue to harp that this was the wrong side and that history will not look kindly on this.
Matt.
You know, before I started covering the Justice Department, I covered a courthouse and I covered trials all the time. And one of the things Schumer said there is like, this wasn't a real trial. And it's true, this didn't look anything like a trial that I had covered when I covered law enforcement, where it's all documents and evidence and witness testimony. And in fact, the trial is the first time that you really see that. But this process is a little weird. The senators make up the rules as they're going along. So because it's a political process, we never get to see any of that. And you know, the observation about Lev Parnas is a good one. He's still getting information that prosecutors in New York have seized. He's dutifully giving that over to the House, and it will just not be a part of this impeachment process. Not to say the House, the Senate can't get access to that for other purposes, but it just won't be a part of this impeachment process. And that clearly has left Democrats disappointed. We'll see if it ultimately comes out in some other way.
Let's bring Rhonda Colvin back into the conversation. Rhonda, Leader Schumer would not give an indication of next steps. He was going to go meet with his caucus and wouldn't talk anymore about the process with the reporters.
Yeah, that's right. You really have to look at these brief statements when leaders come out and say that they have no more to say. So that tells you the seriousness of this right now. So he is not willing to give any indication of where he's going to go with this. Will he have more amendments to add to that organizing resolution when they get to that part? What is their next step? So we see now, we're all learning this as it goes in real time, what Democrats are going to do next. And it's very interesting to hear the leader cut reporters off, say, I'm not going to answer anything else. I got to go meet with my caucus.
Rhonda, thank you so much. You know, I'm already getting emails now from some conservative groups taking a victory lap and basically saying that this is a win for the president. At this moment, they're not even waiting to see the actual acquittal vote. They're using this moment, this pivotal vote on witnesses to say, we've done it, we've won, Matt.
It's not unfair, right? Because this was the actual question. Acquittal was just so preordained. This was a real question. Democrats really seemed for a moment like they could get witnesses on. And even if that wouldn't have led to a conviction, right? And no one thought it would, even if they got witnesses on, it would have led to potentially more embarrassment for the president. I mean, imagine John Bolton coming before that body and under oath airing out all of his firsthand accounts of these interactions with President Trump. That would be very potentially politically damaging in a way that even his book, if it's allowed to be published in its full unvarnished glory, wouldn't be. So it's not unfair for them to be hailing a win right now.
Matt, the reporting about the Bolton manuscript doesn't just address President Trump and his role. It also addresses other members of President Trump's inner circle and his team. And you know, I would think that would raise real concerns among Republicans, because it's not just about the president. It's also pulling on this thread of, should Mick Mulvaney come and testify? It also raises the question of Attorney General Bob Barr, what he knew, what he knows. So let's talk about some of the other people who Bolton has been bringing into this through the manuscript that's been leaked.
Yeah, so because the result of this is so preordained, one of the things I've been focused on is like, what happens next? What revelations do we learn from this process that leads to good reporting targets in the future? And one of these is the interactions that John Bolton claimed he had with the Attorney General, with Bill Barr.
Excuse me, I said Bob Barr. Thank you, Bill Barr.
Bill
Thank
Barr.
you.
One of the first revelations that the Times reported on was that Bolton apparently told Bill Barr, hey, you came up in this July Trump-Zelensky phone call where President Trump is pushing for the investigations of Biden. And that timeline is not what the Justice Department has said about Barr's knowledge of this phone call. They've said it came to him kind of in a way a little bit later in the process, and in a way that was like, consider this as a possible crime. But Bolton telling him earlier really raises questions about his previous account. So he has some things to answer for there. To be clear, he denies Bolton's account. Bolton has also talked kind of about, a short way of saying it is this sort of venting session that him and Barr are having about how the president's comments about these investigations, other investigations not related to the Bidens, but these investigations that the Justice Department is doing are unhelpful. The President Trump is saying things that are unhelpful to the department. And by Bolton's account, Barr is kind of sharing in that concern. Again, Barr disputes that. Barr says Bolton is kind of trying to impose his own worldview on Barr. But these are great questions for the future and great questions for other members of the administration. President Trump surely is going to survive this, but these other members of the administration have to be concerned about their legacies too, and Barr in particular.
Natalie, this did raise a lot of questions about other members of President Trump's team. Ultimately, though, the finger being pointed back to President Trump and who was calling the shots and who was initiating these conversations.
Yes, and that is going to be, we're looking for, that's been the question all along, right? Direct instructions from President Trump. That's the question at the heart of Democrats' case. Was President Trump the one who directly said, tie this aid, condition getting this aid, to doing these investigations?
Senator Murkowski there walking past the cameras and past reporters. You know, we focus so much on the senior senator from Alaska. There's another Republican senator from Alaska, Dan Sullivan, but he's representative of so many Republicans whose votes were never in question. There was never a question that he would vote no on witnesses and yes on acquittal. And he's just one of many of these Republicans who have been lockstep with the White House from the get-go. And there's been no question about how they would come down on this and, you know, what sort of wiggle room the House impeachment managers might have to convince them and bring them over to their point of view.
Yeah, we saw a very small handful of senators come out and say things like Lamar Alexander said. I think that President Trump has done what Democrats allege. We saw Marco Rubio say this might be impeachable in some other circumstances, but not right now. But the vast majority of the Republican Senate caucus has said very little. We kind of knew what they think and how they were going to go.
It's pretty wild how it comes down to just 4 people. You know, there's 100 senators, but really all of the attention this week has focused on just 4 people, and it shows the remarkable, appeal that Trump still has among Republicans, among the Republican base. I mean, senators are scared to go against him. And I think, one of the things that might have been an issue here is nobody wanted to be that number 4. You know, it's easy to be the number 1 or number 2. Nobody wants to be that number 4.
4, but maybe just 1, really, because Lisa Murkowski made her decision this morning after we knew some things. So it was really just one person that they were trying to convince, and Democrats did not do that. So,
as this unfolds in Washington, President Trump is headed down to Mar-a-Lago, and Iowans are considering who they're going to caucus for on Monday night. So for the latest on 2020, let's bring in Matt Visor, who's on the phone from Des Moines. Matt, thanks so much for talking with us. We'd love to hear what you're watching today. And does it feel a little lonely in Des Moines? Is this a place where Joe Biden and Pete Buttigieg, Andrew Yang have sort of free reign?
Yeah, it absolutely feels lonely and strikingly different from past caucuses. It's a bit like we've arrived at a play with none of the major actors, yet showing up. You mentioned, Joe Biden and Pete Buttigieg and Andrew Yang. They are sort of out in different areas of the state. Pete Buttigieg today is flying around trying to hit all corners of Iowa. Joe Biden is in the eastern part of the state, sort of hitting a variety of like Trump-won counties. And there's some candidates here for sure, but it's just the amount of activity is far less than it typically is, 3 or 4 days out from the caucuses, given that Warren and Sanders and the other and Klobuchar are stuck in Washington, and we keep getting updates from them on different schedules when they're hoping to return to Iowa, only to have those plans derailed by the uncertainty of when they can get out.
Oh, Matt, those updated schedules, as they try to figure out exactly when they'll get out of here. A lot of this kind of is in the hands, though, of Chuck Schumer at the moment, so we're waiting to see what he plans in terms of drawing this out or shortening things. How important is it for these Democratic candidates to get to Iowa tomorrow, Sunday, Monday?
I mean, you have the potential for the presidential candidates, and potentially one of the winners of the Iowa caucuses will be in Washington at the time that they win the Iowa caucuses. I mean, it's just so unusual that notion of them sort of being stuck there. I think it is important. It's a closing argument. It's the time where Iowans who love and cherish like the personal connection that they develop with these candidates, in meeting them numerous times, and there's still a large swath of undecided voters. So the idea that they don't get to have those final rallies or have an abbreviated kind of last minute sort of last appeal is significant. And potentially the only moment that they can come may be Sunday, which is Super Bowl Sunday. So I think everybody's schedules even then is packed in to try and wrap up by 5 p.m. out here so that everybody can go watch the Super Bowl.
Matt, as we've heard these presidential candidates who are locked here in the Senate say, they know that Iowans are paying attention to national politics. They're emphasizing what their duty is here in the Senate. I think there's no question that people in Iowa are watching what happens nationally, but there's nothing like retail politics, right? There's nothing like having that personal message. And Iowans are used to it. They're used to getting face time with the candidates. So how has this changed that dynamic?
It has changed it quite a bit. It's elevated, I think, the need for good surrogates. Elizabeth Warren's husband has been out here. Even her dog has been an attraction at events, or they've tried to make it an attraction. Jane Sanders, Bernie Sanders' wife, has had an event out here. And so they're sending surrogates, but it's not a replacement for the actual candidate to being able to draw a crowd and to give the last minute appeal. And I mean, we should say that how fluid the race still remains here, which only elevates the importance of seeing and hearing from the candidates. I've been struck that the Des Moines Register, the largest newspaper in the state, the past 2 days has not had any of the presidential candidates on the front page. Other news has crowded that out, including President Trump's visit to Des Moines here last night. So there are other things that are preoccupying the minds of Iowa caucus goers right at this last moment, when normally it's a political frenzy here. It's just not right now.
So, Matt, how much are Iowans talking about impeachment? We're always so interested in how this is penetrating conversations, how much it's getting into people's minds, how much they care.
I think they do care and they do talk about it. And I think, the caucus electorate is very small. It's maybe 250,000 people at most, will be participating. So it's a small universe of Democrats that these candidates are after. And I think among them, they're certainly tuned in and they certainly understand the senators needing to be in Washington. But they're all on the same page. And Trump tends to not come up a huge amount at events. Impeachment is not a question that the candidates have typically gotten throughout these past couple months, because everybody in those rooms generally agrees. Like they're already know they oppose Donald Trump, and they want to hear a little bit more from the candidates and how they differ. So it hasn't been an overriding factor, I would say, in the course of the campaign. And it's just ironic that it's dominating sort of the last tail end of it.
All right, Matt Viser joining us from Des Moines over the phone. Thank you so much for talking with us. Let's go to Rhonda Colvin now for the latest from Capitol Hill. Rhonda.
Yeah, so moments after the vote, as might be expected, there was a growing protest behind me. This time it's outside of the Capitol on the lawn. There was a gathering there with people. They have bells and whistles. They're beating drums. They're saying Trump, Pence out now. There's a police presence out there as well. This, again, can't be a surprise to anyone after a vote like this because, as we have definitely said and as senators have said, this is a completely divisive process, and you will probably be seeing more and more people expressing themselves as we head to that potential acquittal vote.
Rhonda, we saw Senator Schumer not tip his hand as to how long he wants this to go on. Republicans have a say in this as well, how long they want this to go on. So we're on a recess right now. We don't know how long this is going to go on right now. I want to get your read, though, Rhonda, on the motivations to go into tomorrow versus going into next week. We've talked about this a little bit already, but I think it's worth talking through why there might be more of a need for time from both sides. Is it to get a message across? Is it to have speeches? Is it to use the clock to your advantage?
Yeah, I would say it's that, using the clock to your advantage. If you prolong it in a sense or go into tomorrow, that does take some time off of next week. And we know we have the caucuses on Monday, we have the State of the Union on Tuesday, we believe we have the State of the Union on Tuesday. So yeah, maybe going into tomorrow would kind of shave some time off from next week. But to prolong it for both sides, it would give them an ability to, shape their messaging as this closes out. This is fairly important. A lot of these senators on both sides of the aisle will want to be on the record for any speeches that are had in the next few days, that this is going to go into their legacy, what they say in these closing days of the impeachment. So I think both the majority leader and the minority leader are probably going to have to come to some sort of consensus that will work for both of their sides.
All right, Rhonda Colvin, thank you. Bringing the conversation back here into the studio. We'll welcome Aaron Blake to the table. Thanks so much, Aaron, for joining us. We've also got, of course, Matt Zapotosky and Natalie Jennings. Aaron, what are the calculations Democrats and Republicans have to make right now in terms of timing and also what the content of the next hours and possibly days are?
I'm sure that the president would like for this all to be wrapped up tonight or in the wee hours of the morning. We saw a number of Republicans floating that as a possibility in recent days. That looks tough to do at this point. But then, of course, you're going to have this lasting, hanging over the president's head, some would argue, as he delivers his State of the Union address on Tuesday. It's also going to loom over a little bit the Iowa caucuses on Monday. At the same time, we all know what the eventual outcome here is going to be. There's really there's no real drama left here. It's kind of all over except for the shouting. But senators like to shout some, and I'm sure they want to say their piece and be seen on the Senate floor, kind of giving their final words here, and we'll see how much of an opportunity they get.
There's the question, though, of when the victory lap should be done. I mentioned a few moments ago that I'm already getting emails from conservative groups saying, this is it, this is the victory, we've done it, because the question on the table has always been, would we see witnesses called? So can the president go into the Fox News interview that's part of the Super Bowl Sunday? Can he go into that declaring victory? Can he go into State of the Union night declaring victory, whether or not the impeachment trial is formally wrapped up?
Can he? Maybe. Will he? Yes. I mean, nobody likes claiming victory as much as President Trump does. This is a guy who, after the Russia investigation, found pretty significant evidence of potential obstruction of justice, claimed a total exoneration, and then soon was talking to Ukraine's president about potentially getting information from these investigations. I wouldn't imagine the president will be subdued about this, which is interesting because a lot of the Republicans who have been weighing in on this, and some of them who have been providing the crucial votes, have made very clear that what he did is not appropriate, that they're not big fans of it, and that basically they hope he doesn't do it again. But I think we'll get a real good sense in that Super Bowl interview just how chastened he is by this entire process. And then from there, it'll be the State of the Union, what kind of tone he strikes there. We haven't seen him be terribly understated in these situations before, so we'll see if that changes here.
Just to take us outside this newsroom and go global for a moment, Brexit has officially happened. As we hit the hour and the clock rolled over here, Brexit has happened. You can see scenes there live. After fits and starts and repeated attempts there, Brexit is official. So the news continues on internationally as well as here in the United States, looking at social media and how people are weighing in on social media to the vote about witnesses. Hillary Clinton has tweeted out, with their votes to make the American president accountable to no one, Republican senators have put the interests of one president over the interests of all Americans. The only remedy now is for us all to vote in overwhelming numbers to replace them and him in November.
It starts. That will be a message, I think, now we have to take it into our own hands for the voters. That's what Democratic messaging will be largely. We're seeing Republicans, like you said, take a victory lap. We're seeing a little bit of retribution towards the Republicans who were not faithful in their vote. There's a major conservative conference later this spring in Washington that Mitt Romney was just officially uninvited to in a tweet. So yes, the political fallout begins now before the official end of this.
Matt, talk to us about the legal process that's happening outside of the confines of the Senate chamber. Lev Parnas has been seen inside the Capitol complex. He was trying to get over to the Capitol to sit and watch this trial proceeding, but wasn't able to get in because of his ankle bracelet, his electronic ankle monitor. But he's been floating around Washington. Talk to us about the legal cases at play.
Yeah, so he has, and this guy, just so everyone is reminded, is an associate of Rudy Giuliani, who is really the guy on the ground with another one, Igor Fruman, who is executing the pressure campaign to get Yovanovitch removed and kind of interfacing with people in Ukraine. So he and Fruman are indicted in federal court in Manhattan. They're indicted on a bevy of charges related, some related to, totally unrelated, but some related to this effort, sort of working on behalf of Ukrainian officials and not reporting that. So that investigation is ongoing. That investigation, we understand, entails Rudy Giuliani. We don't understand exactly what prosecutors believe that Rudy Giuliani did wrong or did that was illegal, but we know that they are interested in his conduct. Parnas has signaled a willingness to cooperate with Congress. He got discovery as a part of this investigation, which is like the materials that prosecutors and investigators seized from his house, and he was just dutifully turning them over to Congress as they came to him. So if the House were to take up this investigation, I imagine he would continue to cooperate there. Interestingly, it seems like he is somewhat at odds with prosecutors themselves, which would be the people he would really want to cooperate with in hopes of getting a sentencing break, but we'll see how that develops and if he ends up cooperating, for example, against Giuliani, which seems he is not doing now, but something to watch for.
There's a question of if Democrats in the House side will continue, what they will continue to do, Aaron, if they'll continue to investigate. Adam Schiff really kept pushing the focus onto the Senate because it didn't help his argument to say, yeah, we can really keep going over in the House, as he was trying to push back against the Republicans and the president's legal team, saying that House, you didn't finish your job yet. It shouldn't be our responsibility to call witnesses. But now with this resolved, what does the House do?
Well, if they do start taking it up again, if they do subpoena John Bolton or start looking into the Lev Parnas issue, it will, to some degree, confirm the Senate, President Trump's legal team's argument that this was a rush process and that they didn't finish their job because they would be going back and continuing the job that they initially did. Certainly, the House's counter to that would be the Senate is able to do these things rather quickly in the course of a trial, and they could have done that. It's got to be tempting for Democrats to want to subpoena John Bolton, to try and dig into the Parnas stuff, to keep going on this because there are consistently new revelations, including today, on a couple different fronts, including John Bolton, including some stuff about Mayor Giuliani and his dealings in Ukraine, whether he was mixing his Trump business with other business, which I'd encourage people to read the story in the Washington Post. If all this information keeps coming out, how can they just ignore it? This is the House. They have oversight responsibilities. They have the ability to try and investigate these things. But I do think that there is going to be some reluctance because it will look like they are, kind of trying to have two bites at the apple. They're trying to drag this thing out and go after the president. And Speaker Pelosi has been concerned from the very beginning of the potential impeachment process about the political fallout of it looking like they're just doing this for political gain. And so I wonder how much she might want to turn the page in certain ways and let those things be kind of handled more in the public domain rather than in House committees.
Donald Trump is tweeting from his Twitter account, the latest tweet just a few minutes ago. Democrats, 17 witnesses, Republicans, 0 witnesses. So that is what we're hearing from President Trump's Twitter account.
Factually incorrect, by the way. The Republicans got witnesses in the House hearings. They got Jonathan Turley as a professor when they
Who
had...
the president was just tweeting about a little while ago.
Right,
so
yeah. And they had 2 witnesses, Tim Morrison and Kurt Volker, were their requested witnesses when we had the public hearings. So that talking point has been throwing around. Certainly there were many more Democratic witnesses, but it's not as if Republicans didn't request and get some witnesses.
It's fascinating to see as the president's team was in the very early days and hours of this trial process, was trying to argue about the procedural stuff at the very beginning, how they were going to open this, and they had some of their facts wrong, saying things like, the president's team wasn't able to participate in the House side. That was the White House's choice. They were able to sort of pivot away from some of those fallacies, some of those arguments that were not correct. But you do wonder where the accountability is. If either side says something that's not true, how are they held to task? It's not like the Chief Justice was going to correct them or be fact-checking them. you know, I have wondered sort of what the repercussions are if we talk about, as the senators are called on to weigh the ramifications of this moment and weigh what this says for history. I wonder what the ramifications are for sort of truth and talking about things that are factually correct. Aaron?
There was a lot of concern when Jerry Nadler went up there and accused Republican senators of engaging in a cover-up. When the president's defense team showed up, and there were numerous falsehoods from Pat Cipollone on the first day, from Jay Sekulow, we didn't see the same kind of backlash. I mean, maybe it's just assumed that these lawyers are offering the most favorable version of events for their client, which is what they're expected to do. But there is the importance of credibility, even in a legal setting, when you're saying exactly the things your client wants. You need to have the judges, you need to have the jurors be able to believe you when they may have doubts about what you're saying. They need to think that you're credible. And I think in this case, there were certainly a number of instances where the president's legal team both said factually incorrect things, but also when they made very extremely far-reaching, very broad statements about what the law says, what the Constitution requires for impeachment, that go far beyond what any real constitutional scholars say about this process. And so you have to wonder if, that mattered at all for Republicans. And by the way, at the very end, the statements from Lamar Alexander and a couple of these senators that the president did something inappropriate are implicit rebukes of the argument that the president's legal team was making. They're saying, no, it wasn't perfect. There was something wrong here. I don't quite believe you when you say that this is all totally on the up and up.
I want to get your thoughts on that, Natalie, but I'll point out that the Republicans have been moving en masse. They have been huddled. Sungmin Kim was just tweeting a little bit ago about how Republicans were gathered behind closed doors. I'd love to hear your reflections on this question of how history may look upon this moment, or what we'll be weighing and considering as we look back on this trial.
History is a very long game. I think what we'll be looking to next is how America is viewing this. You know, we've seen polling all along say there's been a very big split on whether President Trump should have been removed from office. And really very close down the middle. I think it was 49 to 47 earlier this week. So once the dust settles on this, how is this going to shake out politically? And then what's going to happen in the election based on that? And I think that, does this somehow become a good argument for President Trump to say, give me another chance, I was treated unfairly? Does it, lead to questions that work against him in the election, and how that turns out? And then, that is all going to be a big part of how this is viewed historically.
Such a great point. I do want to mention that Lindsey Graham put out a statement a little while ago talking about this question of calling witnesses. No surprise that he was not going to vote to call witnesses, but he said in his statement that it's not an impeachable offense, that witnesses sought by the House managers were available to the House, so once again kicking it back to the House to have done the job. He writes, the fact is the House chose not to call witnesses like John Bolton because they wanted to impeach President Trump before the election. Lindsey Graham saying it has nothing to do with finding the truth, and using the word partisan, as we saw Lisa Murkowski do, complaining about the partisanship involved in this process. Natalie.
Yes, that way that Lisa Murkowski was unexpectedly on the same page as some of the members in her caucus who were never in doubt about whether they would vote to call witnesses.
All right, thanks so much. Let's go to Rhonda Colvin on the Hill. Rhonda, we are seeing some movement as senators go through the hallways. Republicans were leaving the caucus room where they were behind closed doors. So we'll see if we have some movement on the Senate floor. The big question right now is, will there be any defections among Democrats to vote on acquittal? Who are you watching?
Yeah, that's true. Now we've sort of fast forward to the acquittal vote phase. And yes, those Democrats that we've all been eyeing are Kyrsten Sinema, Doug Jones of Alabama, and also Joe Manchin. So those are three now. Now that we've shifted from this witness and evidence vote, we're shifting now to those moderate Democrats who might, because of the pressure from their state, have to feel that they have to vote for acquittal. So yes, I'm watching all three of those. They haven't yet given any indication on what they will vote on. It remains to be seen. I'm sure tonight they aren't going to really say anything, so this is something that will probably require either the reporting over the next few days or just waiting and watching once they take that roll call vote on impeachment.
Rhonda, it's been such a question of whether the president will be able to use this as a talking point, that he had bipartisan support in this trial. So you know that those senators have to be weighing not just what this means to their constituents, but what it also means to the president's future. We're seeing the Democrats have some movement as well as we're watching the corridors here. You know, for someone like Doug Jones, who has to consider his reelection, how much does he need his Democratic base versus those independents and possible swing voters?
Yeah, if he decides to vote for impeachment, he definitely is going to have to really work at his Democratic base in Alabama. So we remember back when he was elected to his spot here in the Senate, it was because of an overwhelming block of black voters who came out and supported him. So he will probably have to do additional campaigning. He's in a very, very tough spot. He potentially is up against the person who formerly had that seat. That's Jeff Sessions, the former Attorney General. And then there's also Roy Moore in Alabama, who's fairly popular. And there's also Bradley Byrne, who is currently a House member. He wants to run as the Republican in that race, too. So, yes, if someone like Doug Jones decides to vote for impeachment, he is definitely going to have to do some campaigning to make up for that and telling the people in Alabama why he chose to do that. And I've been noticing each day of this trial, he is tweeting out messages to Alabama voters, videos where he tells them exactly what happened every day of the trial and what he's thinking. So while we don't know what he or Kristen Sinema of Arizona or Joe Manchin of West Virginia are thinking right now, in these next few days, it's really going to be very interesting, and we can all dissect it politically to see what this will do after they make their votes.
Rhonda Colvin, thank you so much. I want to bring it back to the studio to talk about the one who I'm watching the most, which is Joe Manchin. I mean, he has this state that is so pro-Trump. He has shown that he has independent thought on issues, pulling away from the Democratic caucus on many occasions. Talk to us about Joe Manchin and his calculation, Aaron.
I'm a little surprised that Doug Jones might not be more in play than Joe Manchin. Maybe Doug Jones has written off re-election, which would be a fair assumption at this point in his career. Winning re-election in Alabama for Democrats very difficult these days. He won under very unusual circumstances against Roy Moore, of course. Joe Manchin, you're right. He has more latitude when it comes to things like this. He is a Democrat in West Virginia, but he's also an institution in West Virginia. He is a former governor. People know who he is. They respect him. They voted for him many times. And unlike a lot of other states, West Virginia's, in the South, West Virginia's transfer from Democratic control to Republican control is really a lot more recent thing. I mean, they elected a Democratic governor, Jim Justice, in recent years. He then switched to the Republican Party. I think that there is a certain amount of berth that they give Joe Manchin, even as he remains a Democrat. That doesn't mean that he will vote to acquit the president or convict the president, but I think that he probably can vote how he wants to without being too concerned about the fallout back home.
It's like Cory Gardner can't afford to lose the rather the Republican base back in Colorado. It seems like Doug Jones couldn't afford to lose the Democratic base. That's at least my read of it. But there is the question of someone like Manchin, who's shown that he can win election in a state that is increasingly red. He may need cover in a different way. I've been watching the reaction from Alaskans as they've been expressing either support or disapproval of Senator Murkowski's decision not to call witnesses. Republicans in Alaska quite happy. People who have supported her in the past or who have watched her in the past, hoped in the past that she would vote with Democrats or be more progressive on issues, especially social issues, are, as you can imagine, very disappointed. And I've seen some complaining or threatening or saying, "That's it. I don't plan to support you again in the future." What's so interesting about her is that she won a write-in vote. She was primaried. A more conservative Republican beat her in the primary, and she was able to win by a write-in push. She beat the Republican. She beat the Democrat. She ran as a Republican. She didn't change her party affiliation. She was just the write-in name. And so now there's a lot of sort of blaming and questioning on social media about the Democrats who would have crossed over to support her in that bid. But that's a long time ago. That's multiple elections ago. Yeah. So just who she has to appeal to has changed over time as the whole country's dynamic and what it means to be a Republican has changed with time.
And I think we've seen a different Lisa Murkowski since that campaign. Perhaps that freed her up a little bit to be a little bit more.
Absolutely.
I mean, if you win a write-in campaign, which is an extremely difficult thing to do, even if your last name isn't 9 letters long or whatever it is. I mean, people probably know how to spell it given the Murkowskis in their history in Alaska. But, you know, one of the kind of unintended consequences of losing that Republican primary, winning as a write-in, maybe she felt she had more latitude to take some of these stands. At the same time, the last couple, you know, big votes, Brett Kavanaugh, she was one of the last holdouts, and now this, she's ultimately landed with her party for varying reasons.
Now with Kavanaugh, she went against the party, but she got a lot of pushback within the Republican majority in Alaska. I mean,
to get
Republicans
the
in Alaska.
to get the additional, allow the time for the additional,
I mean, so there was a real pushback against her, though, on the Kavanaugh vote. But people who had supported her as sort of this maverick, you know, someone who would make a decision that didn't necessarily adhere to party, did agree with her. I mean, I talked to a former Alaskan today who said, you know, watching Lisa Murkowski is just, it's like you get your hopes up and then they crash down for both sides of the aisle, right? People on both sides are always watching to see just how she will ultimately weigh in on things.
And don't forget, sorry, and I'll
Yeah.
let you talk, but don't forget, you know, wavering until the last moment, sometimes it can be painful from the outside. It looked like they don't like being the center of attention, but it can also be a way in which these members can earn concessions from leadership on certain things. You know, I'll take this vote for you that I don't necessarily want to take, but you got to give me this other thing. We may not know exactly what those machinations are, but it can be something that they use for other purposes.
Natalie.
Is this Lisa Murkowski, Joe Manchin, Susan Collins, to a lesser degree this time, but these are 3 senators who have sort of been in this position many times. They are the crucial swings often. Doug Jones, less so the case. He came in he's a year, 2 years into his Senate career, and he has not proven able to weather things. He maybe doesn't know what he can get away with his electorate as well. And so I'm not so surprised that we haven't seen him sort of out front as much on this.
Lisa Murkowski's had some wins under the Trump presidency, namely opening the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, something that she and her predecessors have been working on for a long time. And she, like some of these other moderates who tend to switch sides, can, as you point out, Aaron, gain some power in a lot of different ways by weighing things and considering, which is something that should not be overlooked.
And I think that that's certainly something that she can do, especially coming from a big state that has lots of uses for potential federal government, things the federal government can award. With somebody like Susan Collins, it's obviously much more transparently about her difficult political situation as a Republican in Maine. With Mitt Romney, it seems like he is coming at this from kind of a, here's what's right, moralistic kind of point of view. So, we watch these members kind of weigh this decision and struggle with it over the last several weeks, but all of them are kind of coming at it from a different point of view and had different motivations at work here. And I think the ultimate result with Murkowski voting against witnesses, but Romney and Collins being on board, if you had said that from the very beginning, I'm not sure that you would have seen that outcome taking place. You would think that Murkowski might be on board if those other 2 were.
We saw President Trump's defense team giving Republicans a variety of reasons to vote no on witnesses. And so you could really pick and choose what argument resonated with you and potentially ignore the rest. And we saw them doing a little bit of damage control yesterday on the Alan Dershowitz argument, which raised eyebrows, even concern by not just Democrats but some Republicans as well, where Dershowitz was arguing that anything that the president did that might be in his personal or political interest would ultimately be for the good of the public if it meant that he was trying to say get reelected. The line that Dershowitz drew for something that would not be okay was a monetary win, right? Doing something for money. But as we all know, there are many ways that one can benefit from things that aren't just about cold hard cash. Yesterday we saw President Trump's legal team kind of distancing themselves a little bit. One of them even said, well, I'm not going to go to the most radical parts of what Alan Dershowitz laid out, but I still have some really valid arguments that you Republicans should listen to.
Yeah, but and Dershowitz wasn't the only one kind of stretching the bounds of these arguments. We saw this from Patrick Philbin at a number of points. He said that, even if, even if you're asking for information from foreign governments, is that necessarily asking for foreign interference? And he said that it wasn't necessarily, because these things might not have a nominal value. You couldn't say how much they're worth necessarily. He presented a case in which he said, basically, as long as the president has a tiny bit of official reason for doing something, even if it's, he didn't say this so directly, but he said the senators can't decide whether the president is mostly doing this for his own personal reasons or for official reasons. As long as there is an official purpose, it cannot be impeachable. Those are very far-reaching, very broad assertions. They're not out of character from what we've seen from the president's legal team. If you look at some of the letters and some of the court filings that they've written, including in this impeachment case, a lot of times they will advance the most far-reaching view of executive authority, of what the president can do, and then hope that the court kind of gets towards them, even if it doesn't give them everything that they want. And so during the course of this trial, we saw them advancing a number of those very far-reaching theories on the Senate floor, and not all Republicans signed on to those theories, but you're right. They gave something for everybody to grab onto, and we saw, whether it was Alexander's statement or Mitt Romney's statement, they were able to kind of pick and choose the arguments that they felt were worthy of saying, I'm not going to vote to impeach, and I don't want more witnesses.
Natalie, it was always a higher bar to reach, a heavier lift really for the House Democrats, for the impeachment managers to try to make their case to this body, a Republican-led body.
Yeah, and a much smaller margin for error. And we saw that all along. Chairman Schiff, I think a lot of people are happy, a lot of Democrats are happy with the job he's done overall, but the time he did sort of make missteps, there was a lot of hay made out of that, and we saw Republicans were sort of looking for, it's hard for them, it's a big ask to step off the side of your team. So, there's things like saying that the way the House trial was run was not fair. They didn't allow enough time. So a lot of these Republicans can now say, Adam Schiff didn't run it this way or that way, and this is the reason that we're going to stick with President Trump on this.
Rhonda, let's get your thoughts on this this bigger lift that the House impeachment managers always had facing them as they brought their case to the Senate.
Yeah, they always had an uphill battle just because that the Republicans rule this chamber. So they knew that coming in. They were well prepared. Both when I talked to senators on the right and left earlier this week, a lot of people did say after the House managers gave their opening arguments, they thought they were well prepared. Republicans admitted that. So they did come in here well prepared. If you compare sort of the presentations, they had, visual aids, they had all sorts of documents and exhibits that they wanted to put up. We didn't see that as much with the White House counsel. They usually did not use all of their time in the different phases of this portion. So yeah, I think House managers always knew that they had a fight in here. And in fact, the whole House, the leadership of the House, they knew way back in May when they were talking very early about impeachment over the Mueller report. I talked to leadership. I had a sit down with Jim Clyburn, who is the majority whip in the House, and he said, we're not going to bring impeachment right now because we can only imagine what's going to happen in the Senate. So this has always been a concern that this would be tough, and the House managers came with all the evidence they had. And I was wondering, though, yesterday when, the talk of Bolton was really heightening in many of their arguments, I was wondering if any of them regret not subpoenaing Bolton, because they did call him, they did schedule a day for him to come. He didn't come, and they knew he wouldn't come. But I wonder now, in retrospect, are they thinking they should have had him subpoenaed?
Such a great question, Rhonda. Let's bring Aaron in on that question of perhaps regret some Democrats may have over not pushing harder to get Bolton before them.
Yeah, I mean, look, they could have done that. It would undoubtedly have lasted several months. There was the biggest reason they didn't do it, and I think Chairman Schiff, the House Intelligence Chairman, the lead impeachment manager, even acknowledged this on the Senate floor, was one of the reasons that they didn't do this is because they worried that potentially adverse rulings in these other subpoena cases, be it Bolton or somebody else like Kupperman, would jeopardize another key case that they're currently further along in, which is Don McGahn. The House is still trying to get Don McGahn. So having all these different cases out there would, one, be onerous, but also they could impact each other in ways that the House didn't want. And so, they could have had John Bolton testify. They may not get that in time for the election, certainly. They would have to hold a majority in order to take advantage of that. It would have been a very long and drawn-out process. And maybe now they'll try and go down that route again because that's the best option that they have. But it is not a situation where it's an easy call and it's like they just have to wait a couple months for this to actually happen.
You know, John Bolton said he would respond to a Senate subpoena. That was in January. So one might say, well, if the House had just pushed a little bit, maybe Bolton would have just, come in. But he was responding to what had already happened. I mean, the process had advanced enough. You really can't say that Bolton would have definitely responded to a House subpoena
Right.
because his attorney had indicated they would fight it. So the news changed, his position changed. We don't really know what was going on in his own mind to make that alter. But it was unfortunate timing for the House Democrats.
If you look at his statement that he put out, though, they would argue it's consistent. What they were saying is, and even if you look at the statement that they put out when they said we would testify in a Senate impeachment trial, they made clear that they were saying that only because there wasn't time for this kind of judicial review. I would imagine if they're asked about testifying in front of the House, John Bolton would say exactly what he said before, which is that I'm happy to do that as long as the courts tell me that I'm cleared to do that. We're going to let the courts handle this process because there is time for that to be handled. On this point, though, I think it's important to note that once this trial wraps up, and as we get closer to the release of John Bolton's book, I would imagine there is going to be we're not going to be lacking for John Bolton saying things in the public domain. He may never say it under oath in a trial or in a House hearing necessarily, but he still has the opportunity to speak his case. It's going to be out there in book form, certainly. So, Democrats are concerned about not getting this in a deposition in an impeachment trial, but the information is still going to be there for the taking and for them to use to prosecute the case against the president in the 2020 election.
Just yesterday, Bob Costa was tweeting and pointing out that John Bolton was scheduled to do a talk at Duke in just a couple of weeks' time. Now, we'll see how this all plays out because of the questions of the legality of whether or not he can speak, but that was scheduled as of yesterday. And so it may not be that long till we have to wait to hear John Bolton's perspective on things.
Yeah, and I think there were certain members of the media and certain Democrats asking why John Bolton wasn't speaking out during the Senate impeachment trial. He could have gone on primetime TV and given an interview rather than details of his book manuscript leaking out. That's not really how John Bolton operates, though. If you look at how he handled the potential House testimony, he wanted the courts to weigh in. The idea that he was going to give a media interview in the middle of a Senate impeachment trial rather than wait to be called as a witness was really never going to happen. But now that the Senate impeachment trial is going to be over, he can kind of do whatever he wants. He doesn't have to worry like he's trying to have an impact on that process and insert himself into it. And certainly his book suggests that he is willing to say things that maybe would be difficult to say, will alienate people who have been supporters of his for a long time. And it could still be a very interesting set of circumstances.
We've been seeing the Fox hosts really skewer John Bolton on that channel, but at the same time, invite him to come on for an interview. Be great for ratings, obviously.
Yeah, and there is this they've certainly been attacking him for trying to sell a book, which, everybody who sells a book wants to give wants to put something out there that gets people interested in the book. That's not new. Certainly, John Bolton will gain financially from that book, I would imagine. On the other hand, though, look at those Fox News hosts. Look at the people in conservative media. Look at the longtime friends who are now pretty viciously attacking him. John Bolton is somebody who wants a career in the Republican Party politics. He wants to influence the path of the Republican Party's foreign policy agenda, probably first and foremost. Doing this comes at a personal cost to him. It comes at a potential cost for his policy agenda. So the idea that it's just this guy who's spouting off and writing a book, there are positives and minuses for him. And the idea that he's just doing this because he wants to make a quick buck off a book, I don't think really adds up when you look at the history of John Bolton and how long he's been around.
Is he just inherently less damaging to President Trump now that we've gotten through this call for witnesses? We're not going to see witnesses. Even if the book comes out, even if it has these revelations in it that the draft manuscript that the New York Times got a hold of says, is there a real potential for more political fallout?
Well, to the extent the American people, after the impeachment trial, view this as a settled matter, the president was acquitted, maybe the Ukraine thing is over, maybe they'll tune it out a little bit more than they otherwise might have. We obviously know a little bit of what John Bolton says in that book, but he was somebody who was around the president for a very long time. He doesn't seem to have any qualms about talking about things they spoke about. And so you have to wonder what else might be in that book that maybe doesn't pertain specifically to the Ukraine situation. I think it's still going to be a very interesting read, and I would imagine if it comes out in March, as it's supposed to, it'll be something we're all talking about quite a bit.
We have some breaking news from our colleague Mike DeBonis on Capitol Hill. The Senate is expected to vote on Wednesday on whether to acquit President Trump on impeachment charges. Now, as a reminder, President Trump faces 2 charges, abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. And according to Republican officials, closing arguments will be held next week ahead of the vote. Aaron, what do you make of this timing?
Well, it's not totally ideal because it will still be looming out there as we have the Iowa caucuses and the State of the Union. Ideal? Well, I think for the Democrats who might want to be talking about
Aaron,
the caucuses.
I see Senator Blunt there. Let's just go to him since we are eager to hear what Republicans have to say.
Is that the leader lays that resolution down. The Democrats have 4 or 5 non-debated amendments. They're debatable, but we believe they will not be debated, and we vote on those. We then wouldn't be here tomorrow or Sunday, and there'd be 4 hours Monday, I think from 11 to 3 for final arguments. The chief would be here for that, and then he would not be back until sometime on Wednesday, and between the time he leaves and the time he comes back, the time on the floor would be available in a more normal session for members to talk about their vote and the process and whatever else they want to talk about. And then I think the time to have the final vote would be 4 o'clock Wednesday.
Is this plan certain?
What?
Is this plan certain? Is this how it's going to happen?
Well,
It's what you all
it's as certain as anything is until it's done, but it appears to be certain. And I think from our point of view, I'd have much rather seen it done right now and finished in whatever time it took to stick with it if we were done. But I do think the Democrats could make the case that if they wanted to, they could extend all of this with various motions and other things through Wednesday at about 4 o'clock. And so, accepting that argument, we decided the best thing for everybody involved would be to go ahead and come to that certain date, but try to eliminate any needless pain and suffering as if this hasn't been painful enough already.
You don't think if you powered through tonight, you could have gotten this done by the State of the Union?
You know, the belief of the leader and his staff was that Democrats, if they wanted to, and they appeared to be willing to, could take it into Wednesday afternoon. So I guess that would mean no, they were not willing to get this done before the State of the Union on Tuesday.
Are you aware of any discussions of changing the date of the State of the Union?
Not aware of any. Not aware of any. That could happen, but I'm not aware of it at all.
Has Senator Schumer agreed to this plan?
I hope so. Certainly was presented to us as if it was something he and the leader both were agreed on.
Can I have some details of what you just laid out? So the Chief Justice would be there on Monday for 4 hours of final arguments?
Right.
And those are arguments between the House managers and the
Yes.
President's lawyers, like
Yes.
official arguments.
Yes.
And then they would leave after 4 hours.
But we would
And
hope
then-
they'd leave even sooner than that, but they
Okay.
would have up to 4
They would have up
hours.
to 4 hours, and then the trial would no longer go out of session. And then would you all start arguments again would you guys start speaking on the floor on Monday, or would you wait
Yes.
until Tuesday? So
Yes.
then you're just in normal Senate session.
Yes.
You can talk through, and then through the day Tuesday.
Right.
Up until the State of Union,
Right.
basically. And then you could talk, then the court goes into session on Wednesday, is that right? I mean, it'll have to for the final.
Whether we'd have to go in at 1 or not, I don't know. If this is an agreement, we could probably come in for a final vote closer to 4.
Okay.
Because that would be a non-debatable.
Because the arguments would have already been done Monday.
That would be a non-debatable thing, right?
But can't the articles be amended, or is this part of the agreement they wouldn't be amended?
They can't, no, they wouldn't.
Okay.
Okay, thank you all.
But the Chief Justice only has to be here for the closing arguments, right? And acquittal.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Senator Blunt there briefing reporters on what the plan is for the next week of this impeachment trial process. Aaron, let's talk through the timeline. And so we're not going to wrap this up tonight.
No. And I think what's interesting from Congressman, now Senator Blunt's comments is he basically acknowledged that Republicans would very much like to wrap this up tonight, but that Democrats could do a series of motions to basically extend this beyond the State of the Union on Tuesday. So this seems to be something that Democrats have forced rather than something that Republicans want. Democrats seem to want to have their final say over the end of this process. Maybe they just want to have that last kind of little asterisk that this was hanging over the president when he gave his State of the Union address. Maybe that's part of it here. But yes, it now appears we're headed for Wednesday for a final resolution here with nothing this weekend and a brief period of floor arguments on Monday.
Yeah. What does this mean for those Democrats who are running for president?
Well, they're obviously going to be able to campaign this weekend. I would imagine that they're probably on airplanes right now if they're not doing video town halls or something like that. Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren and Amy Klobuchar have been basically off the trail for much of the last 2 weeks. We'll see how that manifests itself in the polls on Monday.
And they do have to stick around tonight because they have to vote on those. They have
yes.
some procedural stuff.
Yes.
So if you're one of the presidential candidates and you just heard Aaron Blake say you're allowed to leave, check with your staff because you have a little bit more work to do. But then yes, they will be probably trying to fly out tonight to be there first thing tomorrow morning.
I would imagine that they will have very packed schedules this weekend, making up for lost time because they've only been able to have surrogates out there for them on the campaign trail for the last couple of weeks, for much of the last couple of weeks. And there's 3 days until the Iowa caucuses. It's hard to believe.
And then the question is, like, Monday, if things are happening here, if things are in motion, do they need to come back for Monday?
I would imagine that their party would probably understand them not being here on the day of the Iowa caucuses, especially since there's no expectation that that there will be any votes of substance or that there's any opportunity to actually convict the president. Certainly, I would imagine that Democrats would try to avoid that situation if they could at all through the planning of this, the closing of this trial.
So a reminder of the calendar: Monday, Iowa caucuses on Monday night. Tuesday night, State of the Union. The president plans to come over to the Capitol and before in the House of Representatives, in the House chamber, before the senators, before the House, before some of the Supreme Court justices, before members of his cabinet, he will deliver the State of the Union address. And then on Wednesday, the process will move forward with the expected acquittal of President Trump.
Right. And then on Friday, we have another debate, which is going to be a lot of fun. So it'll be another packed week. People who are weary after these last couple of weeks are not going to get a huge break. But we will be talking about something different next week.
Super Bowl is on Sunday. That comes with it, usually, a presidential interview.
Yep.
Fox is airing the Super Bowl this year. That means they get the crack at the presidential interview.
And I believe it's Sean Hannity who's conducting the interview. We talked before about will the president be, counting his victory, proclaiming himself to be totally exonerated. I think it's probably more likely in an interview with a very sympathetic host like Sean Hannity, but certainly that will be the first major indication of how the president is going to be handling what amounts to an eventual victory for him in this impeachment process. Certainly then the State of the Union's the big one. That can be a solemn process or it can be something else. Very early on the president gave, it wasn't a State of the Union technically, but his first big speech as president to Congress, he was kind of more subdued. It was something that won some bipartisan praise. You wonder if he'll go towards that or he might go towards something a little bit more full-throated and try and kind of beat his chest a little bit about this process.
What we're hearing from the Senate Republican staff is that at about 7 o'clock, the Senate's expected to proceed to 5 roll call votes. Then they'll continue forward with this process. Votes will be in relation to Democratic amendments to the McConnell resolution. So we will see some more work done this evening in just a little while. Nothing unexpected, Aaron, but there is one last opportunity for both sides to make some arguments.
Yeah, and the Democrats have kind of been doing that all day long because they knew where this was headed, basically as of last night and definitely as of when Lisa Murkowski announced her decision. I think that Chairman Schiff will be happy to make that case. He's been running through this stuff for a very long time now. He seems to be comfortable with it. He was the one who was handling the vast majority of questions from senators over the last couple of days. This has really been his entree onto the national political stage. And so the cause might be lost, but certainly this is a moment that senators and members of Congress can view as being defining for them personally. Adam Schiff comes from a state with a lot of very ambitious Democrats. It's very difficult to rise up the ranks because there's a lot of competition. But certainly this is his moment to kind of wrap this all up and put a stamp on what he did here.
Rhonda, what does this news mean to the next week? That we will see this vote, we do expect, on whether or not to acquit the president on Wednesday. Take us through the significance of the timeline.
Yeah, it's historically significant. I mean, you're going to have, on the eve of an impeachment vote, you're going to have the president be here and address the Congress, and one chamber having voted to impeach him, and you're going to have the Speaker of the House behind him. I mean, this has certainly changed the dynamic for next week now that we know the schedule. So, yeah, it's going to be historically significant. Now, back during the Clinton impeachment, President Clinton did have to give a State of the Union address while the impeachment trial was going on, but this feels a little different because we don't know how the president is going to address Congress. Is he going to not hide his feelings about how the House dealt with this process? Is he going to appear very victorious, or is he going to be measured and possibly, look presidential because he's also campaigning as well? So, yeah, next week is going to be fairly interesting.
Great question, Rhonda. I'll bring this back to Aaron about the tone that President Trump may be striking. Both sides have tried to emphasize they can do multiple things at once. They can pass USMCA. They can deal with trade deals with China. They can function on other levels. Mm-hmm. So this is a moment where a president gets to not only reflect on accomplishments, but also lay out the agenda in the year to come. We'll all be watching for President Trump's tone and how he addresses the impeachment issue.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a situation, you could foresee something where the president shows up and he talks about USMCA, he talks about the economy, he focuses really on the things that are happening and on his vision. Maybe he suddenly is magnanimous and suddenly he gets attention because of that. That would be a very interesting way to draw attention from the caucuses that happened the night before if we see a president that we haven't generally seen react to these kinds of situations. It's an interesting idea. The president, generally speaking, doesn't like the idea of being more subdued like that. He likes to win and he likes to point out when he's won. I would imagine that, given his kind of ambivalent feelings about impeachment, and our colleague Ashley Parker wrote a very good piece about, well, the president kind of likes the political benefit that could come from impeachment, but he doesn't actually want to be impeached because then he's one of 3 impeached presidents. Democrats have now taken their shot, and I think President Trump, being who he is, in all likelihood will at least include something of a kind of score settling, a little bit of a, you guys came at me and you didn't get anything. So that's going to be tempting for him. But I'm not sure that's necessarily what Republicans in that chamber will want to see on Tuesday night, because a lot of them are talking about how this was not a great thing that he did, that it was inappropriate, and that they don't want him to do it again. To see him stand up there in front of them and say, look, everything's great, they didn't get anything on me, I think that would be a little bit discordant as far as some of those Republicans are concerned.
We are seeing Republicans put out statements on why they're voting not to call witnesses, why they took that vote tonight not to subpoena additional witnesses. But we may certainly see more statements over the coming days, and culminating Wednesday when they do vote on the question of acquittal. And so, how President Trump acts over the next week could influence how some of these Republican senators sort of describe and explain or put any nuance into their decision-making process. We may see some statements that come out, and this will be a moment where we will see if people will criticize the president or if they will not criticize the president. So that may be something that the White House needs to factor in to President Trump's tone and comments.
All these Republicans are voting against new witnesses, but often for very different reasons. We saw Marco Rubio in a Medium post say that, well, even if the president committed impeachable offenses, it doesn't mean that we have to do this or that we should do this. He said it would tear the country apart. Lisa Murkowski's objections were to the fairness of the trial. She seemed to want to have John Bolton testify under ideal circumstances, but basically said, I can't sign on to continuing this process. And then Lamar Alexander, of course, said that this is inappropriate. Ben Sasse suggested that he agrees with that sentiment. Rob Portman said something similar. If the president comes out and says, you know, this was a resounding victory for me, these senators might have some thoughts on that if they're asked about it. And at the very least, their statements suggest they wouldn't be terribly comfortable with it.
Yeah, and Senator Murkowski's statement, for example, is about this step of the process. And so she could certainly put out a new statement on Wednesday, nothing stopping her staff from doing that, to talk about her justification for voting to acquit. You know, she doesn't mention President Trump in her statement. She does mention President Clinton, because she says that she was supporting this process modeled after the Clinton trial. And, you know, so that in itself says something.
It is notable how some of these statements really don't dwell with the details. I noticed in Lamar Alexander's statement, which was very lengthy, you know, we talked about how it was released over the course of 15 tweets. In that statement, he references the idea that investigating the Bidens was traded for, or was held up, the military aid was held up in exchange for the Biden investigation. He didn't mention the idea that White House meetings were withheld. He didn't mention the other leverage that was used here, which was, sorry, I'm blanking on the whole thing now. You know, the other investigation here, which is the investigation of the CrowdStrike conspiracy theory. In fact, we didn't see any of the president's lawyers defending that particular theory that the president has, which involved the idea that Ukraine had this server that somehow shows Ukraine was responsible and not Russia. They kind of just ignore that whole part of thing because it's a little bit more difficult for them to explain. And I think it's interesting that they are not addressing that in the statements that they're putting out at the conclusion of this process.
A reminder that we are not going to see this wrap up and conclude tonight. We will still see senators return to the chamber. We will still see more movement this evening, but the ultimate plan, as it has been laid out by the majority, is that senators plan to vote on Wednesday on the 2 impeachment charges against President Trump, and that there will be a continuation of everything next week as we see sort of the closing arguments happen. The timeline is significant for a number of reasons, especially because Iowa caucuses are Monday night. State of the Union is Tuesday night. Aaron, our colleagues have been keeping up with these live updates in the live blog at WashingtonPost.com. And one of the news items that they have reported is that Marie Yovanovitch has submitted her retirement papers. This was initially reported by NPR, and our colleagues are writing about this and noting it. Someone whose name has been brought up so much during this process. People may not have even realized that she has still, during this time, continued her career for the United States government.
That was the landing spot for her. She's still technically a State Department employee, but she is working at Georgetown University. I don't know the significance of this particular story and whether it pertains to anything that's happening right now, but we are still learning a lot about the pressure campaign that resulted in her removal. Lev Parnas has released tapes that have him talking to President Trump about this, getting Trump rather quickly to agree to the idea that she should be removed. You know, Rudy Giuliani, we're still learning about his actions in Ukraine and what those entail, including the story today from the Washington Post about him and how he might have mixed personal business with the President Trump's business. You know, the Yovanovitch thing was kind of a tangent in certain ways to the impeachment trial. It didn't necessarily, you know, involve the president in these pressure campaigns to get investigations. It was related to it in certain ways, but the Democrats opted to include it because it reinforced that there was an effort here to kind of work around the existing channels to get rid of people that maybe were going to stand in the way of this effort.
Karen DeYoung, our colleague, points out that Yovanovitch spoke out often against corruption. She was seen as having that as an important part of her portfolio. Senator Kennedy, Republican of Louisiana, is at the mic, so let's dip into that and listen to what he has to say.
There will be limited debate. We'll probably finish tonight about, I don't know, 8:30, maybe sooner. Then we will reconvene Monday, probably at 11 o'clock. Go till 3 or 4. People will have a chance on Tuesday to make 4 statements, and then there'll be a final vote on Wednesday. That's the tentative plan right now.
Do you know the timing of that on Wednesday?
Do not know. Do not know. Okay?
Thank you.
Senator Kennedy giving some more insights into the timing of this process. Monday, midday for a few hours. We will see, though, if that keeps those Democrats running for president here in D.C. or if they are able to stay in Iowa once they get out there this weekend, Aaron. And then floor statements on Tuesday, the day of State of the Union, and then the final vote on Wednesday. I love that Senator Kennedy, though, said that's the tentative plan right now. And we heard Senator Blunt earlier sort of, say, like, it's as certain as anything really is around here.
Yeah, and I thought one interesting thing from the Blunt exchange was the idea that maybe the State of the Union gets rescheduled. Certainly that would be something that would have to be done with the consent of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, which the Speaker is somebody who has to volunteer the venue for the State of the Union. Usually it's just a formality. Sometimes it can get a little bit contentious. Certainly we haven't heard anything about the State of the Union moving right now, but that might be something the president would be interested at this point, given he will technically have impeachment hanging over his head as he's delivering that address.
The president's at Mar-a-Lago this weekend, so he'll be watching all this unfold.
Lots of tweeting time. There will be lots of tweeting time at Mar-a-Lago, I imagine. That'll be the first way he really weighs in on this, and we've seen a little bit of that today. And then the Fox News interview, and then we'll have the State of the Union. Will he wait until this is officially done before he starts weighing in and counting victory? It's a really good question, but certainly he seems to be in the clear by all outward evidence right now.
Let's talk about the Republican senators who voted yes to call for witnesses.
Yeah, so Mitt Romney has been pretty clear for a long time that he wants to see John Bolton testify. Mitt Romney is maybe the most interesting senator in Washington right now because he has the ability to vote party line. He comes from a very conservative state. There was a time when Utah was pretty skeptical of President Trump during the 2016 campaign. There's a reason that Evan McMullin took a healthy chunk of the vote in Utah during that campaign, but Utah's very much on board with President Trump right now. Generally speaking, you wouldn't think a senator from Utah would be a tough get for the president on votes like this. But I think we've seen Mitt Romney kind of grow into the kind of chief antagonist role for the president, trying to pull him in a little bit more of a subdued direction. We'll see if that actually works, of course. And then Susan Collins, of course, is up for re-election. She's got her most difficult campaign ever. Democrats have been going after her for a very long time in Maine because it is a blue state. The most recent campaign, the most recent tough campaign she had was against a congressman named Tom Allen. She beat him by 24 points. So Democrats have been trying very hard, and now her numbers have come down a little bit. So she's got to be thinking both about her base and about the general election in a way that she hasn't previously done.
We just saw Leader Mitch McConnell go by, so we may see the Senate gavel in momentarily. Senate Republican staffers have said that at about 7 o'clock, the Senate's expected to proceed with these roll call votes, so we'll see when they get in and then how things move forward. Looks like Senator Klobuchar there on her phone looking at things.
I'm sure she's reviewing impeachment matters, right?
Right, not at all thinking about the election to come.
She has a lot on the line in Iowa. I think that there's one senator who doesn't like having spent the last 2 weeks in Washington. It's probably Klobuchar, who is in a lot of polls just below that 15% threshold that you need to get past in order to actually win delegates. She has kind of steadily built momentum, but never really spiked in the state. So we'll see how that turns out for her on Monday. But I would imagine
also important geographically.
Yeah, I mean, a Minnesota senator losing, finishing 5th in Iowa would not be a great outcome for her, certainly.
Senator Romney just went by. Aaron, one of the lighter moments of this was the report that Mitt Romney was drinking chocolate milk on the Senate floor. Now, the rules were only water and only milk.
Only water,
Or
only milk.
yeah.
You can't talk. You can't have your phone. And so the senators have basically been in the dark ages for a while here.
Oh, I heard one of the Democratic senators in an interview with Public Radio saying that, if they were going to stick to clear beverages, so we heard it sort of intimating that maybe clear beverages of other kinds might be acceptable as well at some point in this process.
Clear beverages, that has a lot of range to it. So maybe that's why some of them were falling asleep during the course of the, reportedly falling asleep, I should say. I can't personally attest to that. But it's been an interesting process, certainly. Chocolate milk was probably the most colorful thing that we saw from the senators over the course of the...
But ultimately not the most radical thing that Mitt Romney did because of the vote that he took to call for witnesses, which he and Susan Collins were the only Republicans to defect from their party and side with the Democrats.
And by the way, my colleague Natalie Jennings mentioned Mitt Romney apparently being disinvited from the Conservative Political Action Conference. I'm trying to think of a better metaphor for where the Republican Party is today than that. Back after Romney was the Republican nominee a couple years later, Donald Trump was disinvited, was banned from CPAC because he wasn't a true Republican, he wasn't a true conservative. Fast forward to 2020 and Donald Trump is the president. He gets rousing reviews at CPAC when he shows up there. And suddenly Mitt Romney, the 2012 GOP nominee, is disinvited from CPAC. I think that's a pretty good full circle thing that shows where the Republican Party has changed over the last 8 years.
Very telling. Aaron Blake, thank you so much for spending time with us. Aaron with The Fix, and you have your weekly chat Thursdays at noon Eastern Time. Yep. Yeah, thank you. Well, tonight's 51-49 vote blocking witnesses and additional evidence was a big defeat for Democrats. Let's listen to Minority Leader Chuck Schumer right after the results.
To not allow a witness, a document, no witnesses, no documents in an impeachment trial is a perfidy. It's a grand tragedy, one of the worst tragedies that the Senate has ever overcome. America will remember this day, unfortunately, where the Senate did not live up to its responsibilities, where the Senate turned away from truth and went along with a sham trial. If the president is acquitted with no witnesses, no documents, the acquittal will have no value because Americans will know that this trial was not a real trial. It had no witnesses, no documents. It is a tragedy on a very large scale.
Chuck Schumer, the top Democrat in the Senate, addressing the cameras right after that vote on witnesses. Amber Phillips with The Fix joins me now. Amber, what else are Democrats talking about tonight?
Well, in the similar vein of what the Senate Democratic leader said, which is you guys are going to pay for this politically in November. That's a prediction. We don't know. We don't know what impeachment, how that's going to play into an election because we've never had a modern impeachment in a presidential election year. Bill Clinton's was in a midterm election year. But just as I was walking to the studio, Libby, House Democratic managers issued a statement today, obviously very upset that the Senate didn't allow it to have witnesses. And in a paragraph, they acknowledge what we've been talking about, which is this inherent contradiction in their argument about why the Senate needed witnesses in the first place. I'll read some of it. The House managers, speaking themselves in third person, proved their case with a mountain of evidence, as some Republican senators have acknowledged. And there's more direct evidence of the president's corrupt scheme only a subpoena away. Some Republicans, including a crucial one like Lamar Alexander, who voted against evidence, use that as a reason not to vote against, not to have more witnesses. They say, we already think you guys proved your case. We already did it. Why do we need to keep digging at the president? That's only a couple of Republican senators explaining their vote. But I just think it's interesting that House Democrats kind of got at this almost awkward argument they've been making this whole time in issuing the statement about no witnesses.
Is this cold comfort to them that Lamar Alexander is sort of, saying, okay, you did what you set out to do, but I'm still not voting for witnesses or impeachment.
Well, you know, they just said
rather,
in the
removal
statement,
from office.
yeah, as some Republican senators have acknowledged, House managers proved their case on the mountain of evidence. So it helps them a little bit, but there is, you know, I keep putting myself in their shoes, Libby, House Democrats' shoes in December, when they decide, we are not going to subpoena John Bolton, we're not going to push this, let's try to convince a Republican-controlled Senate to dig into allegations against a Republican president. Like, did they really, truly think that was going to happen? They got close, especially with this John Bolton news. I don't think it would have been close if the New York Times hadn't reported that John Bolton said Trump did the things he did.
That was really a game changer for a moment when that news came out earlier this week.
It felt like, you're absolutely right.
It was a shift.
It came out Sunday night, and it felt like Monday morning we're waiting for this trial to start, and the ground had shifted on Capitol Hill. And I heard our Capitol Hill colleagues grab senators like Joni Ernst of Iowa, who have been Trump loyalists from the very beginning, say, give me something here. I don't know what to say about this John Bolton news. But within a couple days, it speaks to the remarkable skill of President Trump and Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. That was closed up, that rift. And it felt like Senate Republicans were again on firmer ground. Enough so that by Friday morning, when more Bolton news came out, there wasn't any hesitation. In fact, at that point, we were an hour away from knowing that they definitely didn't have the votes, because the news came out that there was more that John Bolton could share about Trump's intentions when he paused Ukraine aid that would bolster Democrats' case it was political. And then an hour later, about Lisa Murkowski issues her statement today saying, I'm not going to vote for witnesses. So it just felt like it was a turning point for a little bit, and then we see what we've been seeing all along in Washington in every legislative and political debate, which is Republicans are standing behind their president through thick and thin.
We're waiting to see when the Senate gavels back in. We do expect to see some more movement tonight, but really the bulk of everything, the attention turns to next week as Republicans have laid out for us. We expect to see activity on Monday, but then the focus shift to Wednesday and what is a scheduled vote. There, we'll see what how everything gets locked down and solidified, but a scheduled vote on Wednesday on whether or not to remove the president from office, whether or not to acquit him, essentially, Amber. Our colleagues like Ashley Parker, who report on the White House and follow President Trump very closely, do point out that there's this duality, that while this is a good fighting point for President Trump, that he's invoking impeachment in a way to sort of push back, to have that counterpunch, it still is not lost on him that he is one of very few presidents in American history to be impeached. Speaker Pelosi has repeatedly said, no matter what happens over in the Senate, this president goes down in history as impeached.
Right, and it gets into his psyche, as White House reporters here have been on your show have said. It doesn't feel good to go down the history books with that asterisk mark. And it's a reason that some House Democrats, moderate House Democrats who were hesitant of impeachment, said that they would vote for impeachment. They would say, we don't think the Senate's going to convict him, but we just think that the House needs to say something for the history books, if not for this moment, for the history books. And, one Capitol Hill aide I talked to on the House said some House Democrats in potentially tough re-elections were willing to take that vote for the history books, even if it meant losing their re-election or putting themselves more at risk, because they recognize what Pelosi is saying, and it is true. Trump is one of 3 presidents with that asterisk against his name.
President Trump landing in Florida. He's heading to Mar-a-Lago for the weekend. And this just in, Speaker Pelosi has put out a statement. I'm looking at this right now. The Senate Republicans' vote against calling witnesses and compelling documents in the impeachment proceedings makes them accomplices to the president's cover-up. The president was impeached for abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. He is impeached forever. So once again, hitting that note we were just talking about. She says in her statement, there can be no acquittal without a trial, and there is no trial without witnesses, documents, and evidence. Speaker Pelosi going on to say it is a sad day for America to see Senator McConnell require the Chief Justice of the United States to preside over a vote which rejected our nation's judicial norms precedents, and institutions to uphold the Constitution and the rule of law.
Yeah, she's right. You know, technically, this is the first impeachment trial, as Democrats pointed out, of judges, of senators, of presidents where there haven't been witnesses. But that being said, the Trump era is nothing if not for smashing through precedents. So, you know, you use that argument, okay, well, you're completely ignoring precedents of what an impeachment trial means. One, there's only been 3 impeachment trials in America, only one other in modern history. I don't know that there really are precedents. And 2, you know, I think Republicans are comfortable at this point at being the ones to work with President Trump to just completely change Washington. I talked to a Republican operative who's close to like people in Trump world and grassroots Trump supporters, and he said they love that about this president. That's the reason they elected them. It's the reason they're standing by him through thick and thin, is he'll smash through precedents. So, okay, big deal is what I hear them say.
Amber, last night President Trump was in Des Moines. So you know, he is not shying away from the campaign trail and the location of the Iowa caucus in just a few nights' time.
Yeah, that was not a coincidence. He is going there to say, hey, Democrats, whoever wins, you guys have to go up against me, and look at this like show of support that I have in Iowa. As he always gets, certainly big, enthusiastic crowds.
You're watching live coverage of the impeachment trial of President Donald Trump. The Senate is now in recess after a major victory for President Trump. We are a newspaper, so let's look at the headline this evening. The Senate rejects measure to call witnesses in final major step before vote on verdict. The Senate voted against calling witnesses and admitting additional evidence in this impeachment trial. The vote was ultimately 51 to 49 against allowing subpoenaing of new witnesses. The Senate will make the final vote on Wednesday at about 4 p.m. That's the plan right now on these 2 charges of abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. To follow all this news, go ahead and take a moment and subscribe to The Washington Post, whether you're watching on our homepage, WashingtonPost.com, or on YouTube or the streaming site Twitch. We'll keep you apprised of this developing story. I'm Libby Casey, and I'm here with my colleague Amber Phillips, also with Rhonda Colvin, who has dashed here from Capitol Hill.
When do you
Rhonda,
or eat or
And I look
anything?
probably windblown as I race, from the cab into the office.
we're working journalists, but you can't tell you ran over here.
Literally, when do you eat?
Rhonda, this has been such an intense period on Capitol Hill, and you've been able to sort of monitor the activity in the Senate. I'm interested in how the mood has shifted with them. We'll keep you here at the table because we're going to go now to the Senate chamber. It looks like we're seeing Leader McConnell speak.
Resolution to the desk and ask the clerk to report.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 488 to provide for related procedures concerning the articles of impeachment against Donald John Trump, President of the United States. Resolved that the record in this case shall be closed, and no motion with respect to reopening the record shall be in order for the duration of these proceedings. The Senate shall proceed to final arguments as provided in the impeachment rules, waiving the 2-person rule contained in Rule 22 of the Rules of Procedure and Practice in the Senate when sitting on impeachment trials. Such arguments shall begin at 11 a.m. on Monday, February 3rd, 2020, and not exceed 4 hours, and be equally divided between the House and the President to be used as under the rules of impeachment. At the conclusion of the final arguments by the House and the President, the Court of Impeachment shall stand adjourned until 4 p.m. on Wednesday, February 5th, 2020, at which time the Senate, without intervening action or debate, shall vote on the articles of impeachment.
Justice,
Mr. Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent that the Democratic leader or his designee be allowed to offer up to 4 amendments to the resolution. Further, that I be recognized to make a motion to table the amendment after it's been reported with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered. The Democratic leader is recognized.
Mr. Chief Justice, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Democratic leader will state the inquiry.
Is the Chief Justice aware that in the impeachment trial of President Johnson, Chief Justice Chase, as presiding officer, cast tie-breaking votes on both March 31st and April 2nd, 1868?
I am, Mr. Leader. The one concerned a motion to adjourn. The other concerned a motion to close deliberations. I do not regard those isolated episodes 150 years ago as sufficient to support a general authority to break ties. If the members of this body, elected by the people and accountable to them, divide equally on a motion, the normal rule is that the motion fails. I think it would be inappropriate for me, an unelected official from a different branch of government, to assert the power to change that result so that the motion would succeed.
Now, Mr. Chief Justice, I send an amendment to the desk to subpoena Mulvaney, Bolton, Duffy, Blair, and the White House, OMB, DOD, and State Department documents, and I ask that it be read.
The clerk will report.
Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes an amendment number 1295. At the appropriate place in the matter following the resolving clause, insert the following. Section, notwithstanding any other provision of this.
The amendment be considered as read.
Objection? So ordered. The majority leader is
I move
recognized.
to table the amendment and ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Mr. Alexander, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Braun. Mr. Braun, aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Burr. Mr. Burr, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Cardin, no. Mr. Carper. Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Enzi. Mr. Enzi, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Feinstein, no. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Gardner. Mr. Gardner, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Harris. Ms. Harris, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, Aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith? Mrs. Hyde-Smith? Aye. Mr. Inhofe? Mr. Inhofe? Aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson? Aye. Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones? No. Mr. Kane? Mr. Kane? No. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy? Aye. Mr. King? Mr. King? No. Ms. Klobuchar? Ms. Klobuchar? No. Mr. Langford? Mr. Langford? Aye. Mr. Leahy? Mr. Leahy? No. Mr. Lee? Mr. Lee? Aye. Mrs. Leffler? Mrs. Leffler? Aye. Mr. Manchin? Mr. Manchin? No. Mr. Markey? Mr. Markey? No. Mr. McConnell? Mr. McConnell? Aye. Ms. McSally? Ms. McSally? Aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez? No. Mr. Merkley? Mr. Merkley? No. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran? Aye. Ms. Murkowski? Ms. Murkowski? Aye. Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy? No. Mrs. Murray? Mrs. Murray? No. Mr. Paul? Mr. Paul? Aye. Mr. Perdue? Mr. Perdue? Aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters? No. Mr. Portman? Mr. Portman? Aye. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed? No. Mr. Risch? Mr. Risch? Aye. Mr. Roberts? Mr. Roberts? Aye. Mr. Romney? Mr. Romney? Aye. Ms. Rosen? Ms. Rosen? No. Mr. Rounds? Mr. Rounds? Aye. Mr. Rubio? Mr. Rubio? Aye. Mr. Sanders? Mr. Sanders? No. Mr. Sass? Mr. Sass? Aye. Mr. Schatz? Mr. Schatz? No. Mr. Schumer? Mr. Schumer? No. Mr. Scott of Florida? Mr. Scott of Florida? Aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina? Mr. Scott of South Carolina? Aye. Mrs. Shaheen? Mrs. Shaheen? No. Mr. Shelby? Mr. Shelby? Aye. Ms. Sinema? Ms. Sinema? No. Ms. Smith? Ms. Smith? No. Ms. Stabenow? Ms. Stabenow? No. Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Sullivan? Aye. Mr. Tester? Mr. Tester? No. Mr. Thune? Mr. Thune? Aye. Mr. Tillis? Mr. Tillis? Aye. Mr. Toomey? Mr. Toomey? Aye. Mr. Udall? Mr. Udall? No. Mr. Van Hollen? Mr. Van Hollen? No. Mr. Warner? Mr. Warner? No. Ms. Warren? Ms. Warren? No. Mr. Whitehouse? Mr. Whitehouse? No. Mr. Wicker? Mr. Wicker? Aye. Mr. Wyden? Mr. Wyden? No. Mr. Young? Mr. Young? Aye.
Does any member in the chamber wish to change his or her vote? If not, the yeas are 53, the nays are 47. The motion is agreed to. Democratic leader is recognized.
Mr. Chief Justice, I send an amendment to the desk to subpoena John R. Bolton, and I ask that it be read.
The clerk will report.
The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes an amendment number 1296. At the appropriate place in the resolving clause, insert the following. Section, notwithstanding any other provision of this resolution pursuant to Rules 5 and 6 of the Rules of Procedure and Practice in the Senate when sitting on impeachment trials, the Chief Justice of the United States, through the Secretary of the Senate, shall issue a subpoena for the taking of testimony of John Robert Bolton, and the Sergeant-at-Arms is authorized to utilize the services of the Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms or any other employee of the Senate in serving the subpoena authorized to be issued by this section.
Majority Leader is recognized.
I move to table the amendment and ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Aye. Ms. Baldwin. No. Mr. Barrasso. Aye. Mr. Bennett. No. Mrs. Blackburn. Aye. Mr. Blumenthal. No. Mr. Blunt. Aye. Mr. Booker. No. Mr. Bozeman. Aye. Mr. Braun. Aye. Mr. Brown. No. Mr. Burr. Aye. Ms. Cantwell. No. Mrs. Capito. Aye. Mr. Cardin. No. Mr. Carper. No. Mr. Casey. No. Mr. Cassidy. Aye. Ms. Collins. No. Mr. Coons. No. Mr. Cornyn. Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. No. Mr. Cotton. Aye. Mr. Kramer. Aye. Mr. Crapo. Aye. Mr. Cruz. Aye. Mr. Daines. Aye. Ms. Duckworth. No. Mr. Durbin. No. Mr. Enzi. Aye. Ms. Ernst. Aye. Mrs. Feinstein. No. Mrs. Fisher. Aye. Mr. Gardner. Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. No. Mr. Graham. Aye. Mr. Grassley. Aye. Ms. Harris. No. Ms. Hassan. No. Mr. Hawley. Aye. Mr. Heinrich. No. Ms. Hirono. No. Mr. Hoven. Aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Aye. Mr. Inhofe. Aye. Mr. Johnson. Aye. Mr. Jones. No. Mr. Kane. No. Mr. Kennedy. Aye. Mr. King. No. Ms. Klobuchar. No. Mr. Lankford. Aye. Mr. Leahy. No. Mr. Lee. Aye. Mrs. Loeffler. Aye. Mr. Manchin. No. Mr. Markey. No. Mr. McConnell. Aye. Ms. McSally. Aye. Mr. Menendez. No. Mr. Merkley. No. Mr. Moran. Aye. Ms. Murkowski. Aye. Mr. Murphy. No. Mrs. Murray. No. Mr. Paul. Aye. Mr. Perdue. Aye. Mr. Peters. No. Mr. Portman. Aye. Mr. Reed. No. Mr. Risch? Aye. Mr. Roberts? Aye. Mr. Romney? No. Ms. Rosen? No. Mr. Rounds? Aye. Mr. Rubio? Aye. Mr. Sanders? No. Mr. Sass? Aye. Mr. Schatz? No. Mr. Schumer? No. Mr. Scott of Florida? Aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina? Aye. Mrs. Shaheen? No. Mr. Shelby? Aye. Ms. Sinema? No. Ms. Smith? No. Ms. Stabenow? No. Mr. Sullivan? Aye. Mr. Tester? No. Mr. Thune? Aye. Mr. Tillis? Aye. Mr. Toomey? Aye. Mr. Udall? No. Mr. Van Hollen? No. Mr. Warner? No. Ms. Warren? No. Mr. Whitehouse? No. Mr. Wicker? Aye. Mr. Wyden? No. Mr. Young? Aye.
Are there any senators in the chamber wishing to vote or change his or her vote? If not, the yeas are 51, the nays are 49. The motion is agreed to. The Democratic leader is recognized.
Mr. Chief Justice, I send an amendment to the desk to subpoena John R. Bolton, provided further that there be 1 day for a deposition presided over by the Chief Justice and 1 day for live testimony before the Senate, both of which must occur within 5 days of the adoption of the underlying resolution, and I ask that it be read.
The clerk will report.
The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes an amendment number 1297. At the appropriate place of the matter following the resolving clause.
Be considered as read.
So order. The majority leader is recognized.
I move to table the amendment and ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander? Aye. Mr. Alexander, aye. Ms. Baldwin? Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Barrasso? Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Bennett? Mr. Bennett, no. Mrs. Blackburn? Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Blumenthal? Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Blunt? Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Booker? Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Bozeman? Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Braun? Mr. Braun, aye. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Burr? Mr. Burr, aye. Ms. Cantwell? Ms. Cantwell, no. Mrs. Capito? Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Cardin? Mr. Cardin, no. Mr. Carper? Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Casey? Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Cassidy? Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Collins? Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Coons? Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Cornyn? Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto? Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Cotton? Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Kramer? Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Crapo? Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Cruz? Mr. Cruz, Aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Enzi. Mr. Enzi, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Feinstein, no. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Gardner. Mr. Gardner, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Harris. Ms. Harris, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Inhofe, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Leahy, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mrs. Leffler. Mrs. Leffler, aye. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Manchin, no. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. McSally. Ms. McSally, aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Perdue. Mr. Perdue, aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Portman. Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Roberts, aye. Mr. Romney. Mr. Romney, no. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Rubio, aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Sass. Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Shelby. Mr. Shelby, aye. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Sinema, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Stabenow. Ms. Stabenow, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Tester. Mr. Tester, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Udall. Mr. Udall, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Warren. No. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, Aye.
Is there any member in the chamber who wishes to vote or change his or her vote? If no, the yeas are 51, the nays are 49. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chief
The
Justice.
senator from Maryland.
Mr. Chief Justice, I send an amendment to the desk to have the Chief Justice rule on motions to subpoena witnesses and documents and to rule on any assertion of privilege, and I ask that it be read.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Maryland, Mr. Van Hollen, proposes an amendment number 1298. At the appropriate place in the matter following the resolving clause, insert the following. Notwithstanding any other provision of this resolution, the presiding officer shall issue a subpoena for any witness or any document that a senator or a party moves to subpoena if the presiding officer determines that the witness or document is likely to have probative evidence relevant to either article of impeachment before the Senate and consistent with the authority of the presiding officer to rule on all questions of evidence, shall rule on any assertion of privilege.
Leader is recognized.
Mr. Chief Justice, I move to table the amendment and ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Aye. Ms. Baldwin. No. Mr. Barrasso. Aye. Mr. Bennett. No. Mrs. Blackburn. Aye. Mr. Blumenthal. No. Mr. Blunt. Aye. Mr. Booker. No. Mr. Bozeman. Aye. Mr. Braun. Aye. Mr. Brown. No. Mr. Burr. Aye. Ms. Cantwell. No. Mrs. Capito. Aye. Mr. Cardin. No. Mr. Carper. No. Mr. Casey. No. Mr. Cassidy. Aye. Ms. Collins. Aye. Mr. Coons. No. Mr. Cornyn. Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. No. Mr. Cotton. Aye. Mr. Kramer. Aye. Mr. Crapo. Aye. Mr. Cruz. Aye. Mr. Daines. Aye. Ms. Duckworth. No. Mr. Durbin. No. Mr. Enzi. Aye. Ms. Ernst. Aye. Mrs. Feinstein. No. Mrs. Fisher. Aye. Mr. Gardner. Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. No. Mr. Graham. Aye. Mr. Grassley. Aye. Ms. Harris. No. Ms. Hassan. No. Mr. Hawley. Aye. Mr. Heinrich. No. Ms. Hirono. No. Mr. Hoven. Aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Aye. Mr. Inhofe. Aye. Mr. Johnson. Aye. Mr. Jones. No. Mr. Kane? No. Mr. Kennedy? Aye. Mr. King? No. Ms. Klobuchar? No. Mr. Lankford? Aye. Mr. Leahy? No. Mr. Lee? Aye. Mrs. Loeffler? Aye. Mr. Manchin? No. Mr. Markey? No. Mr. McConnell? Aye. Ms. McSally? Aye. Mr. Menendez? No. Mr. Merkley? No. Mr. Moran? Aye. Ms. Murkowski? Aye. Mr. Murphy? No. Mrs. Murray? No. Mr. Paul? Aye. Mr. Perdue? Aye. Mr. Peters? No. Mr. Portman? Aye. Mr. Reed? No. Mr. Risch? Aye. Mr. Roberts? Aye. Mr. Romney? Aye. Ms. Rosen? No. Mr. Rounds? Aye. Mr. Rubio? Aye. Mr. Sanders? No. Mr. Sass? Aye. Mr. Schatz? No. Mr. Schumer? No. Mr. Scott of Florida? Aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina? Aye. Mrs. Shaheen? No. Mr. Shelby? Aye. Ms. Sinema? No. Ms. Smith? No. Ms. Stabenow? No. Mr. Sullivan? Aye. Mr. Tester? No. Mr. Thune? Aye. Mr. Tillis? Aye. Mr. Toomey? Aye. Mr. Udall? No. Mr. Van Hollen? No. Mr. Warner? No. Ms. Warren? No. Mr. Whitehouse? No. Mr. Wicker? Aye. Mr. Wyden? No. Mr. Young? Aye.
Is there any senator in the chamber wishing to vote or change his or her vote? If no, the yeas are 53, the nays are 47. The motion is agreed to. The question occurs on the adoption of Senate Resolution 488. Is there a sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander? Mr. Alexander, aye. Ms. Baldwin? Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Barrasso? Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Bennett? Mr. Bennett, no. Mrs. Blackburn? Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Blumenthal? Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Blunt? Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Booker? Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Bozeman? Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Braun? Mr. Braun, aye. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Burr? Mr. Burr, aye. Ms. Cantwell? Ms. Cantwell, no. Mrs. Capito? Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Cardin? Mr. Cardin, no. Mr. Carper? Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Casey? Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Enzi. Mr. Enzi, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Feinstein, no. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Gardner. Mr. Gardner, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Harris. Ms. Harris, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Inhofe, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Leahy, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mrs. Loeffler. Mrs. Loeffler, aye. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Manchin, no. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. McSally. Ms. McSally, aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Perdue. Mr. Perdue, aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Portman. Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Roberts.
Order.
Mr. Roberts, aye. Mr. Romney. Mr. Romney, aye. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Rubio, aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Sass. Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Shelby. Mr. Shelby, aye. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Sinema, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Stabenow. Ms. Stabenow, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Tester. Mr. Tester, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Toomey? Aye. Mr. Udall? Mr. Udall? No. Mr. Van Hollen? Mr. Van Hollen? No. Mr. Warner? Mr. Warner? No. Ms. Warren? Ms. Warren? No. Mr. Whitehouse? Mr. Whitehouse? No. Mr. Wicker? Mr. Wicker? Aye. Mr. Wyden? Mr. Wyden? No. Mr. Young? Mr. Young? Aye.
Is there any member in the chamber who wishes to vote or change his or her vote? If no, the yeas are 53, the nays are 47. The resolution is agreed to. Mr. Majority Leader?
Mr. Chief Justice, I ask unanimous consent that the Secretary be authorized to include statements of senators explaining their votes, either given or submitted during the legislative sessions of the Senate on Monday, February 3rd, Tuesday, February 4th, and Wednesday, February 5th, along with the full record of the Senate's proceedings and the filings by the parties in a Senate document printed under the supervision of the Secretary of the Senate that will complete the documentation of the Senate's handling of these impeachment proceedings.
Without objection, so ordered.
Further, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate resumes legislative session on Monday, February 3rd, Tuesday, February 4th, and Wednesday, February 5th, the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak for up to 10 minutes each for debate only.
Without objection, so ordered.
And finally, I ask unanimous consent that the trial adjourn until 11 a.m. February 3rd, and that this order also constitute the adjournment of the Senate.
Without objection, so ordered. We are adjourned.
And with that, the Senate gavels out, with no more work to be done tonight on the floor of the Senate in the impeachment trial of President Donald Trump. Senators just voted to table 4 amendments, all proposed by Democratic leader Chuck Schumer, and they also laid the groundwork for what else is to come. So here are the next steps. Nothing tomorrow or Sunday, so a break for everyone, including those Democratic senators who want to get to Iowa to campaign. On Monday, final arguments starting at 11 a.m. And then on Wednesday, final votes on the articles of impeachment against President Donald Trump. No suspense, however, in those votes. Republicans will be able to acquit the president. Well, I'm joined now by my colleagues Amber Phillips and Rhonda Colvin. Thanks to both of you. Rhonda, let's go through these amendments proposed by Chuck Schumer and talk about their significance.
Right, so they weren't a surprise. We knew hours ago that Chuck Schumer, the minority leader, would bring amendments to this organizing resolution. So the first one was an amendment to subpoena documents from Mick Mulvaney, John Bolton, Duffy, Robert Blair, and the White House, OMB, the DOD, and the State Department, all documents associated with that Ukraine call. So that, of course, failed. The second one was an amendment to subpoena John Bolton alone. That failed. There was the third one, which was an amendment to subpoena Bolton, provided further that there be 1 day for a deposition presided over by the Chief Justice and 1 day for live testimony before the Senate Both of them must occur within 5 days of adoption of the underlying resolution. And then the fourth one was the Van Hollen Amendment to require the Chief Justice to rule on motions to subpoena witnesses and documents. So these weren't incredible surprises. We knew that the Democrats would come with some sort of changes or modifications, but they were pretty much purely symbolic because they knew they did not have the votes to actually add this to the record.
Now, two of those, though, didn't break down on party lines, Amber. We did see a little bit of crossover, although not enough to make a difference.
Yeah, and the two what were the two? They were about John Bolton and subpoenaing John Bolton. That matches up exactly with what we saw today in the actual vote to call witnesses. Susan Collins of Maine and Mitt Romney of Utah voted in support of it, and Mitt Romney has publicly said, I want to hear from John Bolton. So, like, as Rhonda said, these are symbolic amendments. They're politically driven. In that context, I thought it was notable to have two Republicans vote for these. Like, they had already made their statement earlier. They didn't have to also vote with Democrats today. Tonight.
Senator Susan Collins' statement, as she was justifying her decision to call for more witnesses, was that each side could get a witness. So I didn't know if Susan Collins would vote for this without some sort of caveat attached to it of a 1-for-1 or some sort of a deal, but she went all in to hearing from John Bolton. Now, it's a low-stakes vote because it wasn't going to pass. So there wasn't a lot of danger to her there. But that did sort of double down on the question of whether or not she wanted to hear from John Bolton.
Right. Two things might illuminate us on why she took this vote. She's up for re-election in November. It's a potentially tough re-election. She's taking a lot of heat from both sides because she split her Kavanaugh vote. She sided with Republicans, and then here she's siding with Democrats. Lose-lose or win-win, depending how you look at it. And then new Washington Post ABC polling during the trial.
Can I just interrupt you real quick?
Oh, sure.
Leader McConnell, as he leaves there, giving a thumbs up to the cameras as he walks out of the Senate chamber.
I mean, he has reason to celebrate after all these Bolton, news dropping. He kept his caucus in line and got what he wanted.
Amber, great point that despite the news, despite the developments, the reporting about the John Bolton manuscript, that draft manuscript, Mitch McConnell, such a huge win today, able to keep his caucus generally in line, certainly in line enough for the big news story of the day, which was that witnesses will not be called. No new evidence entered in this trial phase. I want to get back to talking about your point about how the polls might be looking. Susan Collins, particularly perhaps focused on that or aware of that because she is up for re-election.
Yeah, what I was going to say is a Washington Post ABC poll came out during the Senate trial, found 66% of all adults, all Americans, think the Senate should call new witnesses, not just witnesses, new witnesses. That's something that would resonate in a state like Maine that's got a purple streak in it. Independents, 65% think they should call new witnesses, and even 45%, I have the numbers here in front of me, of Republicans think they should call new witnesses. So it's not like, especially for someone like Collins, it's not a politically unpopular thing to do to side with Democrats and call for new witnesses, even as she knew the vote was going to fail.
Right, and that 65% of independents, right, 65%,
that's
that pretty
right.
significant because those are the voters you need to win over. So for the fact that over half of them want witnesses, that's quite telling about what, people in society are saying about this.
Rhonda, Senator Schumer came out to the cameras right after the vote for no witnesses, and he gave pushback, obviously a big blow to Democrats. Why, from his perspective, go through this process of offering amendments? And then we didn't see debate on it, we didn't see it protracted, it was just vote on them, the vote was to table them, and then move on.
Well, imagine it the other way. If they had just left for the evening and said, okay, well, we tried, that would not have played very nicely politically for Democrats. They had to have a last effort that is going to be on the record and in the books on this vote, and to show that they did add, or attempt several times to add things to this record. So definitely they had to do something. They could not, just gabble out tonight and just say we tried.
Yeah, I was going to say, Libby, I'm looking through my emails and I'm waiting for the expected inbox email from Colorado Democrats. Cory Gardner votes against having witnesses, stuff like that is why tonight happened, I feel like.
Right, yeah.
Well, we also saw Senator Chuck Schumer put the Chief Justice on the spot tonight. Let's watch that.
Is the Chief Justice aware that in the impeachment trial of President Johnson, Chief Justice Chase, as presiding officer, cast tie-breaking votes on both March 31st and April 2nd, 1868?
I am, Mr. Leader. The one concerned a motion to adjourn. The other concerned a motion to close deliberations. I do not regard those isolated episodes 150 years ago as sufficient to support a general authority to break ties. If the members of this body, elected by the people and accountable to them, divide equally on a motion, the normal rule is that the motion fails. I think it would be inappropriate for me, an unelected official from a different branch of government, to assert the power to change that result so that the motion would succeed.
So the Chief Justice essentially setting some precedent there, because even though he was not called on to be a tiebreaker, it's now in the record that this is what he believes would be proper. Talk us through this, Rhonda.
Right, so, you know, in this final, the final minutes of this stage, it shows that he was not willing to budge on his position. All the time we've been talking about how he's that substitute teacher role, that he was really only here to do the proceedings as he is called to do because of his position as Chief Justice. So he, once again, told everyone finally, this is not my role to play.
And Amber, we've been speculating and asking this question of could the Chief Justice be a tiebreaker, because until Lisa Murkowski weighed in this afternoon and said that she was a no vote on calling witnesses, it was hanging out there that this could be a 50-50 split. And what Democrats were saying was that they wanted the Chief Justice to play the role of tiebreaker. Republicans were not interested in that for many reasons, the politics of it, losing that battle. Also, though, because it's not in their interest to have him pulled into this political fight. But the Chief Justice was loath to do it as well.
Right, and there were legal scholars to back up Democrats and Republicans on what he would do in such an unprecedented constitutional situation. You know, Chuck Schumer put him on the spot here a little bit late. It was a moot point because the vote for witnesses had already failed. I'm not really sure why he did that. I don't have any reporting, or his office hasn't talked to us about it. But I thought it was interesting that the Chief Justice, I saw him look over and read a statement about why
he was prepared.
He was prepared. I mean, he was ready for this, and so he had made his decision, and it didn't seem like a hard one to be like, nope, I'm out. I have a court and its institution to protect. No, thank you.
And it's important to point out that in the next impeachment trial, should there ever be one again in the United States of America, there is now this as part of the record, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court saying, here's how I view my role. Here's what I think is appropriate, and here's what I think is not appropriate. And so it does create that precedent or record, even if he didn't actually have to do it. You know, it's now part of this. So you can see why he would want to assert that and have it in there.
Right. It was almost like they like had this battle and wove through the Supreme Court in one day, and then the head of the Supreme Court decided for them. And in all the other impeachment trials we've had that haven't been presidents, it's been the vice president. He can preside, and there's no question that he can cast a tie vote, a tie-breaking vote. The Chief Justice is a little bit different.
Lisa Murkowski there, along with Senator Barrasso of Wyoming. Lisa Murkowski so closely watched all day today. She was the holdout. She was the last one who waited till the 11th hour to announce her statement, to announce that she was a no vote on calling witnesses. I want to talk about the process of what happens next. So, a free weekend. Congratulations, Washington. The Iowa caucus is on Monday, and so these Democratic candidates are going to Zoom over to Iowa as fast as they can get there to try to make a dent this weekend, Rhonda.
Right, and make up for lost time, you know, that they spent here in this week. So yeah, you're probably going to see them swing through the state for the next few days, have events, and sort of tee up that big moment on Monday during the caucuses to see where they stand in Iowa. So yeah, they're probably using every minute now that they have been released to go out there and start campaigning.
So based on the organizing resolution, they need to be back here 11 a.m. Monday for closing arguments.
And I do not know how long closing arguments are going to go. I don't know.
They're saying not to exceed 4 hours, so they would, in theory, be done by 3 p.m. Eastern time.
And if there were breaks, some kind of procedural, you know, so it's possible, but also looking less likely that these Democrats aren't there in Iowa when the caucus actually votes.
Yeah, the goal would be wrap this up Monday, get on a plane right away, get to Iowa for caucus night, and then they'd need to be back here, the State of the Union on Tuesday night, and then this trial wraps up Wednesday. This process wraps up Wednesday. decode the timeline for us a little bit, Rhonda, of why the hopscotching tonight, Monday, Wednesday.
Well, it does look like the majority leader does want to give the body a break and want to get some of those candidates out there on the road for the next 2 days at least and get them back here on Monday. So yeah, the dynamic is so interesting though, because they are going to meet for 4 hours on Monday, take that pause on Tuesday. We have the State of the Union on Tuesday. The president will be addressing both chambers, one that impeached him, voted to impeach him, the House, and then the other one that will have their vote the next day. So it's really going to be historical next week. And then on Wednesday, the Senate will reconvene and have that final vote for either acquittal or removal. But we think we have a grasp on what that might be on Wednesday.
Rhonda, you were reporting today on some of the protests and groups that have been gathering on the Hill over this past week as they try to lobby senators and make their voices heard in this question of impeachment and calling witnesses in particular.
Yeah, there really have been protesters all week, and that's not rare on the Hill. There are many times when different pieces of legislation come up that you'll see pockets of protest throughout the Senate buildings or House buildings. But today, it was probably the loudest protest that I've heard, and it happened right after the witness and evidence vote. Outside on Constitution, there was a little bit of a parade and demonstration, a lot of police trying to keep order there, and then a lot of people, as you can see on the screen, they were outside on the lawn of the Capitol, facing the Capitol, and I believe what they were chanting, they were saying, "Trump, Pence, remove them." So they were doing that all night almost until I left. I saw a few still standing there when I came here, and horns honking. In fact, I was joking with our camera person that I lived for a few years in Manhattan, and what it sounded like was, Midtown Manhattan, on a weekend. It was really loud, and I don't know if we're covering that aspect of the impeachment as media. We're not really seeing the pictures that we just showed, but people are upset, and I would suspect that next week you might even see a little bit more of that.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump traveling to Mar-a-Lago this evening, as that's where he's spending the next little while, and what he tweeted about an hour ago: "No matter what you give to the Democrats, in the end, they will never be satisfied. In the House, they gave us nothing." Also complaining in a tweet an hour before that about witnesses.
So fact check on that last part. They did have the opportunity to participate in the House. They could have cross-examined witnesses. They could have come, to the Judiciary Committee, but their qualm was that was the latter part of the trial. They weren't there for the depositions. There's no rule that says there has to be due process in the House part of the impeachment, as Trump's defense and Trump himself has claimed. The Senate is where that is supposed to be happening. I think it's interesting that even as Trump's fate was essentially sealed in a positive way for him tonight, he's out there, griping is maybe the right word, and attacking rather than taking a victory lap. I don't know what that portends for the State of the Union.
It's a negative messaging rather than a positive messaging.
Yeah.
That's his choice. And he's a pinned tweet about John Bolton. So that's the first thing you see if you go to the president's Twitter page. It's a pinned tweet with a video, an archival video of John Bolton. We'll be watching closely to see how he talks about impeachment over the weekend, both through his Twitter feed, how he talks about it on Sunday, because we do expect to see a televised interview. It's traditional for the president to be interviewed on Super Bowl Sunday. It's Fox News that gets to do that, and it looks like Sean Hannity will be conducting the interview. A big advocate of the president. We are not expecting a tough interview, Rhonda.
Probably not.
No, I think it will not be a tough interview, right?
But it is going to be interesting to see him visually. So we are hearing tweets from him, but to see him in an interview, and we don't know how measured he might be in that interview or how relaxed he might be. And if he's relaxed, he may be more ready to take some shots at the House and to talk about his victory here. But yeah, it's going to be interesting seeing him after this vote and in that interview.
Yeah, that's a great point. Sean Hannity is friendly territory.
Right.
And so we'll see.
I think they actually are friends.
Yes, yes. So we'll see if letting down that guard what it does. Does it loosen up the president? Does it make him feel comfortable? But does it also give a forum for him to vent and to express his frustration with this process and Democrats? Amber, as we've been watching the polls, I'd like you to just talk to us a little bit about this question of not just calling witnesses, but so many of the polls reveal ultimately that America is so divided
Yeah.
on their support of the president and also their engagement or a view of this process.
Right. What we are seeing, again, this new Washington Post ABC News poll shows that America is, like you said, Libby, divided. 47% of Americans think that Trump should get kicked out. 49% think he should not. That's within the margin of error. It's completely split. No surprise, you guys have heard us say this about every poll we've done in the modern Trump era. Republicans think he should not by a massive margin. Democrats think he should get kicked out by a massive margin. Here's what's interesting to me. While a majority of independents do support witnesses, which isn't going to happen, but we know it's a political cudgel Democrats are going to use, a small majority of independents don't think he should get kicked out. That feels... His number is 51% think he should not get kicked out, 42% think he should. To me, that suggests that this crucial group of voters feel like they're siding with the Trump White House defense resonated with them, where it was like, in an election year, 10 months from now, really? You're going to overthrow a duly elected president?
Right. Yeah, it seems like they want the House and Senate to acknowledge wrongdoing and hold the president accountable, but that removing would be kind of a bridge too far. So, you know, it is interesting to see the differences in opinions there, but for some people, removal does not mean that, you know, the same as addressing wrongdoing.
Right. But that being said, it still speaks to our partisanship, which is remarkable, that if you're a Democrat, 83% think you should get kicked out. That's a lot.
In addition to watching how the president acts and reacts over the weekend, we'll be watching how Senate Republicans talk about this, how they frame their vote against witnesses, how they talk about their decision ultimately to acquit the president on Wednesday, as we anticipate to see if there is some criticism of President Trump embedded in that, or if there's just a full-throated criticism of the process or what else. So we'll be listening for that, and we'll see if that evolves over the next couple of days. Final thoughts as we end here on this Friday night. Amber?
I just think it was remarkable the way Trump and Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell kept Republicans in line, and it's very possible he gets to this impeachment without any Republican voting to impeach him or convict him. That didn't happen in the Clinton impeachment. Parties crossed on both sides, House and Senate. That's just a huge victory for him, because rhetorically he can say it was partisan impeachment process.
And as you say, a victory for Mitch McConnell, hence the thumbs up as he was walking out of the Senate chamber. Rhonda?
Yeah, you know, it's been a day. And next week looks like it's shaping up also to be quite a week. But even though we went in this morning knowing where this vote would end, it's still fairly significant to see it all come down to this and see this as a preview to Wednesday's potential acquittal. So it's just interesting to be there on the Hill watching this unfold. Even though we might think we know the end of it, it's still a lot of drama around it. So I think we all should be ready for next week and what that might bring.
All right. Rhonda Colvin, Amber Phillips, thank you so much to both of you for being here. And thank you for watching our live coverage from the Washington Post. And so the Senate is shut down for the night after a day of victories for President Trump's defense team. Well, we are a newspaper, so let's look at tonight's headline. Senate sets Wednesday vote on Trump impeachment after blocking witnesses. The Senate will take that final vote on Wednesday. The time is approximately 4 o'clock. That's what they're looking at. And, of course, it's about those two charges, abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. I'm Libby Casey. We will see you Monday for another blockbuster day in politics with the impeachment closing arguments. They start Monday morning at 11, and then the Iowa caucuses at night, and we'll bring them both to you live. Thanks so much, and we'll see you then.